The Essential. Stalin. Major Theoretical Writings 1905-52. Edited and with an introduction by Bruce Franklin. Introduction. The Proletarian Class and the Proletarian Party, 1905, Armed Insurrection and Our Tactics, 1905, from Marxism and the National Question, 1913, I. The Nation 2. The National Movement 3. Presentation of the Question 7. The National Question in Russia 2 Camps, 1919, The Foundations of Leninism, 1924, I. The Historical Roots of Leninism 2. Method 3. Theory 4. The Dictatorship of the Proletariat v. The Peasant Question 6. The National Question 7. Strategy and Tactics 8. The Party 9. Style in Work Concerning the Question of the Proletariat and the Peasantry, 1925, Notes on Contemporary Themes, China, 1927, Organize Mass Criticism from Below, 1928, of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, on the Work of the Central Committee, 1934, 224. 6i. The Continuing Crisis of World Capitalism and the External Situation of the Soviet Union 1. The Course of the Economic Crisis in the Capitalist Countries 2. The Growing Tension in the Political Situation in the Capitalist Countries 3. The Relations between the U.S.S.R. and the Capitalist States 2. The Continuing Progress of the National Economy and the Internal Situation in the U.S.S.R. 1. The Progress of Industry 2. The Progress of Agriculture 3. The Rise in the Material and Cultural Standard of the Working People 4. The Progress of Trade Turnover, and Transport Ill. The Party 1. Questions of Ideological and Political Leadership 2. Questions of Organizational Leadership Dialectical and Historical Materialism, 1938, of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, on the Work of the Central Committee, 1939, I. The Soviet Union and International Affairs 1. New Economic Crisis in the Capitalist Countries. Intensification of the struggle for markets and sources of raw material, and for a new redivision of the world. 2. Increasing acuteness of the international political situation. Collapse of the post-war system of peace treaties. Beginning of a new imperialist war. 3. The Soviet Union and the capitalist countries. 2. Internal Affairs of the Soviet Union 346 1. Further progress of industry and agriculture. 349. 2. Further rise in the material and cultural standard of the people 363. 3. Further consolidation of the Soviet system. 367. 3. Further strengthening of the C.P.S.U. B. 371. Measures to improve the composition of the party. Division of organizations. Closer contact between the leading party bodies and the work of the lower bodies. 371 2. Selection, promotion, and allocation of cadres 375 3. Party propaganda. Marxist-Leninist training of party members and party cadres. 376 4. Some questions of theory 379. The 26th anniversary of the October Revolution, 1943, 393 I. A year of radical turn in the course of the war 394 2. Nationwide assistance to the front 398 3. Consolidation of the anti-Hitler coalition. Disintegration of the fascist bloc. 402. Marxism and Linguistics, 1950, 407. I. Concerning Marxism in Linguistics 407. 2. Reply to Krasheninnikova 430. 3. Reply to Senziev 436. 4. Reply to D. Belkin and S. Führer 437. V. Reply to A. Kolopov 439. Economic Problems of Socialism in the U.S.S.R. 1952, 445 I Remarks on Economic Questions Connected with the November 1951 Discussion 445 1. Character of Economic Laws under Socialism 445 2. Commodity Production under Socialism 451 3. The Law of Value under Socialism 458. Vili 4. Abolition of the antithesis between town and country, and between mental labor and physical labor, and elimination of distinctions between them 463 5. Disintegration of the single world market and deepening of the crisis of the world capitalist system 467 6. Inevitability of wars between capitalist countries 469 7. The basic economic laws of modern capitalism and of socialism 473 8. Other questions 477 G. International importance of a Marxist textbook on political economy 479 10. Ways of improving the draft textbook on political economy 481 Reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin 482 From, concerning the errors of Comrade L.D. Yaroshenko 490 I Comrade Yaroshenko's chief error 492. Other errors of Comrade Yaroshenko 500 Speech to the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, 1952, 508. I used to think of Joseph Stalin as a tyrant and butcher who jailed and killed millions, betrayed the Russian Revolution, sold out liberation struggles around the world, and ended up a solitary madman, hated and feared by the people of the Soviet Union and the world. Even today I have trouble saying the name Stalin without feeling a bit sinister. But, to about 1 billion people today, Stalin is the opposite of what we in the capitalist world have been programmed to believe. The people of China, Vietnam, Korea, and Albania consider Stalin one of the great heroes of modern history, a man who personally helped win their liberation. This belief could be dismissed as the product of an equally effective brainwashing from the other side, except that the workers and peasants of the Soviet Union, who knew Stalin best, share this view. For almost 2 decades the Soviet rulers have systematically attempted to make the Soviet people accept the capitalist world's view of Stalin, or at least to forget him. They expunged him from the history books, wiped out his memorials, and even removed his body from his tomb. Yet, according to all accounts, the great majority of the Soviet people still revere the memory of Stalin, and bit by bit they have forced concessions. First it was granted that Stalin had been a great military leader and the main anti-fascist strategist of World War II. Then it was conceded that he had made important contributions to the material progress of the Soviet people. Now a recent Soviet film shows Stalin, several years before his death, as a calm, rational, wise leader. But the rulers of the Soviet Union still try to keep the people actually from reading Stalin. When they took over, one of their first acts was to ban his writings. They stopped the publication of his collected works, of which 13 volumes had already appeared, covering the period only through 1934. This has made it difficult throughout the world to obtain Stalin's writings in the last 2 decades of his life. Recently the Hoover Institute of Stanford University 2. Society, whose purpose, as stated by its founder, Herbert Hoover, is to demonstrate the evils of the doctrines of Karl Marx, completed the final volumes in Russian so that they would be available to Stanford's team of émigré anti-communists. In preparing this volume, I was able to use the Hoover collection of writings by and about Stalin only by risking jail, directly violating my banishment by court injunction from the citadel of the free world. The situation in the US is not much different from that in the USSR. In fact, the present volume represents the first time since 1955 that a major publishing house in either country has authorized the publication of Stalin's works. US capitalist publishers have printed only Stalin's wartime diplomatic correspondence and occasional essays, usually much abridged, in anthologies. Meanwhile his enemies and critics are widely published. Since the early 1920s there have been basically 2 opposing lines claiming to represent Marxism-Leninism, one being Stalin's and the other Trotsky's. The works of Trotsky are readily available in many inexpensive editions. And hostile memoirs, such as those of Khrushchev and Svetlana Stalin, are actually serialized in popular magazines. The suppression of Stalin's writings spreads the notion that he did not write anything worth reading. Yet Stalin is clearly one of the three most important historical figures of our century, his thought and deeds still affecting our daily lives, considered by hundreds of millions today as one of the leading political theorists of any time, his very name a strongly emotional household word throughout the world. Anyone familiar with the development of Marxist-Leninist theory in the past half-century knows that Stalin was not merely a man of action. Mao names him the greatest genius of our time, calls himself Stalin's disciple, and argues that Stalin's theoretical works are still the core of world communist revolutionary strategy. Gaining access to Stalin's works is not the hardest part of coming to terms with him. First, we must recognize that there can be no objective or neutral appraisal of Stalin, any more than there can be of any major historical figure during the epochs of class struggle. From the point of Introduction 3 view of some classes, George Washington was an arrogant scoundrel and traitor to his country, king, and God, a renegade who brought slaughter and chaos to a continent. Abraham Lincoln was responsible for the deaths of millions and the destruction of a civilized, cultured, harmonious society based on the biblically sanctioned relationship with the black descendants of Ham. Sitting Bull was a murderous savage who stood in the way of the progress of a superior civilization. Eldridge, Cleaver, George and Jonathan Jackson, Ruchell Magee, and Angela Davis are vicious murderers, while Harry Truman, Nelson Rockefeller, Mayor Daley, John F. Kennedy, and Richard Nixon are rational and patriotic men who use force only when necessary to protect the treasured values of the free world. Any historical figure must be evaluated from the interests of one class or another. Take J. Edgar Hoover, for example. Anti-communists may disagree about his performance, but they start from the assumption that the better he did his job of preserving law and order as defined by our present toolers, the better he was. We communists, on the other hand, certainly would not think Hoover better if he had been more efficient in running the secret police and protecting capitalism. And so the opposite with Stalin, whose job was not to preserve capitalism but to destroy it, not to suppress communism but to advance it. The better he did his job, the worse he is likely to seem to all those who profit from this economic system, and the more he will be appreciated by the victims of that system. The Stalin question is quite different for those who share his goals and for those who oppose them. For the revolutionary people of the world it is literally a life and death matter to have a scientific estimate of Stalin, because he was, after all, the principal leader of the world revolution for 30 crucial years. I myself have seen Stalin from both sides. Deeply embedded in my consciousness and feelings was that vision of Stalin as tyrant and butcher. This was part of my overall view of communism as a slave system, an idea that I was taught in capitalist society. Communist society was not red but a dull gray world. It was ruled by a secret clique of powerful men. Everybody else worked for these few and kept their 4 mouths shut. Propaganda poured from all the media. The secret police were everywhere, tapping phones, following people on the street, making midnight raids. Anyone who spoke out would lose his job, get thrown in jail, or even get shot by the police. One of the main aims of the government was international aggression, starting wars to conquer other countries. When I began to discover that this entire vision point by point described my own society, a number of questions arose in my mind. For me, as for millions of others in the United States, it was the Vietnamese who forced a change in perception. How could we fail to admire the Vietnamese people and to see Ho Chi Minh as one of the great heroes of our times? What stood out most about Ho was his vast love for the people and his dedication to serving them. In 1965, before I became a communist, I spoke at a rally soliciting blood for the Vietnamese victims of U.S. bombing. When I naively said that Ho was a nationalist above being a communist, and a human being above being a nationalist, I was pelted with garbage and, much to my surprise, called a dirty commie. but we were supposed to believe that Ho was a tyrant and butcher. Later, it dawned on me that Fidel Castro was also supposed to be a tyrant and butcher, although earlier he had been portrayed as a freedom fighter against the Batista dictatorship. Still later, I began to study the Chinese Revolution, and found in Mao's theory and practice the guide for my own thinking and action. But, again, we were supposed to see Mao as a tyrant and butcher, and also a madman. The more I looked into it, the more I found that these tyrants and butchers Ho, Fidel, and Mao were all dedicated servants of the people, inspired by a deep and self-sacrificing love for them. At some point, I began to wonder if perhaps even Stalin was not a tyrant and butcher. With this thought came intense feelings that must resemble what someone in a tribe experiences when violating a taboo. But if we want to understand the world we live in, we must face Stalin. Joseph Stalin personifies a major aspect of 3 decades of 20th century history. If we seek answers to any of the crucial questions about the course of our century, at Introduction 5, some point we find Stalin standing directly in our path. Is it possible for poor and working people to make a revolution and then wield political power? Can an undeveloped, backward nation whose people are illiterate, impoverished, diseased, starving, and lacking in all the skills and tools needed to develop their productive forces possibly achieve both material and cultural well-being? Can this be done under a condition of encirclement by hostile powers, greedy for conquest, far more advanced industrially and militarily, and fanatical in their opposition to any people's revolutionary government? What price must be paid for the success of revolutionary development? Can national unity be achieved in a vast land inhabited by many peoples of diverse races, religions, culture, language, and levels of economic development? Is it possible to attain international unity among the exploited and oppressed peoples of many different nations whose governments depend upon intense nationalism and the constant threat of war? Then, later, can the people of any modern, highly industrialized society also have a high degree of freedom, or must the state be their enemy? Can any society flourish without some form of ruling elite? These questions are all peculiarly modern, arising in the epoch of capitalism as it reaches its highest form, modern imperialism, and becoming critical in our own time, the era of global revolution. Each of these questions leads us inevitably to Stalin. In my opinion, it is not going too far to say that Stalin is the key figure of our era. All the achievements and all the failures, all the strengths and all the weaknesses, of the Soviet Revolution and indeed of the World Revolution in the period 1922 to 53 are summed up in Stalin. This is not to say that he is personally responsible for all that was and was not accomplished, or that nobody else could have done what he did. We are not dealing with a great man theory of history. In fact, quite the opposite. If we are to understand Stalin at all, and evaluate him from the point of view of either of the two major opposing classes, we must see him, like all historical figures, as a being created by his times and containing the contradictions of those times. Every idea of Stalin's, as he would be the first to admit, 6. Came to him from his historical existence, which also fixed limits to the ideas available to him. He could study history in order to learn from the experience of the Paris Commune, but he could not look into a crystal ball to benefit from the lessons of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. And the decisions he made also had fixed and determined limits on either side, as we shall see. To appraise Stalin, the best way to begin is to compare the condition of the Soviet Union and the rest of the world at two times, when he came into leadership and when he died. Without such a comparison, it is impossible to measure what he may have contributed or taken away from human progress. If the condition of the Soviet people was much better when he died than when he took power, he cannot have made their lives worse. The worst that can be said is that they would have progressed more without him. The same is true for the world revolution. Was it set back during the decades of his leadership, or did it advance? Once we put the questions this way, the burden of proof falls on those who deny Stalin's positive role as a revolutionary leader. As World War I began, The Russian Empire consisted primarily of vast undeveloped lands inhabited by many different peoples speaking a variety of languages with a very low level of literacy, productivity, technology, and health. Feudal social relations still prevailed throughout many of these lands. Tsarist secret police, officially organized bands of military terrorists, and a vast bureaucracy were deployed to keep the hungry masses of workers and peasants in line. The war brought these problems to a crisis. Millions went to their deaths wearing rags, with empty stomachs, often waiting for those in front of them to fall so they could have a rifle and a few rounds of ammunition. When the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917, the entire vast empire, including the great cities of Russia itself, was in chaos. Before the new government could begin to govern, it was immediately set upon by the landlords, capitalists, and generals of the old regime, with all the forces they could buy and muster, together with combined military forces of Britain, France, Japan, and Poland, and additional military contingents from the US and other capitalist count. Introduction 7 tries. A vicious civil war raged for 3 years, from Siberia through European Russia, from the White Sea to the Ukraine. At the end of the Civil War, in 1920, agricultural output was less than half that of the pre-war poverty-stricken countryside. Even worse was the situation in industry. Many mines and factories had been destroyed. Transport had been torn up. Stocks of raw materials and semi-finished products had been exhausted. The output of large-scale industry was about 1/7 of what it had been before the war. And the fighting against foreign military intervention had to go on for 2 more years. Japanese and US troops still held a portion of Siberia, including the key port city of Vladivostok, which was not recaptured until late 1922. Lenin suffered his first stroke in 1922. From this point on, Stalin, who was the General Secretary of the Central Committee, began to emerge as the principal leader of the party. Stalin's policies were being implemented at least as early as 1924, the year of Lenin's death, and by 1927 the various opposing factions had been defeated and expelled from the party. It is the period of the early and mid-1920s that we must compare to 1953. The Soviet Union of the early 1920s was a land of deprivation. Hunger was everywhere, and actual mass famine swept across much of the countryside. Industrial production was extremely low, and the technological level of industry was so backward that there seemed little possibility of mechanizing agriculture. Serious rebellions in the armed forces were breaking out, most notably at the Kronstadt garrison in 1921. By 1924 large-scale peasant revolts were erupting, particularly in Georgia. There was virtually no electricity outside the large cities. Agriculture was based on tiny peasant holdings and medium-sized farms seized by rural capitalists, the kulaks, who forced the peasants back into wage labor and tenant farming. Healthcare was almost non-existent in much of the country. The technical knowledge and skills needed to develop modern industry, agriculture, health, and education were concentrated in the hands of a few, mostly opposed to socialism, while the vast majority of the population were illiterate and could hardly think about education while barely managing to subsist. The Soviet Union was isolated. 8. In a world controlled by powerful capitalist countries, physically surrounding it, setting up economic blockades, and officially refusing to recognize its existence while outdoing each other in their pledges to wipe out this red menace. The counter-revolution was riding high throughout Europe, Great Britain, and even in the USA, where the red thread was used as an excuse to smash labor unions. Fascism was emerging in several parts of the capitalist world, particularly in Japan and in Italy, where Mussolini took dictatorial power in 1924. Most of the world consisted of colonies and neo-colonies of the European powers. When Stalin died in 1953, the Soviet Union was the second greatest industrial, scientific, and military power in the world, and showed clear signs of moving to overtake the USS. In all these areas. This was despite the devastating losses it suffered while defeating the fascist powers of Germany, Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. The various peoples of the USSR were unified. Starvation and illiteracy were unknown throughout the country. Agriculture was completely collectivized and extremely productive. Preventive health care was the finest in the world, and medical treatment of exceptionally high quality was available free to all citizens. Education at all levels was free. More books were published in the USSR than in any other country. There was no unemployment. Meanwhile, in the rest of the world, not only had the main fascist powers of 1922–45 been defeated, but the forces of revolution were on the rise everywhere. The Chinese Communist Party had just led 1/4 of the world's population to victory over foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism and capitalism. Half of Korea was socialist, and the U.S. British imperialist army, having rushed to intervene in the civil war under the banner of the United Nations, was on the defensive and hopelessly demoralized. In Vietnam, a strong socialist power, which had already defeated Japanese imperialism, was administering the final blows to the beaten army of the French Empire. The monarchies and fascist military dictatorships of Eastern Europe had been destroyed by a combination of partisan forces, led by local communists, and the Soviet army. Everywhere except for Greece there were now governments that supported the world revolution. Introduction 9 and at least claimed to be governments of the workers and peasants. The largest political party in both France and Italy was the Communist Party. The national liberation movement among the European colonies and neo-colonies was surging forward. Between 1946 and 1949 alone, at least nominal national independence was achieved by Burma, Indonesia, India, Pakistan, Laos, Libya, Ceylon, Jordan, and the Philippines, countries comprising about 1/3 of the world's population. The entire continent of Africa was stirring. Everybody but the Trotskyists, and even some of them, would have to admit that the situation for the communist world revolution was incomparably advanced in 1953 over what it had been in the early or mid-1920s. Of course, that does not settle the Stalin question. We still have to ask whether Stalin contributed to this tremendous advance, or slowed it down, or had negligible influence on it. And we must not duck the question as to whether Stalin's theory and practice built such serious faults into revolutionary communism that its later failures, particularly in the Soviet Union, can be pinned on him. So let us look through Stalin's career, focusing particularly on its most controversial aspects. Stalin, which means steel man, was the code name for a young Georgian revolutionary born as Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili in 1879 in the town of Gori. His class origins combine the main forces of the Russian Revolution. His father, formerly a village cobbler of peasant background, became a worker in a shoe factory. His mother was the daughter of peasant serfs. So Stalin was no stranger to either workers or peasants, and being from Georgia, he had first-hand knowledge of how Tsarist Russia oppressed the non-Russian peoples of its empire. While studying at the seminary for a career as a priest, he made his first contact with the Marxist underground at the age of 15, and at 18 he formally joined the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, which was to evolve into the Communist Party. Shortly after joining the party in 1898, he became convinced that Lenin was the main theoretical leader of the revolution, particularly when Lenin's newspaper Iskra began to appear in 1900. After being thrown out of his seminary, Stalin concentrated on organizing workers in the 10 area of Tiflis, capital of Georgia, and the Georgian industrial city of Batum. After one of his many arrests by the Tsarist secret police, he began to correspond with Lenin from exile. Escaping from Siberian exile in 1904, Stalin returned to organizing workers in the cities of Georgia, where mass strikes were beginning to assume a decidedly political and revolutionary character. Here he began to become one of the main spokesmen for Lenin's theory, as we see in the first two selections in this volume. In December 1904 he led a huge strike of the Baku workers, which helped precipitate the abortive Russian Revolution of 1905. During the revolution, and after it was suppressed, Stalin was one of the main Bolshevik underground and military organizers, and was frequently arrested by the secret police. At the Prague Conference of 1912, in which the Bolsheviks completed the split with the Mensheviks and established themselves as a separate party, Stalin was elected in absentia to the Central Committee, a position he was to maintain for over 4 decades. Then, on the eve of World War I, he published what may properly be considered his first major contribution to Marxist-Leninist theory, Marxism and the National Question. See footnote 1, p. 54-55. Prior to World War I, the various social democratic parties of Europe were loosely united in the Second International. All pledged themselves to international proletarian solidarity. But when the war broke out, the theory Stalin had developed in Marxism and the national question proved to be crucial and correct. As Stalin had foreseen, every party that had compromised with bourgeois nationalism ended up leading the workers of its nation to support their own bourgeois rulers by going out to kill and be killed by the workers of the other nations. Lenin, Stalin, and the other Bolsheviks took a quite different position. They put forward the slogan "Turn the imperialist war into a civil war." Alone of all the parties of the Second International, they came out for actual armed revolution. In February 1917 the workers, peasants, and soldiers of Russia, in alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie, overthrew the Tsarist autocracy, which had bled the country dry and broad. Introduction 11 It to ruin in a war fought to extend the empire. The liberal bourgeoisie established a new government. The next few months led to a key moment in history. Most of the parties that claimed to be revolutionary now took the position that the Russian proletariat was too weak and backward to assume political power. They advocated that the proletariat should support the new bourgeois government and enter a long period of capitalist development until someday in the future when they could begin to think about socialism. This view even penetrated the Bolsheviks. So when Stalin was released from his prison exile in March and the Central Committee brought him back to help lead the work in St. Petersburg, he found a heavy internal struggle. He took Lenin's position, and, being placed in charge of the Bolshevik newspaper Pravda, was able to put it forward vigorously to the masses. When the Central Committee finally decided, in October, to lead the workers and soldiers of St. Petersburg to seize the Winter Palace and establish a proletarian government, it was over the violent objections of many of the aristocratic intellectuals who, much to their own surprise and discomfort, had found themselves in an actual revolutionary situation. Two of them, Zinoviev and Kamina, even went so far as to inform the bourgeois newspapers that the Bolsheviks had a secret plan to seize power. After the virtually bloodless seizure by the workers and soldiers took place, a third member of the Central Committee, Rykoi, joined Zinoviev and Kameny in a secret deal made with the bourgeois parties whereby the Bolsheviks would resign from power, the press would be returned to the bourgeoisie, and Lenin would be permanently barred from holding public office. All this is described in John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, which was first published in 1919. I mention this because Zinoviev, Kamena and Rykov were three of the central figures of the purge trials of the 1930s, and it is they who have been portrayed as stanch Bolsheviks in such works as Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon. During the Civil War, which followed the seizure of power, Stalin began to emerge as an important military leader. Trotsky was nominally the head of the Red Army. Believing, as he always did, in the primacy of technique, Trotsky took 12. As one of his main tasks winning over the high officers of the former Tsarist army and turning them into the general command of the Revolutionary Army. The result was defeat after defeat for the Red Forces, either through outright betrayal by their aristocratic officers or because these officers tried to apply military theories appropriate to a conscript or mercenary army to the leadership of a people's army made up of workers and peasants. Stalin, on the other hand, understood the military situation from the point of view of the workers and peasants, and with a knowledge of their capabilities and limitations. In 1919 Stalin was sent as a special plenipotentiary to the key Volga city of Tsaritsyn. His mission was simply to assure the delivery of food supplies from this entire region. What he found was a disastrous military situation, with the city not only surrounded by the White Army but heavily infiltrated by counter-revolutionary forces. He saw that the food EEAS not be safeguarded unless the military and political situations were dealt with. He instituted an uncompromising purge of counter-revolutionary elements within both the officer corps and the political infrastructure, took persona command of the military forces over the heads of both the local authorities and Trotsky, and then proceeded to save the city, the region, and the food supply. Trotsky, furious, demanded his recall. As for the citizens of Tsaritsyn, the I's opinion became known 6 years later, when they renamed their city Stalingrad. After this episode, rather than being recalled, Stalin was dispatched far and wide to every major front in the Civil War. In each and every place, he was able to win the immediate respect of the revolutionary people and to lead the way to military victory, even in the most desperate circumstances. Certain qualities emerged more and more clearly, acknowledged by both friends and enemies. These were his enormous practicality and efficiency, his worker-puissant outlook, and the unswerving way he proceeded to the heart of every problem. By the end of the war, Stalin was widely recognized as a man who knew how to run things, a quality sorely lacking among most of the aristocratic intellectuals who then saw themselves as great proletarian. Introduction. 13 Leaders. In April 1922 he was made General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. It was in this position that Stalin was quickly to become the de facto leader of the party and the nation. Stalin's career up to this point is relatively uncontroversial in comparison with everything that follows. But nothing at all about Stalin is beyond controversy. Most of his biographers in the capitalist world minimize his revolutionary activities prior to 1922. At least two influential biographies, Boris Suvarin's Stalin, 1939, and Edward Ellis Smith's The Young Stalin, 1967, even argue that during most of this period Stalin was actually an agent for the Tsarist secret police. Trotsky's mammoth biography Stalin, 1940, not only belittles Stalin's revolutionary activities but actually sees his life and moral stature predetermined by his racially defined genetic composition. After discussing whether or not Stalin had an admixture of Mongolian blood, Trotsky decides that in any case he was one perfect type of the national character of southern countries such as Georgia, where, in addition to the so-called southern type, which is characterized by a combination of lazy shiftlessness and explosive irascibility, one meets cold natures, in whom phlegm is combined with stubbornness and slyness. The most influential biographer of all, Trotsky's disciple Isaac Deutscher, is a bit more subtle, blaming Stalin's crude and vicious character not on his race but on his low social class. The revolutionaries from the upper classes, such as Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Rakovsky, Radek, Lunacharsky, Chicherin, came into the socialist movement with inherited cultural traditions. They brought into the milieu of the revolution some of the values and qualities of their own milieu, not only knowledge, but also refinement of thought, speech, and manners. Indeed, their socialist rebellion was itself the product of moral sensitiveness and intellectual refinement. These were precisely the qualities that life had not been kind enough to cultivate in Jugashvili Stalin. On the contrary, it had heaped enough physical and moral squalor in his path to blunt his sensitiveness and his taste. Stalin, A Political Biography, p. 26. 14. Although there are vastly different views of Stalin's career up to this point, his activities are relatively less controversial, because they are relatively less important. Whatever Stalin's contribution, there is still a good chance that even without him Lenin could have led the revolution and the Red forces would have won the Civil War. But, from this point on, there are at least two widely divergent, in fact wildly contradictory, versions of Stalin's activities and their significance. Most readers of this book have heard only one side of this debate, the side of Trotsky and the capitalist world. I shall not pretend to make a balanced presentation, but instead give a summary of the unfamiliar other side of the argument. Everyone, friend and foe alike, would agree that at the heart of the question of Stalin lies the theory and practice of socialism in one country. All of Stalin's major ideological opponents in one way or another took issue with this theory. Actually, the theory did not originate with Stalin but with Lenin. In 1915, in his article on the slogan for a United States of Europe, Lenin argued that the victory of socialism is possible first in several or even in one capitalist country alone. He foresaw a more or less prolonged and stubborn struggle internationally that could begin like this in one country, after expropriating the capitalists and organizing their own socialist production. The victorious proletariat of that country will arise against the rest of the world, the capitalist world, attracting to its cause the oppressed classes of other countries, stirring uprisings in those countries against the capitalists, and in case of need using even armed force against the exploiting classes and their states. Of course, at the end of World War I, most Bolsheviks, and many capitalists, expected revolution to break out in many of the European capitalist countries. In fact, many of the returning soldiers did turn their guns around. A revolutionary government was established in Hungary and Slovakia. Germany and Bulgaria for a while were covered by Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers. But counter-revolution swept all these away. Trotsky and his supporters continued to believe that the proletariat of Europe was ready to make socialist revolution. Introduction 15. They also believed that unless this happened, the proletariat would be unable to maintain power in the Soviet Union. They belittled the role of the peasantry as an ally of the Russian proletariat and saw very little potential in the national liberation movements of the predominantly peasant countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Their so-called left opposition put forward the theory of permanent revolution, which pinned its hopes on an imminent uprising of the industrial proletariat of Europe. They saw the world revolution then spreading outward from these civilized countries to the backward regions of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Meanwhile, there also developed what was later to be called the right opposition, spearheaded by Bukharin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. They were realistic enough to recognize that the revolutionary tide was definitely ebbing in Europe, but they concluded from this that the Soviet Union would have to be content to remain for a long time a basically agricultural country without pretending to be a proletarian socialist state. Stalin was not about to give up on socialism in the Soviet Union simply because history was not turning out exactly the way theorists had wanted, with revolution winning out quickly in the most advanced capitalist countries. He saw that the Soviet Revolution had indeed been able to maintain itself against very powerful enemies at home and abroad. Besides, the Soviet Union was a vast country whose rich natural resources gave it an enormous potential for industrial and social development. He stood for building socialism in this one country and turning it into an inspiration and base area for the oppressed classes and nations throughout the world. He believed that, helped by both the example and material support of a socialist Soviet Union, the tide of revolution would eventually begin rising again, and that, in time, proletarian revolution in Europe and national liberation struggles in the rest of the world would eventually break the Soviet isolation. There are two parts to the concept of socialism in one country. Emphasis is usually placed only on the part that says one country. Equally important is the idea that only 16. Socialism, and not communism, can be achieved prior to the time when the victory of the world revolution has been won. A communist society would have no classes, no money, no scarcity, and no state, that is, no army, police force, prisons, and courts. There is no such society in the world, and no society claims to be communist. A socialist society, according to Marxism-Leninism, is the transitional form on the road to communism. Classes and class struggles still exist, all the material needs of the people have not as yet been met, and there is indeed a state, a government of the working class known as the dictatorship of the proletariat, as opposed to the government of capitalist nations, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Neither Lenin nor Stalin ever had any illusion that any single country, even one as vast and potentially rich as the Soviet Union, would ever be able to establish a stateless, classless society while capitalism still had power in the rest of the world. But Stalin, like Lenin, did believe that the Soviet Union could eliminate capitalism, industrialize, extend the power of the working class, and wipe out real material privation all during the period of capitalist encirclement. To do this, Stalin held, the proletariat would have to rely on the peasantry. He rejected Trotsky's scorn for the Russian peasants and saw them, rather than the European proletariat, as the only ally that could come to the immediate aid of the Russian workers. When the Civil War ended, in 1921, with most of the Soviet Union in chaotic ruin, Lenin won a struggle against Trotsky within the party to institute what was called the New Economic Policy, NEP, under which a limited amount of private enterprise based on trade was allowed to develop in both the cities and the countryside. NEP was successful in averting an immediate total catastrophe, but by 1925 it was becoming clear that this policy was also creating problems for the development of socialism. This brings us to the first great crux of the Stalin question. We have been led to believe that in order to industrialize at any price, Stalin pursued a ruthless policy of forced collectivization, deliberately murdering several million Ps. Introduction 17 ants known as kulaks during the process. The truth is quite different. When the Bolsheviks seized power, one of their first acts was to allow the poor peasants to seize the huge landed estates. The slogan was "Land to the tiller." This, however, left most land in the form of tiny holdings, unsuited for large-scale agriculture, particularly the production of the vital grain crops. Under NEP, capitalism and a new form of landlordism began to flourish in the countryside. The class known as kulaks, literally tight fists, consisting of usurers and other small capitalists including village merchants and rich peasants, were cornering the market in the available grain, grabbing more and more small holdings of land, and, through their debt holdings, forcing peasants back into tenant farming and wage labor. Somehow, the small peasant holdings had to be consolidated so that modern agriculture could begin. There were basically two ways this could take place, either through capitalist accumulation, as the kulaks were then doing, or through the development of large-scale socialist farms. If the latter, there was then a further choice, a rapid forced collectivization, or a more gradual process in which cooperative farms would emerge first, followed by collectives, and both would be on a voluntary basis, winning out by example and persuasion. What did Stalin choose? Here, in his own words, is the policy he advocated and that was adopted at the 15th Party Congress, in 1927. What is the way out? The way out is to turn the small and scattered peasant farms into large united farms based on cultivation of the land in common, to go over to collective cultivation of the land on the basis of a new and higher technique. The way out is to unite the small and dwarf peasant farms gradually but surely, not by pressure, but by example and persuasion, into large farms based on common, cooperative, collective cultivation of the land with the use of agricultural machines and tractors and scientific methods of intensive agriculture. There is no other way out. 18. To implement this policy, the capitalist privileges allowed under NEP were revoked. This was known as the restriction of the kulaks. The kulaks, whose very existence as a class was thus menaced, struck back. They organized terrorist bands who attacked the cooperatives and collectives, burning down BAMs when they were filled with grain, devastating the fields, and even murdering communist peasant leaders. Even more serious than these raids, the kulaks held back their own large supplies of grain from the market in an effort to create hunger and chaos in the cities. The poor and middle peasants struck back. Virtual open civil war began to rage throughout the countryside. As the collective farm movement spread rapidly, pressure mounted among the poor and middle peasants to put an end to landlordism and usury in the countryside for good. In 1929 Stalin agreed that the time had come to eliminate the kulaks as a class. He led the fight to repeal the laws that allowed the renting of land and the hiring of labor, thus depriving the kulaks both of land and of hired workers. The ban on expropriation of the large private holdings was lifted, and the peasants promptly expropriated the kulak class. The expropriation of the rural capitalists in the late 1920s was just as decisive as the expropriation of the urban capitalists a decade earlier. Landlords and village usurers were eliminated as completely as private factory owners. It is undoubtedly true that in many areas there was needless violence and suffering. But this did not originate with Stalin. It was the hour of Russia's peasant masses, who had been degraded and brutalized for centuries and who had countless blood debts to settle with their oppressors. Stalin may have unleashed their fury, but he was not the one who had caused it to build up for centuries. In fact, it was Stalin who checked the excesses generated by the enthusiasm of the collective movement. In early 1930 he published in Pravda dizzy with success, reiterating that the voluntary principle of the collective farm movement must under no circumstances be violated and that anybody who engages in forced collectivization objectively aids the enemies of socialism. Furthermore, he argues, the correct form for the present time is the cooperative, known as the artel, in which the household plots, small vegetable introduction 19 gardens, small orchards, the dwelling houses, a part of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc., are not socialized. Again, overzealous attempts to push beyond this objectively aid the enemy. The movement must be based on the needs and desires of the masses of peasants. Stalin's decision about the kulaks perfectly exemplifies the limits under which he operated. He could decide, as he did, to end the kulaks as a class by allowing the poor and middle peasants to expropriate their land. Or he could decide to let the kulaks continue withholding their grain from the starving peasants and workers, with whatever result. He might have continued bribing the kulaks. But it is highly doubtful, to say the least, that he had the option of persuading the kulaks into becoming good socialists. There can be no question that, whatever may be said about its cost, Stalin's policy in the countryside resulted in a vast, modern agricultural system, capable, for the first time in history, of feeding all the peoples of the Soviet lands. Gone were the famines that seemed as inevitable and were as vicious as those of China before the revolution or of India today. Meanwhile, Stalin's policy of massive industrialization was going full speed ahead. His great plan for a modern, highly industrialized Soviet Union has been so overwhelmingly successful that we forget that it was adopted only over the bitter opposition of most of the party leaders, who thought it a utopian and therefore suicidal dream. Having overcome this opposition on both the right and left, Stalin in 1929 instituted the first five-year plan in the history of the world. It was quickly overfulfilled. By the early 1930s the Soviet Union had clearly become both the inspiration and the main material base area for the world revolution. And it was soon to prove much more than a match for the next military onslaught from the capitalist powers, which Stalin had predicted and armed against. This brings us to the second great crux of the Stalin question, the left criticism, originating with Trotsky and then widely disseminated by the theorists of what used to be called the New Left. This criticism holds that Stalin was just a nationalist who sold out revolution throughout the 20 rest of the world. The debate ranges over all the key events of 20th century history and can be only touched on in an essay. Stalin's difference with Trotsky on the peasantry was not confined to the role of the peasantry within the Soviet Union. Trotsky saw very little potential in the national liberation movements in those parts of the world that were still basically peasant societies. He argued that revolution would come first to the advanced capitalist countries of Europe and North America and would then spread to the uncivilized areas of the world. Stalin, on the other hand, saw that the national liberation movements of Asia, Africa, and Latin America were key to the development of the world revolution because objectively they were leading the fight against imperialism. We see this argument developed clearly as early as 1924, in the Foundations of Leninism, where he argues that the struggle that the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intellectuals are waging for the independence of Egypt is objectively a revolutionary struggle, despite the bourgeois origin and bourgeois title of the leaders of the Egyptian national movement, despite the fact that they are opposed to socialism, whereas the struggle that the British Labour government is waging to preserve Egypt's dependent position is for the same reasons a reactionary struggle, despite the proletarian origins and the proletarian title of the members of that government, despite the fact that they are for socialism. To most European Marxists, this was some kind of barbarian heresy. but Ho Chi Minh expressed the view of many communists from the colonies in that same year, 1924, when he recognized that Stalin was the leader of the only party that stood with the national liberation struggles, and when he agreed with Stalin that the viewpoint of most other so-called Marxists on the national question was nothing short of counter-revolutionary. Ho Chi Minh, Report on the National and Colonial Questions at the Fifth Congress of the Communist International. The difference between Stalin's line and Trotsky's line, and the falsification of what Stalin's line was, can be seen most clearly on the question of the Chinese Revolution. The typical left view prevalent today is represented in David. Introduction 21. Horowitz's The Free World Colossus, 1965, which asserts Stalin's continued blindness to the character and potential of the Chinese Revolution. Using as his main source a Yugoslav biography of Tito, Horowitz blandly declares, even after the war, when it was clear to most observers that Chiang was finished, Stalin did not think much of the prospects of Chinese communism, p. 111. Mao's opinion of Stalin is a little different. Rallied around him, we constantly received advice from him, constantly drew ideological strength from his works. It is common knowledge that Comrade Stalin ardently loved the Chinese people and considered that the forces of the Chinese Revolution were immeasurable. He displayed the greatest wisdom in matters pertaining to the Chinese Revolution. Sacredly preserving the memory of our great teacher Stalin, the Communist Party of China and the Chinese people will even more perseveringly study Stalin's teaching. A Great Friendship, 1953. It is possible that this statement can be viewed as a formal tribute made shortly after Stalin's death and before it was safe to criticize Stalin within the international communist movement. But years later, after the Russian attack on Stalin and after it was unsafe not to spit on Stalin's memory, the Chinese still consistently maintained their position. In 1961, after listening to Khrushchev's rabid denunciations of Stalin at the 22nd Party Congress, Zhou Enlai ostentatiously laid a wreath on Stalin's tomb. Khrushchev and his supporters then disinterred Stalin's body, but the Chinese responded to this in 1963 by saying that Khrushchev can never succeed in removing the great image of Stalin from the minds of the Soviet people and of the people throughout the world. On the question of Stalin, in fact, as his 1927 essay on China included in this collection shows, Stalin very early outlined the basic theory of the Chinese Revolution. Trotsky attacks this theory, which he sneers at as guerrilla adventure, because it is not based on the cities as the revolutionary centers, because it relies 22. On class allies of the proletariat, particularly the peasantry, and because it is primarily anti-feudal and anti-imperialist rather than focused primarily against Chinese capitalism. After 1927, when the first liberated base areas were established in the countryside, Trotsky claimed that this revolution could no longer be seen as proletarian but as a mere peasant rebellion, and soon he began to refer to its guiding theory as the Stalin-Mao line. To this day, Trotskyists around the world deride the Chinese Revolution as a mere Stalinist bureaucracy. The Chinese themselves do acknowledge that at certain points Stalin gave some incorrect tactical advice, but they are quick to add that he always recognized and corrected these errors and was self-critical about them. They are very firm in their belief that they could not have made their revolution without his general theory, his overall leadership of the world revolutionary movement, and the firm rear area and base of material support he provided. Thus the only really valid major criticism comes from anti-communists, because without Stalin, at least according to the Chinese, the communists would not have won. Stalin's role in the Spanish Civil War likewise comes under fire from the left. Again taking their cue from Trotsky and such professional anti-communist ideologues as George Orwell, many socialists claim that Stalin sold out the loyalists. A similar criticism is made about Stalin's policies in relation to the Greek partisans in the late 1940s, which we will discuss later. According to these left criticisms, Stalin didn't care about either of these struggles, because of his preoccupation with internal development and great Russian power. The simple fact of the matter is that in both cases Stalin was the only national leader anyplace in the world to support the popular forces, and he did this in the face of stubborn opposition within his own camp and the dangers of military attack from the leading aggressive powers in the world, Germany and Italy in the late 1930s, the US 10 years later. Because the USSR, following Stalin's policies, had become a modern industrial nation by the mid-1930s, it was able to ship to the Spanish loyalists Soviet tanks and planes. Introduction 23 that were every bit as advanced as the Nazi models. Because the USSR was the leader of the world revolutionary forces, communists from many nations were able to organize the international brigades, which went to resist Mussolini's fascist divisions and the crack Nazi forces, such as the Condor Legion, that were invading the Spanish Republic. The capitalist powers, alarmed by this international support for the loyalists, planned joint action to stop it. In March 1937, ships of Germany, Italy, France, and Great Britain began jointly policing the Spanish coast. Acting on a British initiative, these same countries formed a bloc in late 1937 to isolate the Soviet Union by implementing a policy they called non-intervention, which Lloyd George, as leader of the British opposition, labeled a clear policy of support for the fascists. Mussolini supported the British plan and called for a campaign to drive Bolshevism from Europe. Stalin's own foreign ministry, which was still dominated by aristocrats masquerading as proletarian revolutionaries, sided with the capitalist powers. The New York Times of October 29, 1937, describes how the unyielding Stalin, representing Russian stubbornness, refused to go along. A struggle has been going on all this week between Joseph Stalin and Foreign Commissar Maxim Litvinov, who wished to accept the British plan. Stalin stuck to his guns, and the Soviet Union refused to grant Franco international status as a combatant, insisting that it had every right in the world to continue aiding the duly elected government of Spain, which it did until the bitter end. The Spanish Civil War was just one part of the worldwide imperialist aims of the Axis powers. Japan was pushing ahead in its conquest of Asia. Japanese forces overran Manchuria in 1931, only 9 years after the Red Army had driven them out of Siberia, and then invaded China on a full scale. Ethiopia fell to Italy in 1936. A few months later, Germany and Japan signed an anti-communism pact, which was joined by Italy in 1937. In 1938, Germany invaded Austria. Hitler, who had come to power on a promise to rid Germany and the world of the Red Menace, was now almost prepared to launch his decisive strike against the Soviet Union. The other major capitalist powers surveyed the scene with 24 mixed feelings. On one hand, they would have liked nothing better than to see the communist threat ended once and for all, particularly with the dirty work being done by the fascist nations. On the other hand, they had to recognize that fascism was then the ideology of the have-not imperialists, upstarts whose global aims included a challenge to the hegemony of France, Britain, and the United States. Should they move now to check these expansionist aims, or should they let them develop unchecked, hoping that they would move against the Soviet Union rather than Western Europe and the European colonies in Asia and Africa? In 1938 they found the answer, a better course than either of these two alternatives. They would appease Hitler by giving him the Sudetenland of Czechoslovakia. This would not only dissuade the Nazis from attacking their fellow capitalists to the west, but it would also remove the last physical barriers to the east, the mountains of the Czech Sudetenland. All logic indicated to them that they had thus gently but firmly turned the Nazis eastward, and even given them a little shove in that direction. Now all they had to do was wait, and, after the fascist powers and the Soviet Union had devastated each other, they might even be able to pick up the pieces. So they hailed the Munich Agreement of September 30, 1938, as the guarantee of peace in our time for them. Stalin had offered to defend Czechoslovakia militarily against the Nazis if any one of the European capitalist countries would unite with the Soviet Union in this effort. The British and the French had evaded what they considered this trap, refusing to allow the Soviet Union even to participate at Munich. They now stepped back and waited, self-satisfied, to watch the Reds destroyed. It seemed they didn't have long to wait. Within a few months, Germany seized all of Czechoslovakia, giving some pieces of the fallen republic to its allies Poland and Hungary. By mid-March 1939 the Nazis had occupied Bohemia and Moravia, the Hungarians had seized Carpatho-Ukraine, and Germany had formally annexed Memel. At the end of that month, Madrid fell and all of Spain surrendered to the fascists. On May 7, Germany and Italy announced a formal Introduction 25 military and political alliance. The stage was set for the destruction of the Soviet Union. 4 days later, on May 11, 1939, the first attack came. The crack Japanese army that had invaded Manchuria struck into the Soviet Union. The Soviet-Japanese War of 1939 is conveniently omitted from our history books, but this war, together with the Anglo-French collaboration with the Nazis and fascists in the West, form the context for another of Stalin's great crimes, the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact of August 1939. Stalin recognized that the main aim of the Axis was to destroy the Soviet Union, and that the other capitalist nations were conniving with this scheme. He also knew that sooner or later the main Axis attack would come on the U.S.S.R.S. Western Front. Meanwhile, Soviet forces were being diverted to the east, to fend off the Japanese invaders. The Non-Aggression Pact with Nazi Germany, which horrified and disillusioned communist sympathizers, particularly intellectuals, in the capitalist nations, was actually one of the most brilliant strategic moves of Stalin's life, and perhaps of diplomatic history. From the Soviet point of view it accomplished 5 things. 1. It brought needed time to prepare for the Nazi attack, which was thus delayed 2 years. 2. It allowed the Red Army to concentrate on smashing the Japanese invasion, without having to fight on 2 fronts. They decisively defeated the Japanese within 3 months. 3. It allowed the Soviet Union to retake the sections of White Russia and the Ukraine that had been invaded by Poland during the Russian Civil War and were presently occupied by the Polish military dictatorship. This meant that the forthcoming Nazi invasion would have to pass through a much larger area defended by the Red Army. 4. It also allowed Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which also had been part of Russia before the Civil War, to become part of the USSR as Soviet republics. This meant that the forthcoming Nazi attack could not immediately outflank Leningrad. 5. Most important of all, it destroyed the Anglo-French strategy of encouraging a war between the Axis powers and the Soviet Union while they enjoyed neutrality. World War II was to begin as a war between the Axis powers and the other capitalist nations, and the Soviet Union, if forced into it, was not going to have to. 26. Fight alone against the combined fascist powers. The worldwide defeat of the fascist Axis was in part a product of Stalin's diplomatic strategy, as well as his later military strategy. But before we get to that, we have to go back in time to the events for which Stalin has been most damned, the Purge trials. Most readers of this book have been taught that the major defendants in these trials were innocent, and that here we see most clearly Stalin's vicious cruelty and paranoia. This is certainly not the place to sift through all the evidence and retry the major defendants, but we must recognize that there is a directly contradictory view of the trials and that there is plenty of evidence to support that view. It is almost undeniable that many of the best-known defendants had indeed organized clandestine groups whose aim was to overthrow the existing government. It is also a fact that Kirov, one of the leaders of that government, was murdered by a secret group on December 1, 1934. And it is almost beyond dispute that there were systematic, very widespread, and partly successful attempts, involving party officials, to sabotage the development of Soviet industry. Anyone who doubts this should read an article entitled Red Wreckers in Russia in the Saturday Evening Post, January 1, 1938, in which John Littlepage, an anti-communist American engineer, describes in detail what he saw of this sabotage while he was working in the Soviet Union. In fact, Littlepage gives this judgment. For 10 years I have worked alongside some of the many recently shot, imprisoned or exiled in Russia as wreckers. Some of my friends have asked me whether or not I believe these men and women are guilty as charged. I have not hesitated a moment in replying that I believe most of them are guilty. To those who hold the orthodox U.S. view of the purge trials, perhaps the most startling account is the book Mission to Moscow, by Joseph E. Davies, U. Ambassador to the Soviet Union from 1936 to 1938. Davies is a vigorous defender of capitalism and a former head of the U.S. Chamber. Introduction 27 of Commerce. An experienced trial lawyer, he points out that, I had myself prosecuted and defended men charged with crime in many cases. He personally attended the purge trials on a regular basis. Most of his accounts and judgments are contained in official secret correspondence to the State Department. The sole purpose of these dispatches was to provide as realistic an assessment as possible of what was actually going on. His summary judgment in his confidential report to the Secretary of State on March 17, 1938, is: It is my opinion so far as the political defendants are concerned sufficient crimes under Soviet law, among those charged in the indictment, were established by the proof and beyond a reasonable doubt to justify the verdict of guilty of treason and the adjudication of the punishment provided by Soviet criminal statutes. The opinion of those diplomats who attended the trial most regularly was general that the case had established the fact that there was a formidable political opposition and an exceedingly serious plot, which explained to the diplomats many of the hitherto unexplained developments of the last 6 months in the Soviet Union. The only difference of opinion that seemed to exist was the degree to which the plot had been implemented by different defendants and the degree to which the conspiracy had become centralized. p. 272. But Davies himself admits to being puzzled and confused at the time because of the vast scope of the conspiracy and its penetration high into the Soviet government. It is only later, after the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, in the summer of 1941, that Davies feels he understands what he actually observed. Thinking over these things, there came a flash in my mind of a possible new significance to some of the things that happened in Russia when I was there. None of us in Russia in 1937 and 1938 were thinking in terms of fifth column activities. The phrase was not current. It is comparatively recent that we have found in 28. Our language phrases descriptive of Nazi techniques such as fifth column and internal aggression. As I ruminated over this situation, I suddenly saw the picture as I should have seen it at the time. The story had been told in the so-called treason or purge trials of 1937 and 1938 which I had attended and listened to. In re-examining the record of these cases and also what I had written at the time from this new angle, I found that practically every device of German fifth columnist activity, as we now know it, was disclosed and laid bare by the confessions and testimony elicited at these trials of self-confessed quislings in Russia. It was clear that the Soviet government believed that these activities existed, was thoroughly alarmed, and had proceeded to crush them vigorously. By 1941, when the German invasion came, they had wiped out any fifth column which had been organized. Pages 273 to 74. All of these trials, purges, and liquidations, which seemed so violent at the time and shocked the world, are now quite clearly a part of a vigorous and determined effort of the Stalin government to protect itself from not only revolution from within but from attack from without. They went to work thoroughly to clean up and clean out all treasonable elements within the country. All doubts were resolved in favor of the government. p. 280. In 1956, at the 20th Party Congress, when Khrushchev launched his famous attack on Stalin, he dredged up all the denunciations of the purge trials circulated for 2 decades by the Trotskyite and capitalist press. He called Stalin a murderer, a criminal, a bandit, a despot, etc. He asserted the innocence of many who had been imprisoned, exiled, or shot during the purge trials. But in doing so, he conveniently forgot 2 things, what he had said at the time about those trials, and what Stalin had said. On June 6, 1937. Introduction 29. At the Fifth Party Conference of Moscow Province, Khrushchev had declared, "Our party will mercilessly crush the band of traitors and betrayers, and wipe out all the Trotskyist right dregs. We shall totally annihilate the enemies to the last man and scatter their ashes to the winds." On June 8, 1938, at the Fourth Party Conference of Kiev Province, Khrushchev avowed, "We have annihilated a considerable number of enemies, but still not all. Therefore, it is necessary to keep our eyes open. We should bear firmly in mind the words of Comrade Stalin, that as long as capitalist encirclement exists, spies and saboteurs will be smuggled into our country." Earlier, at a mass rally in Moscow, in January 1937, Khrushchev had condemned all those who had attacked Stalin in these words: "In lifting their hand against Comrade Stalin, they lifted it against all of us, against the working class and the working people." As for Stalin himself, on the other hand, he had publicly admitted, not in 1956, but at least as early as 1939, that innocent people had been convicted and punished in the purge. It cannot be said that the purge was not accompanied by grave mistakes. There were unfortunately more mistakes than might have been expected. Report to the 18th Congress. That is one reason why many of those tried and convicted in the last trials were high officials from the secret police, the very people guilty of forcing false confessions. There are certainly good grounds for criticizing both the conduct and the extent of the purge. But that criticism must begin by facing the facts that an anti-Soviet conspiracy did exist within the party, that it had some ties with the Nazis, who were indeed preparing to invade the country, and that one result of the purge was that the Soviet Union was the only country in all of Europe that, when invaded by the Nazis, did not have an active fifth column. It must also recognize that capitalism has since been restored in the Soviet Union, on the 30. initiative of leading members of the party bureaucracy, and so it is hardly fantastical or merely paranoid to think that such a thing was possible. The key question about the purges is whether there was a better way to prevent either a Nazi victory or the restoration of capitalism. And the answer to that question probably lies in the Chinese Cultural Revolution of 1966–67. Instead of relying on courts and police, exiles and executions, the Chinese mobilized hundreds of millions of people to expose and defeat the emerging party bureaucracy that was quietly restoring capitalism and actively collaborating with the great imperialist power to the north. But while doing this, they carefully studied Stalin, both for his achievements and for what he was unable to do. For Stalin himself had seen as early as 1928 the need to mobilize mass criticism from below to overcome the rapidly developing Soviet bureaucracy. It is also possible that the two goals the purges tried to meet were mutually exclusive. That is, the emergency measures necessary to secure the country against foreign invasion may actually have helped the bureaucracy to consolidate its power. In any event, when the Nazis and their allies did invade, they might the most united and fierce resistance encountered by the fascist forces any place in the world. Everywhere the people were dedicated to socialism. Even in the Ukraine, where the Nazis tried to foment old grievances and anti-Russian nationalism, they never dared meddle with the collective farms. In fact, Stalin's military strategy in World War II, like his strategy during the Russian Civil War, was based firmly on the loyalty of the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Everybody, except for Khrushchev and his friends, who in 1956 tried to paint Stalin as a military incompetent and meddler, recognizes him as a great strategist. Nazi military strategy was based on the Blitzkrieg, lightning war. Spearheaded by highly mobile armor, their way paved by massive air assaults, the Nazi army would break through any static line at a single point, and then spread out rapidly behind that line, cutting off its supplies and then encircling the troops at the front. On April 9, 1940, the Nazis, vastly outnumbered, opened their assault on the combined forces of Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, France, and Introduction 31. Great Britain. By June 4, virtually the last of these fighting forces had been evacuated in panic from Dunkirk, and each of the continental countries lay under a fascist power, the victim of Blitzkrieg combined with internal betrayal. Having secured his entire Western Front, and then with air power alone having put the great maritime power Britain into a purely defensive position, Hitler could now move his crack armies and his entire air force into position to annihilate the Soviet Union. The first step was to consolidate Axis control in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania were already fascist allies. Italy had overrun Albania. By early April 1941, Greece and Yugoslavia were occupied. Crete was seized in May. On June 22, the greatest invasion of all time was hurled at the Soviet heartland. 179 German divisions, 22 Romanian divisions, 14 Finnish divisions, 13 Hungarian divisions, 10 Italian divisions, 1 Slovak division, and 1 Spanish division, a total of well over 3 million troops, the best armed and most experienced in the world, attacked along a 2,000-mile front, aiming their spearheads directly at Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad. Instead of holding a line, the Red Army beat an orderly retreat, giving up space for time. Behind them they left nothing but scorched earth and bands of guerrilla fighters, constantly harassing the lengthening fascist supply lines. Before the invaders reached industrial centers such as Kharkov and Smolensk, the workers of these cities disassembled their machines and carried them beyond the Ural Mountains, where production of advanced Soviet tanks, planes, and artillery was to continue throughout the war. The main blow was aimed directly at the capital, Moscow, whose outskirts were reached by late fall. Almost all the government offices had been evacuated to the east. But Stalin remained in the capital, where he assumed personal command of the war. On December 2, 1941, the Nazis were stopped in the suburbs of Moscow. On December 6, Stalin ordered the first major counterattack to occur in World War II. The following day, Japan, which had wisely decided against renewing their invasion of the Soviet Union, attacked Pearl Harbor. From December until May the Red Army moved forward. 32. Using a strategy devised by Stalin. Instead of confronting the elite Nazi corps head-on, the Red forces would divide into smaller units and then move to cut off the fascist supply lines, thus encircling and capturing the spearheads of the Blitzkrieg. This was the ideal counter-strategy, but it depended on a high level of political loyalty, consciousness, and independence on the part of these small units. No capitalist army could implement this strategy. By the end of May 1942, Moscow was safe and the fascist forces had given ground in the Ukraine. In the early summer, the Nazi forces, heavily reinforced, moved to seize Stalingrad and the Caucasus, thus cutting the Soviet Union in two. The greatest and perhaps the most decisive battle in history was now to take place. The siege of Stalingrad lasted from August 1942 until February 1943. As early as September, the Nazi forces, which were almost as large as the entire U.S. force at its peak in Vietnam, penetrated the city and were stopped only by house-to-house fighting. But unknown to the Germans, because Soviet security was perfect, they were actually in a vast trap, personally designed by Stalin. A gigantic pincers movement had begun as soon as the fascist forces reached the city. In late November the two Soviet forces met and the trap snapped shut. From this trap 330,000 elite Nazi troops were never to emerge. In February 1943 the remnants, about 100,000 troops, surrendered. The back of Nazi military power had been broken. The Red Army now moved on to a vast offensive, which was not to stop before it had liberated all of Eastern and Central Europe and seized Berlin, the capital of the Nazi Empire, in the spring of 1945. It was the Soviet Union that had beaten the fascist army. The Second Front, which Great Britain and the US had promised as early as 1942, was not to materialize until June 1944, after it was clear that the Nazis had already been decisively defeated. In fact, the Anglo-American invasion was aimed more at stopping communism than defeating fascism. This invasion took place during the same period that the British Army liberated Greece, which had already been liberated by the communist-led resistance. For under communist leadership, underground resistance movements, based primarily on the working class, had developed throughout. Introduction 33. Europe. because the Communists, both from the Soviet Union and within the other European nations, were the leaders of the entire anti-fascist struggle. By the end of the war they had by far the largest parties in all the nations of Eastern and Central Europe, as well as Italy and France, where the fascists' power had been broken more by internal resistance than by the much heralded Allied invasion. In fact, it is likely that if the Anglo-American forces had not invaded and occupied Italy and France, within a relatively short time the Communists would have been in power in both countries. As soon as victory in Germany was assured, in May 1945, much of the Soviet army began to make the 5,000-mile journey to face the Japanese army. At Potsdam, July 17 to August 2, Stalin formally agreed to begin combat operations against Japan by August 8. On August 6, the US dropped the first atomic bomb on Japan, in what is now widely considered the opening shot of the so-called Cold War against the USSR. On August 8, the Red Army engaged the main Japanese force, which was occupying Manchuria. The Soviet army swept forward, capturing Manchuria, the southern half of Sakhalin Island, and the Kurils, and liberating, by agreement, the northern half of Korea. Except for the Chinese Communist battles with the Japanese, these Soviet victories were probably the largest land engagements in the entire war against Japan. The Soviet Union had also suffered tremendously while taking the brunt of the fascist onslaught. Between 20 and 25 million Soviet citizens gave their lives in defense of their country and socialism. The industrial heartland lay in ruins. The richest agricultural regions had been devastated. In addition to the seizure of many cities and the destruction of much of Moscow and Stalingrad, there was the desperate condition of Leningrad, which had withstood a massive, two-year Nazi siege. Once again, the Soviet Union was to perform economic miracles. Between 1945 and 1950 they were to rebuild not only everything destroyed in the war, but vast new industries and agricultural resources. And all this was conducted under the threat of a new attack by the capitalist powers, led by the 34. Nuclear blackmail of the US, which opened up a worldwide Cold War against communism. Spearheaded by British and rearmed Japanese troops, the French restored their empire in Indochina. US troops occupied the southern half of Korea and established military bases throughout the Pacific. Europe itself became a vast base area for the rapidly expanding US empire, which, despite its very minimal role in the war, or perhaps because of it, was to gain the greatest profit from it. One European showdown against the popular forces occurred in Greece. Here we meet another left criticism of Stalin, similar to that made about his role in Spain but even further removed from the facts of the matter. As in the rest of Eastern Europe and the Balkans, the Communists had led and armed the heroic Greek underground and partisan fighters. In 1944 the British sent an expeditionary force commanded by General Scobie to land in Greece, ostensibly to aid in the disarming of the defeated Nazi and Italian troops. As unsuspecting as their comrades in Vietnam and Korea, who were to be likewise assisted, the Greek partisans were slaughtered by their British allies, who used tanks and planes in an all-out offensive, which ended in February 1945 with the establishment of a right-wing dictatorship under a restored monarchy. The British even rearmed and used the defeated Nazi security battalions. After partially recovering from this treachery, the partisan forces rebuilt their guerrilla apparatus and prepared to resist the combined forces of Greek fascism and Anglo-American imperialism. By late 1948 full-scale civil war raged, with the right-wing forces backed up by the intervention of U.S. planes, artillery, and troops. The Greek resistance had its back broken by another betrayal, not at all by Stalin, but by Tito, who closed the Yugoslav borders to the Soviet military supplies that were already hard put to reach the landlocked popular forces. This was one of the two main reasons why Stalin, together with the Chinese, led the successful fight to have the Yugoslav Communist Party officially thrown out of the international communist movement. Stalin understood very early the danger to the world revolution posed by Tito's ideology, which served as a Trojan horse for U.S. imperialism. He also saw that Tito's revisionist ideas Introduction 35 including the development of a new bureaucratic ruling elite, were making serious headway inside the Soviet Union. In 1950, the miraculous post-war reconstruction was virtually complete, and the victorious Chinese Revolution had decisively broken through the global anti-communist encirclement and suppression campaign. At this point Stalin began to turn his attention to the most serious threat to the world revolution, the bureaucratic technocratic class that had not only emerged inside the Soviet Union but had begun to pose a serious challenge to the leadership of the working class. In the last few years of his life, Joseph Stalin, whom the present rulers of the USSR would like to paint as a mad recluse, began to open up a vigorous cultural offensive against the power of this new elite. Marxism and linguistics and economic problems of socialism in the USSR are milestones in this offensive, major theoretical works aimed at the new bourgeois authorities beginning to dominate various areas of Soviet thought. In Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, published a few months before his death and intended to serve as a basis for discussion in the 19th Party Congress of 1952, Stalin seeks to measure scientifically how far the Soviet Union had come in the development of socialism and how far it had to go to achieve communism. He criticizes two extreme tendencies in Soviet political economy, mechanical determinism and voluntarism. He sets this criticism within an international context where, he explains, the sharpening of contradictions among the capitalist nations is inevitable. Stalin points out that those who think that objective laws, whether of socialist or capitalist political economy, can be abolished by will are dreamers. But he reserves his real scorn for those who make the opposite error, the technocrats who assert that socialism is merely a mechanical achievement of a certain level of technology and productivity, forgetting both the needs and the power of the people. He shows that when these technocrats cause the disappearance of man as the aim of socialist production, they arrive at the triumph of bourgeois ideology. These proved to be prophetic words. In his final public speech, made to that 19th Party Congress in 1952, Stalin explains a correct revolutionary line. 36. For the parties that have not yet led their revolutions, the victories of the world revolution have constricted the capitalist world, causing the decay of the imperialist powers. Therefore the bourgeoisie of the Western democracies inherit the banners of the defeated fascist powers, with whom they establish a worldwide alliance while turning to fascism at home, and the would-be bourgeoisie of the neocolonial nations become merely their puppets. Communists then become the main defenders of the freedoms and progressive principles established by the bourgeoisie when they were a revolutionary class and defended by them until the era of their decay. Communists will lead the majority of people in their respective nations only when they raise and defend the very banners thrown overboard by the bourgeoisie national independence and democratic freedoms. It is no surprise that these final words of Stalin have been known only to the Cold War experts, and have been expunged throughout the Soviet Union and the nations of Eastern Europe. A few months after this speech, Stalin died. Very abruptly, the tide of revolution was temporarily reversed. Stalin's death came in early March 1953. By that July, the new leaders of the Soviet Union had forced the Korean people to accept a division of their nation and a permanent occupation of the southern half by U.S. forces. A year later, they forced the victorious Viet Minh Liberation Army, which had thoroughly defeated the French despite massive U.S. aid, to withdraw from the entire southern half of that country, while the U.S. proclaimed that its faithful puppet, Ngo Dinh Diem, was now president of the fictitious nation of South Vietnam. When the Chinese resisted their global sellouts of the revolution, these new Soviet leaders first tried to destroy the Chinese economy, then tried to overthrow the government from within, and, when that failed, actually began armed incursions by Russian troops under a policy of nuclear blackmail copied from the US. In Indonesia, the Soviet Union poured ammunition and spare parts into the right-wing military forces while they were massacring 500,000 communists, workers, and peasants. And so on, around the world. Meanwhile, internally, they restored capitalism as rapidly as they could. By the mid-1960s, unemployment had appeared in the Soviet Union for Introduction 37. The first time since the first five-year plan. By the end of the 1960s, deals had been made with German, Italian, and Japanese capitalism for the exploitation of Soviet labor and vast Soviet resources. From an anti-communist point of view, Stalin was certainly one of the great villains of history. While he lived, the Red forces consolidated their power in one country and then led what seemed to be an irresistible worldwide revolutionary upsurge. By the time he died, near hysteria reigned in the citadels of capitalism. In Washington, frenzied witch hunts tried to ferret out the Red menace that was supposedly about to seize control of the last great bastion of capitalism. All this changed, for the time being, after Stalin's death, when the counter-revolutionary forces were able to seize control even within the Soviet Union. From a communist point of view, Stalin was certainly one of the greatest of revolutionary leaders. But still we must ask why it was that the Soviet Union could fall so quickly to a new capitalist class. For communists, it is as vital to understand Stalin's weaknesses and errors as it is to understand his historic achievements. Stalin's main theoretical and practical error lay in underestimating the bourgeois forces within the superstructure of Soviet society. It is ridiculous to pose the problem the way we customarily hear it posed, that the seeds of capitalist restoration were sown under Stalin. This assumes that the Soviet garden was a communist paradise, totally free of weeds, which then somehow dropped in from the skies. Socialism, as Stalin saw more keenly than anybody before, is merely a transitional stage on the way to communism. It begins with the conquest of political power by the working class, but that is only a bare beginning. Next comes the much more difficult task of establishing socialist economic forms, including a high level of productivity based on collective labor. Most difficult of all is the Cultural Revolution, in which socialist ideas and attitudes, based on collective labor and the political power of the working people, overthrow the bourgeois worldview, based on competition, ambition, and the quest for personal profit and power, and portraying human nature as corrupt, vicious, and selfish, that is, as the mirror image of bourgeois man. 38. Stalin succeeded brilliantly in carrying through the political and economic revolutions. That he failed in consolidating the Cultural Revolution under the existing internal and external conditions can hardly be blamed entirely on him. He certainly saw the need for it, particularly when the time seemed most ripe to make it a primary goal, in the 1950s. But it must be admitted that he underestimated the threat posed by the new intelligentsia, as we see most strikingly in the report to the 18th Party Congress, where he unstintingly praises them and denies that they could constitute a new social class. This error in theory led to an error in practice in which, despite his earlier calls for organizing mass criticism from below, he tended to rely on one section of the bureaucracy to check or defeat another. He was unwilling to unleash a real mass movement like the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and, as a result, the masses were made increasingly less capable of carrying out such a gigantic task. All this is easy to say in hindsight, now that we have the advantage of having witnessed the Chinese success, which may prove to be the most important single event in human history. But who would have had the audacity to recommend such a course in the face of the Nazi threat of the late 1930s or the US threat after World War II, when the Soviet Union lay in ruins? In 1967, when the Chinese Cultural Revolution was at its height and the country was apparently in chaos, many revolutionaries around the world were dismayed. Certainly, they acknowledged, China had to have a cultural revolution. But not at that moment, when the Vietnamese absolutely needed that firm rear base area and when US imperialism was apparently looking for any opening to smash China. And so it must have looked to Stalin, who postponed the Soviet Cultural Revolution until it was too late. It is true that socialism in the Soviet Union has been reversed. But Stalin must be held primarily responsible not for its failure to achieve communism but rather for its getting as far along the road as it did. It went much further than the left and the right opposition, the capitalists, and almost everybody in the world thought possible. It went far enough to pass the baton to a fresher runner, the workers and peasants of China, who, studying and emulating Stalin, have already gone even further, as we are beginning to see. The proletarian class and the proletarian party. Concerning paragraph 1 of the party rules. The time when people boldly proclaimed Russia, one and indivisible, has gone. Today even a child knows that there is no such thing as Russia one and indivisible, that Russia long ago split up into two opposite classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Today it is no secret to anyone that the struggle one published in Stalin's native language, Georgian, on January 1, 1905. In this article and throughout the volume, footnotes marked with an asterisk are Stalin's, while those marked with numbers are the editor's. On the eve of the 1905 revolution, intense struggle raged inside the main revolutionary party of Russia, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, RSDLP. Two distinct camps had formed, and they were disagreeing about almost every major political, strategic, and tactical question. But when the actual split came, a few months after this article appeared, it was precisely over the organizational question Stalin here addresses. The group that was to become known as the Mensheviks, literally minority, led by Martov, Trotsky, and others, held that the Revolutionary Party should be a broad organization with a loosely defined membership. Quite opposed to this stood the group that was to become known as the Bolsheviks, literally majority. They followed the theory developed by Lenin, who saw the party as an organization of highly trained professional revolutionaries equipped with both theory and practice and capable of providing political and military leadership, whether legal or illegal, under all circumstances. Lenin's theory was to prove one of the main formative ideas of 20th century history, and Stalin was to be one of its main practitioners. This theory of course is lambasted not only by the ruling classes throughout the world but also by many groups and individuals claiming to be revolutionary. Whatever its weaknesses and dangers, however, one thing must be admitted, no 20th century social revolution has been accomplished without such a party. Between these two classes has become the axis around which our contemporary life revolves. Nevertheless, until recently it was difficult to notice all this, the reason being that hitherto we saw only individual groups in the arena of the struggle, for it was only individual groups in individual towns and parts of the country that waged the struggle, while the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, as classes, were not easily discernible. But now towns and districts have united, various groups of the proletariat have joined hands, joint strikes and demonstrations have broken out, and before us has unfolded the magnificent picture of the struggle between the two Russias, bourgeois Russia and proletarian Russia. Two big armies have entered the arena, the army of proletarians and the army of the bourgeoisie, and the struggle between these two armies embraces the whole of our social life. Since an army cannot operate without leaders, and since every army has a vanguard which marches at its head and lights up its path, it is obvious that with these armies there had appear corresponding groups of leaders, corresponding parties, as they are usually called. Thus, the picture presents the following scene: on one side there is the bourgeois army, headed by the Liberal Party, on the other, there is the proletarian army, headed by the Social Democratic Party. Each army, in its class struggle, is led by its own party. We have mentioned all this in order to compare the proletarian party with the proletarian class and thus briefly to bring out the general features of the party. The foregoing makes it sufficiently clear that the proletarian party, being a fighting group of leaders, must, firstly, be considerably smaller than the proletarian class with respect to membership, secondly, it must be superior to the proletarian class with respect to its understanding and its experience, and, thirdly, it must be a compact organization. In our opinion, what has been said needs no proof, for it is self-evident that, so long as the capitalist system exists, with asterisk we do not mention the other parties in Russia, because there is no need to deal with them in examining the questions under discussion. The proletarian class and the proletarian party 41 its inevitably attendant poverty and backwardness of the masses, the proletariat as a whole cannot rise to the desired level of class consciousness, and, consequently, there must be a group of class-conscious leaders to enlighten the proletarian army in the spirit of socialism, to unite and lead it in its struggle. It is also clear that a party which has set out to lead the fighting proletariat must not be a chance conglomeration of individuals, but a compact, centralized organization, so that its activities can be directed according to a single plan. Such, in brief, are the general features of our party. Bearing all this in mind, let us pass to the main question: whom can we call a party member? Paragraph 1 of the party rules, which is the subject of the present article, deals with precisely this question. And so, let us examine this question. Whom, then, can we call a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, i.e., what are the duties of a party member? Our party is a social democratic party. This means that it has its own program, the immediate and the ultimate aims of the movement, its own tactics, methods of struggle, and its own organizational principle, form of association. Unity of program, tactical and organizational views is the basis on which our party is built. Only the unity of these views can unite the party members in one centralized party. If unity of views collapses, the party collapses. Consequently, only one who fully accepts the party's program, tactics, and organizational principle can be called a party member. Only one who has adequately studied and has fully accepted our party's program, tactical and organizational views can be in the ranks of our party and, thereby, in the ranks of the leaders of the proletarian army. But is it enough for a party member merely to accept the party's program, tactics, and organizational views? Can a person like that be regarded as a true leader of the proletarian army? Of course not. In the first place, everybody knows that there are plenty of windbags in the world who would readily accept the party's program, tactics, and organizational views, but who are incapable of being anything else than windbags. It would be a desecration of the party's holy of holies to call 42. A windbag like that a party member, i.e., a leader of the proletarian army. Moreover, our party is not a school of philosophy or a religious sect. Is not our party a fighting party? Since it is it not self-evident that our party will not be satisfied with a Platonic acceptance of its program, tactics, and organizational views, that it will undoubtedly demand that its members should apply the views they have accepted? Hence, whoever wants to be a member of our party cannot rest content with merely accepting our party's program, tactical and organizational views, but must set about applying these views, putting them into effect. But what does applying the party's views mean for a party member? When can he apply these views? Only when he is fighting, when he is marching with the whole party at the head of the proletarian army. Can the struggle be waged by solitary, scattered individuals? Certainly not. On the contrary, people first unite, first they organize, and only then do they go into battle. If that is not done, all struggle is fruitless. Clearly, then, the party members too will be able to fight and, consequently, apply the party's views, only if they unite in a compact organization. It is also clear that the more compact the organization in which the party members unite, the better will they be able to fight, and, consequently, the more fully will they apply the party's program, tactics, and organizational views. It is not for nothing that our party is called an organization of leaders and not a conglomeration of individuals. And, since the party is an organization of leaders, it is obvious that only those can be regarded as members of this party, of this organization, who work in this organization and, therefore, deem it their duty to merge their wishes with the wishes of the party and to act in unison with the party. Hence, to be a party member one must apply the party's program, tactics, and organizational views. To apply the party's views one must fight for them, and to fight for these views one must work in a party organization, work in unison with the party. Clearly, to be a party member one must belong to one of the party organizations only when we join one of just as every complex organism is made up of an incalculable number of the simplest organisms, so our party, being a complex and The proletarian class and the proletarian party. 43. The party organizations and thus merge our personal interests with the party's interests. Can we become party members, and, consequently, real leaders of the proletarian army? If our party is not a conglomeration of individual windbags, but an organization of leaders which, through its central committee, is worthily leading the proletarian army forward, then all that has been said above is self-evident. The following must also be noted. Up till now our party has resembled a hospitable patriarchal family, ready to take in all who sympathize. But now that our party has become a centralized organization, it has thrown off its patriarchal aspect and has become in all respects like a fortress, the gates of which are opened only to those who are worthy. And that is of great importance to us. At a time when the autocracy is trying to corrupt the class consciousness of the proletariat with trade unionism, nationalism, clericalism, and the like, and when, on the other hand, the liberal intelligentsia is persistently striving to kill the political independence of the proletariat and to impose its tutelage upon it, at such a time we must be extremely vigilant and never forget that our party is a fortress, the gates of which are opened only to those who have been tested. We have ascertained two essential conditions of party membership: acceptance of the program and work in a party organization. If to these we add a third condition, namely, that a party member must render the party financial support, then we shall have all the conditions that give one right to the title of party member. Hence, a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party is one who accepts the program of this party, renders the party financial support, and works in one of the party organizations. General organization is made up of numerous district and local bodies called party organizations, provided they have been endorsed by the party congress or the central committee. As you see, not only committees are called party organizations. To direct the activities of these organizations according to a single plan, there is a central committee, through which these local party organizations constitute one large, centralized organization. 44. That is how paragraph 1 of the party rules, drafted by Comrade Lenin * was formulated. The formula, as you see, springs entirely from the view that our party is a centralized organization and not a conglomeration of individuals. Therein lies the supreme merit of this formula. But it appears that some comrades reject Lenin's formula on the grounds that it is narrow and inconvenient, and propose their own formula, which, it must be supposed, is neither narrow nor inconvenient. We are referring to Martov's formula, which we shall now analyze. Martov's formula is: a member of the RSDLP is one who accepts its program, supports the party financially and tenders it regular personal assistance under the direction of one of its organizations. As you see, this formula omits the third essential condition of party membership, namely, the duty of party members to work in one of the party organizations. It appears that Martowy regards this definite and essential condition as superfluous, and in his formula he has substituted for it the nebulous and dubious personal assistance under the direction of one of the party organizations. It appears, then, that one can be a member of the party without belonging to any party organization, a fine party, to be sure, and without feeling obliged to submit to the party's will, fine party discipline, to be sure. Well, and how can the party regularly direct persons who do not belong to any party organization and, consequently, do not feel absolutely obliged to submit to party discipline? That is the question that shatters Martov's formula of paragraph 1 of the party rules, and it is answered in masterly fashion in Lenin's formula, inasmuch as the latter definitely stipulates that a third and indispensable condition of party membership is that one must work in a party organization. All we have to do is to throw out of Martov's formula the nebulous and meaningless personal assistance under the direction of one of the party organizations. With this Lenin is an outstanding theoretician and practical leader of revolutionary social democracy. Martov is one of the editors of Iskra. The proletarian class and the proletarian party 45 edition eliminated, there remain only two conditions in Martov's formula: acceptance of the program and financial support, which, by themselves, are utterly worthless, since every windbag can accept the party program and support the party financially, but that does not in the least entitle him to party membership. A convenient formula, we must say. We say that real party members cannot possibly rest content with merely accepting the party program, but must without fail strive to apply the program they have accepted. Martoi answers, you are too strict, for it is not so very necessary for a party member to apply the program he has accepted, once he is willing to render the party financial support, and so forth. It looks as though Martov is sorry for certain windbag Social Democrats and does not want to close the party's doors to them. We say, further, that inasmuch as the application of the program entails fighting, and that it is impossible to fight without unity, it is the duty of every prospective party member to join one of the party organizations, merge his wishes with those of the party and, in unison with the party, lead the fighting proletarian army, i.e., he must organize in the well-formed detachments of a centralized party. To this Martov answers, it is not so very necessary for party members to organize in well-formed detachments, to unite in organizations, fighting single-handed is good enough. What, then, is our party? We ask. A chance conglomeration of individuals, or a compact organization of leaders? And if it is an organization of leaders, can we regard as a member one who does not belong to it and, consequently, does not consider it his bounden duty to submit to its discipline? Martov answers that the party is not an organization, or, rather, that the party is an unorganized organization, fine centralism, to be sure. Evidently, in Martov's opinion, our party is not a centralized organization, but a conglomeration of local organizations and individual Social Democrats who have accepted our party program, etc. But if our party is not a centralized organization, it will not be a fortress, the gates of which can be opened only for those who have been tested. And, indeed, to 46 the essential Stalin. Martov, as is evident from his formula, the party is not a fortress but a banquet, which every sympathizer can freely attend. A little knowledge, an equal amount of sympathy, a little financial support, and there you are, you have full right to count as a party member. Don't listen, cries Martov to cheer up the frightened party members. Don't listen to those people who maintain that a party member must belong to one of the party organizations and thus subordinate his wishes to the wishes of the party. In the first place, it is hard for a man to accept these conditions. It is no joke to subordinate one's wishes to those of the party. And, secondly, as I have already pointed out in my explanation, the opinion of those people is mistaken. And so, gentlemen, you are welcome to the banquet. It looks as though Martov is sorry for certain professors and high school students who are both to subordinate their wishes to the wishes of the party, and so he is forcing a breach in our party fortress through which these estimable gentlemen may smuggle into our party. He is opening the door to opportunism, and this at a time when thousands of enemies are assailing the class consciousness of the proletariat. But that is not all. The point is that Martov's dubious formula makes it possible for opportunism to arise in our party from another side. Martov's formula, as we know, refers only to the acceptance of the program. About tactics and organization it contains not a word, and yet, unity of organizational and tactical views is no less essential for party unity than unity of program views. We may be told that nothing is said about this even in Comrade Lenin's formula. True, but there is no need to say anything about it in Comrade Lenin's formula. Is it not self-evident that one who works in a party organization and, consequently, fights in unison with the party and submits to party discipline, cannot pursue tactics and organizational principles other than the party's tactics and the party's organizational principles? But what would you say of a party member who has accepted the party program, but does not belong to any party organization? What guarantee is there that such a member's tactics and organizational views will be those of the party and not some other? That is what the proletarian class and the proletarian party 47 Martov's formula fails to explain. As a result of Martov's formula we would have a queer party, whose members subscribe to the same program, and that is questionable, but differ in their tactical and organizational views. What ideal variety? In what way will our party differ from a banquet? There is just one question we should like to ask: what are we to do with the ideological and practical centralism that was handed down to us by the Second Party Congress and which is radically contradicted by Martov's formula? Throw it overboard? If it comes to making a choice, it will undoubtedly be more correct to throw Martov's formula overboard. Such is the absurd formula Martowy presents to us in opposition to Comrade Lenin's formula. We are of the opinion that the decision of the Second Party Congress, which adopted Martov's formula, was a blunder, and we hope that the Third Party Congress will not fail to rectify the blunder of the Second Congress and adopt Comrade Lenin's formula. We shall briefly recapitulate. The proletarian army entered the arena. Since every army must have a vanguard, this army also had to have such a vanguard. Hence the appearance of a group of proletarian leaders, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. As the vanguard of a definite army, this party must, firstly, be armed with its own program, tactics, and organizational principle, and, secondly, it must be a compact organization. To the question who can be called a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, this party can have only one answer: one who accepts the party program, supports the party financially and works in one of the party organizations. It is this obvious truth that Comrade Lenin has expressed in his splendid formula. 1905. Armed insurrection. And our tactics? The revolutionary movement has already brought about the necessity for an armed insurrection. This idea, expressed by the Third Congress of our party, finds increasing confirmation day after day. The flames of revolution are flaring up with ever-increasing intensity, now here and now there, calling forth local uprisings. The 3 days barricade and street fighting in Lodz, the strike of many tens of thousands of workers in Ivanovo-Voznesensk with the inevitable bloody collisions with the troops, the uprising in Odessa, the mutiny in the Black Sea Fleet and in the Libo Naval Depot, and the week in Tiflis are all harbingers of the approaching storm. It is approaching irresistibly. It will break over Russia any day and, in a mighty, cleansing flood, sweep one. The abortive Russian Revolution of 1905 was a prelude to the successful revolution of 1907. Growing out of the defeat of the Tsarist armies in the Russo-Japanese War, massive workers' strikes erupted in late 1904. On January 9, 1905, 140,000 workers in St. Petersburg, singing hymns and carrying portraits of the Tsar, peacefully marched to the Winter Palace to petition their divine sovereign, who proceeded to have them butchered in the streets. After this, strikes and revolts soon spread to the peasants and soldiers. In June 1905, the crew of the battleship Potemkin seized control of the ship and ran up the red flag of revolution. By December of that year, the major cities of Russia saw intense barricade fighting and the creation of the first revolutionary Soviets, literally councils, of workers and soldiers. In April 1905, the Social Democratic Party essentially split in two. The Mensheviks held that the proletariat was not yet historically ready to seize state power and therefore should support the liberal bourgeoisie against the autocracy. The Bolsheviks, led by Lenin, maintained that the proletariat could win power if they developed allies in the form of the other exploited classes, particularly the peasants and the urban poor. But, to do this, the proletariat would armed insurrection and our tactics 49 away all that is antiquated and rotten. It will wipe out the disgrace called the autocracy, under which the Russian people have suffered for ages. The last convulsive efforts of Tsarism, the intensification of repression of every kind, the proclamation of martial law over half the country and the multiplication of gallows, all accompanied by alluring speeches addressed to the liberals and by false promises of reform, these things will not save it from the fate history has in store for it. The days of the autocracy are numbered, the storm is inevitable. A new social order is already being born, welcomed by the entire people, who are expecting renovation and regeneration from it. What new questions is this approaching storm raising before our party? How must we adjust our organization and tactics to the new requirements of life so that we may take a more active and organized part in the insurrection, which is the only necessary beginning of the revolution? To guide the insurrection, should we the leading unit of the class which is not only the vanguard, but also the main driving force of the revolution set up special bodies, or is the existing party machinery enough? These questions have been confronting the party and demanding immediate solution for several months already. For those who worship spontaneity, who degrade the parties ought have to arm itself and physically, as well as politically, lead the revolution. In this period Stalin became one of the main Bolshevik spokesmen to the workers on the need for serious military preparation. This article, published in Georgian on July 15, 1905, develops the key Marxist-Leninist position on the role of the Revolutionary Party in military affairs. On one hand, Stalin rejects the line of no military preparation, whether based on the belief that it is not feasible, the proletariat can't win, or that it is not necessary, the proletariat can arm spontaneously. On the other hand, he repudiates the ultra-left idea that the party serves as the military arm of the masses and does their fighting for them, as propounded by the 19th century Russian terrorists and some recent theorists of elite revolutionary guerrilla bands. Stalin, like Lenin, saw that the party must concretely help arm the masses and must lead them militarily. Hence his famous declaration a few months later, in October, to a mass meeting of workers in Tiflis, the capital of his native Georgia: "What do we need in order to really win? We need three things: first arms, second ends, third arms and arms again." 50. Jeks to the level of simply following in the wake of life, who drag at the tail and do not march at the head as the leading class-conscious unit should do, such questions do not exist. Insurrection is spontaneous, they say. It is impossible to organize and prepare it. Every prearranged plan of action is a utopia. They are opposed to any sort of plan Y, that is consciousness and not a spontaneous phenomenon, a waste of effort. Social life follows its own, unknown paths and will shatter all our projects. Hence, they say, we must confine ourselves to conducting propaganda and agitation in favor of the idea of insurrection, the idea of the self-arming of the masses. We must only exercise political guidance. As regards technical guidance of the insurgent people, let anybody who likes undertake that. But we have always exercised such guidance up to now, the opponents of the Kvostist policy reply. Wide agitation and propaganda, political guidance of the proletariat, are absolutely essential. That goes without saying. But to confine ourselves to such general tasks means either evading an answer to the question which life bluntly puts to us, or revealing utter inability to adjust our tactics to the requirements of the rapidly growing revolutionary struggle. We must, of course, now intensify political agitation tenfold. We must try to establish our influence not only over the proletariat, but also over those numerous strata of the people who are gradually joining the revolution. We must try to popularize among all classes of the population the idea that an insurrection is necessary. But we cannot confine ourselves solely to this. To enable the proletariat to utilize the impending revolution for the purposes of its own class struggle, to enable it to establish a democratic system that will provide the greatest guarantees for the subsequent struggle for socialism, the proletariat, around which the opposition is rallying, must not only serve as the center of the struggle, but become the leader and guide of the insurrection. It is the technical guidance and organizational preparation of the all-Russian insurrection that constitute the new tasks with which life has confronted the proletariat. And if our party wishes to be the real political leader of the working class, it cannot and must not repudiate these new tasks. Armed insurrection and our tactics. 51. And so, what must we do to achieve this object? What must our first steps be? Many of our organizations have already answered this question in a practical way by directing part of their forces and resources to the purpose of arming the proletariat. Our struggle against the autocracy has entered the stage when the necessity of arming is universally admitted. But mere realization of the necessity of arming is not enough. The practical task must be bluntly and clearly put before the party. Hence, our committees must at once, forthwith, proceed to arm the people locally, to set up special groups to arrange this matter, to organize district groups for the purpose of procuring arms, to organize workshops for the manufacture of different kinds of explosives, to draw up plans for seizing state and private stores of arms and arsenals. We must not only arm the people with a bumming desire to arm themselves, as the new Iskra advises us, but also take the most energetic measures to arm the proletariat, as the Third Party Congress made it incumbent upon us to do. It is easier on this issue than on any other to reach agreement with the section that has split off from the party, if it is really in earnest about arming and is not merely talking about a burning desire to arm themselves, as well as with the National Social Democratic organizations, such as, for example, the Armenian Federalists and others who have set themselves the same object. Such an attempt has already been made in Baku, where after the February massacre our committee, the Balakani Bibiabat group and the Njik committee set up among themselves an organizing committee for procuring arms. It is absolutely essential that this difficult and responsible undertaking be organized by joint efforts, and we believe that factional interests should least of all hinder the amalgamation of all the social democratic forces on this ground. In addition to increasing stocks of arms and organizing their procurement and manufacture, it is necessary to devote most serious attention to the task of organizing fighting squads of every kind for the purpose of utilizing the arms that are being procured. Under no circumstances should actions such as distributing arms directly to the masses be resorted to. In view of the fact that our resources are limited and that it is 52. Extremely difficult to conceal weapons from the vigilant eyes of the police, we shall be unable to arm any considerable section of the population, and all our efforts will be wasted. It will be quite different when we set up a special fighting organization. Our fighting squads will learn to handle their weapons, and during the insurrection, irrespective of whether it breaks out spontaneously or is prepared beforehand, they will come out as the chief and leading units around which the insurgent people will rally, and under whose leadership they will march into battle. Thanks to their experience and organization, and also to the fact that they will be well armed, it will be possible to utilize all the forces of the insurgent people and thereby achieve the immediate object, the arming of the entire people and the execution of the prearranged plan of action. They will quickly capture various stores of arms, government and public offices, the post office, the telephone exchange, and so forth, which will be necessary for the further development of the revolution. But these fighting squads will be needed not only when the revolutionary uprising has already spread over the whole town, their role will be no less important on the eve of the insurrection. During the past 6 months it has become convincingly clear to us that the autocracy, which has discredited itself in the eyes of all classes of the population, has concentrated all its energy on mobilizing the dark forces of the country, professional hooligans, or the ignorant and fanatical elements among the Tatars, for the purpose of fighting the revolutionaries. Armed and protected by the police, they are terrorizing the population and creating a tense atmosphere for the liberation movement. Our fighting organizations must always be ready to offer due resistance to all the attempts made by these dark forces, and must try to convert the anger and the resistance called forth by their actions into an anti-government movement. The armed fighting squads, ready to go out into the streets and take their place at the head of the masses of the people at any moment, can easily achieve the object set by the Third Congress to organize armed resistance to the actions of the Black Hundreds, and generally, of all reactionary elements led by the government. Resolution. Armed insurrection and our tactics. 53 On attitude towards the government's tactics on the eve of the revolution. See announcement. One of the main tasks of a fighting squads, and of the military technical organizations in general, should be to draw up plans of insurrection for their respective districts and coordinate them with the plan drawn up by the party center for the whole of Russia. Ascertain the enemy's weakest spots, choose the points from which the attack against him is to be launched, distribute all the forces over the district and thoroughly study the topography of the town. All this must be done beforehand, so that we shall not be taken by surprise under any circumstances. It is totally inappropriate here to go into a detailed analysis of this aspect of our organization's activity. Strict secrecy in drawing up the plan of action must be accompanied by the widest possible dissemination among the proletariat of military technical knowledge which is absolutely necessary for conducting street fighting. For this purpose we must utilize the services of the military men in the organization. For this purpose also we must utilize the services of a number of other comrades who will be extremely useful in this matter because of their natural talent and inclinations. Only such thorough preparation for insurrection can ensure for social democracy the leading role in the forthcoming battles between the people and the autocracy. Only complete fighting preparedness will enable the proletariat to transform the isolated clashes with the police and the troops into a nationwide insurrection with the object of setting up a provisional revolutionary government in place of the Tsarist government. The supporters of the Kvostist policy notwithstanding, the organized proletariat will exert all its efforts to concentrate both the technical and political leadership of the insurrection in its own hands. This leadership is the essential condition which will enable us to utilize the impending revolution in the interests of our class struggle. 1905. Marxism and the national question. The period of counter-revolution in Russia brought not only thunder and lightning in its train, but also disillusionment in the movement and lack of faith in common forces. As long as people believed in a bright future, they fought side by side irrespective of nationality, common questions first and foremost. But when doubt crept into people's hearts, they began to depart, each to his own national tent. Let every man count only upon himself. The national question first and foremost. 1. The present text omits sections 4, v, and 6, which present an intricate and rather scholarly argument about different nationalist tendencies in Russia and Central Europe. The national question has proved to be the most difficult theoretical problem for revolutionaries throughout the 20th century. Marxism and the national question is still considered by many communists throughout the world to be the basic Marxist-Leninist text on the problem. Published in 1913, on the eve of World War I, this treatise was Stalin's first major contribution to Marxist-Leninist theory. As the child of a worker and a peasant from Georgia, thus belonging to both an oppressed class and an oppressed nation, Stalin saw both sides of the question. Stalin points out that nations arose on one material and historical basis, the economic development toward capitalism. The first modern nation-states were the creation of the bourgeoisie and served as an instrument of their class purposes. Hence the nationalism that forces the exploited masses to support their own national bourgeoisie and go out to fight against other exploited and oppressed peoples. Stalin's main attack is leveled against the Austrian school, personified by Springer and Bauer, which he sees as leading to a total breakdown of international class solidarity. The events of the next few years proved the dangers of this Austrian theory, which became dominant in the European social democratic parties. While Austria-Hungary disintegrated into warring nation-states, and all of Europe was plunged into a war pitting nation against nation, the leaders of each and every 55 at the same time a profound upheaval was taking place in the economic life of the country. The year 1905 had not been in vain, one more blow had been struck at the survivals of serfdom in the countryside. The series of good harvests which succeeded the famine years, and the industrial boom which followed, furthered the progress of capitalism. Class differentiation in the countryside, the growth of the towns, the development of trade and means of communication all took a big stride forward. This applied particularly to the border regions. And it could not but hasten the process of economic consolidation of the nationalities of Russia. They were bound to be stirred into movement. The constitutional regime established at that time also acted in the same direction of awakening the nationalities. The spread of newspapers and of literature generally, a certain freedom of the press and cultural institutions, an increase in the number of national theaters, and so forth, all unquestionably helped to strengthen national sentiments. The Social Democratic Party, except for Lenin in Russia and Connolly in Ireland, helped convince the workers of their own nation to kill and be killed by the workers of the rival nations. Although Stalin concentrates on attacking this reactionary nationalism, he also sees the other side of the question. Some nations are actually oppressed by others, particularly in the era of modern imperialism, and it is therefore the duty of the proletariat to lead the fight against this national oppression. To do this, it must fully support the right of nations to self-determination, that is, to have a separate government. Stalin, like Lenin, and, earlier, Marx, particularly writing on the Irish question, saw that international or multinational unity could be attained only if the workers of a dominant nation were ready to support this principle for nations oppressed by their own rulers. And it was the duty of the workers of an oppressed nation to lead all other classes in both the fight for national liberation and international class solidarity. On the national question, Stalin's theory and Trotsky's were to become the main ideological poles in the later history of our century, with Trotsky condemning all nationalism as reactionary while Stalin continually stressed the importance of national liberation movements as a major part of the world revolution. Hence the central question of post-1917 history: can socialism be built in a single backward, that is, oppressed, nation on the basis of a national alliance between the workers and peasants, or must socialism wait until the day of an international revolution by the industrial proletariat of the advanced, that is, capitalist, nations? 56. Duma, with its election campaign and political groups, gave fresh opportunities for greater activity of the nations and provided a new and wide arena for their mobilization. And the mounting wave of militant nationalism above and the series of repressive measures taken by the powers that be in vengeance on the border regions for their love of freedom, evoked an answering wave of nationalism below, which at times took the form of crude chauvinism. The spread of Zionism among the Jews, the increase of chauvinism in Poland, pan-Islamism among the Tatars, the spread of nationalism among the Armenians, Georgians, and Ukrainians, the general swing of the Philistine towards anti-Semitism, all these are generally known facts. The wave of nationalism swept onwards with increasing force, threatening to engulf the mass of the workers. And the more the movement for emancipation declined, the more plentifully nationalism pushed forth its blossoms. At this difficult time social democracy had a high mission to resist nationalism and to protect the masses from the general epidemic. For social democracy, and social democracy alone, could do this, by countering nationalism with the tried weapon of internationalism, with the unity and indivisibility of the class struggle. And the more powerfully the wave of nationalism advanced, the louder had to be the call of social democracy for fraternity and unity among the proletarians of all the nationalities of Russia. And in this connection particular firmness was demanded of the social democrats of the border regions, who came into direct contact with the nationalist movement. But not all social democrats proved equal to the task, and this applies particularly to the social democrats of the border regions. The Bund, which had previously laid stress on the common tasks, now began to give prominence to its own specific, purely nationalist aims. It went to the length of declaring observance of the Sabbath and recognition of Yid to the Bund, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia. It joined the Social Democrats as an autonomous group in 1898 and went with the Mensheviks in the split. Its leadership was mostly petty bourgeois and its main base was among artisans. 57 Dish a fighting issue in its election campaign. The Bund was followed by the Caucasus, one section of the Caucasian Social Democrats, which, like the rest of the Caucasian Social Democrats, had formerly rejected cultural national autonomy, are now making it an immediate demand. This is without mentioning the Conference of the Liquidators III, which in a diplomatic way gave its sanction to nationalist vacillations. But from this it follows that the views of Russian social democracy on the national question are not yet clear to all social democrats. It is evident that a serious and comprehensive discussion of the national question is required. Consistent social democrats must work solidly and indefatigably against the fog of nationalism, no matter from what quarter it proceeds. The nation. What is a nation? A nation is primarily a community, a definite community of people. This community is not racial, nor is it tribal. The modem Italian nation was formed from Romans, Teutons, Etruscans, Greeks, Arabs, and so forth. The French nation was formed from Gauls, Romans, Britons, Teutons, and so on. The same must be said of the British, the Germans and others, who were formed into nations from people of diverse races and tribes. Thus, a nation is not a racial or tribal, but a historically constituted community of people. On the other hand, it is unquestionable that the great empires of Cyrus and Alexander could not be called nations, although they came to be constituted historically and were three. The liquidators were Mensheviks who in the period of savage repression following the 1905 revolution tried to liquidate the illegal, underground party apparatus. They gave up overt revolutionary aims and advocated working entirely within the system. The conference to which Stalin refers took place in August 1912 in Vienna. There all the Menshevik groups united on their common opposition to the Bolsheviks into the August Bloc, headed by Trotsky. 58. Formed out of different tribes and races. They were not nations, but casual and loosely connected conglomerations of groups, which fell apart or joined together according to the victories or defeats of this or that conqueror. Thus, a nation is not a casual or ephemeral conglomeration, but a stable community of people. But not every stable community constitutes a nation. Austria and Russia are also stable communities, but nobody calls them nations. What distinguishes a national community from a state community? The fact, among others, that a national community is inconceivable without a common language, while a state need not have a common language. The Czech nation in Austria and the Polish in Russia would be impossible if each did not have a common language, whereas the integrity of Russia and Austria is not affected by the fact that there are a number of different languages within their borders. We are referring, of course, to the spoken languages of the people and not to the official governmental languages. Thus, a common language is one of the characteristic features of a nation. This, of course, does not mean that different nations always and everywhere speak different languages, or that all who speak one language necessarily constitute one nation. A common language for every nation, but not necessarily different languages for different nations. There is no nation which at one and the same time speaks several languages, but this does not mean that there cannot be two nations speaking the same language. Englishmen and Americans speak one language, but they do not constitute one nation. The same is true of the Norwegians and the Danes, the English and the Irish. But why, for instance, do the English and the Americans not constitute one nation in spite of their common language? Firstly, because they do not live together, but inhabit different territories. A nation is formed only as a result of lengthy and systematic intercourse, as a result of people living together generation after generation. But people cannot live together for lengthy periods unless they have a common territory. Englishmen and Americans originally inhabited the same territory, England, and constituted one nation. Later, one section of the English emigrated from England to a new 59 territory, America, and there, in the new territory, in the course of time, came to form the new American nation. Difference of territory led to the formation of different nations. Thus, a common territory is one of the characteristic features of a nation. But this is not all. Common territory does not by itself create a nation. This requires, in addition, an internal economic bond to weld the various parts of the nation into a single whole. There is no such bond between England and America, and so they constitute two different nations. But the Americans themselves would not deserve to be called a nation were not the different parts of America bound together into an economic whole, as a result of division of labor between them, the development of means of communication, and so forth. Take the Georgians, for instance. The Georgians before the Reform * inhabited a common territory and spoke one language. Nevertheless, they did not, strictly speaking, constitute one nation, for, being split up into a number of disconnected principalities, they could not share a common economic life. For centuries they waged war against each other and pillaged each other, each inciting the Persians and Turks against the other. The ephemeral and casual union of the principalities which some successful kings sometimes managed to bring about embraced at best a superficial administrative sphere, and rapidly disintegrated owing to the caprices of the princes and the indifference of the peasants. Nor could it be otherwise in economically disunited Georgia. Georgia came on the scene as a nation only in the latter half of the 19th century, when the fall of serfdom and the growth of the economic life of the country, the development of means of communication and the rise of capitalism, introduced division of labor between the various districts of Georgia, completely shattered the economic isolation of the principalities and bound them together into a single whole. The same must be said of the other nations which have passed through the stage of feudalism and have developed capitalism. For the abolition of serfdom in Georgia, 1863 to 67. 60. Thus, a common economic life, economic cohesion, is one of the characteristic features of a nation. But even this is not all. Apart from the foregoing, one must take into consideration the specific spiritual complexion of the people constituting a nation. Nations differ not only in their conditions of life, but also in spiritual complexion, which manifests itself in peculiarities of national culture. If England, America, and Ireland, which speak one language, nevertheless constitute three distinct nations, it is in no small measure due to the peculiar psychological makeup which they developed from generation to generation as a result of dissimilar conditions of existence. Of course, by itself, psychological makeup or, as it is otherwise called, national character, is something intangible for the observer, but insofar as it manifests itself in a distinctive culture common to the nation it is something tangible and cannot be ignored. Needless to say, national character is not a thing that is fixed once and for all, but is modified by changes in the conditions of life, but since it exists at every given moment, it leaves its impress on the physiognomy of the nation. Thus, two common psychological makeup, which manifests itself in a common culture, is one of the characteristic features of a nation. We have now exhausted the characteristic features of a nation. A nation is a historically constituted, stable community of people, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. It goes without saying that a nation, like every historical phenomenon, is subject to the law of change, has its history, its beginning and end. It must be emphasized that none of the above characteristics taken separately is sufficient to define a nation. More than that, it is sufficient for a single one of these characteristics to be lacking and the nation ceases to be a nation. It is possible to conceive of people possessing a common national character who, nevertheless, cannot be said to constitute a single nation if they are economically disunited. 61 Inhabit different territories, speak different languages, and so forth. Such, for instance, are the Russian, Galician, American, Georgian and Caucasian Highland Jews, who, in our opinion, do not constitute a single nation. It is possible to conceive of people with a common tertiary and economic life who nevertheless would not constitute a single nation because they have no common language and no common national character. Such, for instance, are the Germans and Letts in the Baltic region. Finally, the Norwegians and the Danes speak one language, but they do not constitute a single nation owing to the absence of the other characteristics. It is only when all these characteristics are present together that we have a nation. It might appear that national character is not one of the characteristics but the sole essential characteristic of a nation, and that all the other characteristics are, properly speaking, only conditions for the development of a nation, rather than its characteristics. Such, for instance, is the view held by R. Springer, and more particularly by O. Bauer, who are social democratic theoreticians on the national question well known in Austria. Let us examine their theory of the nation. According to Springer, a nation is a union of similarly thinking and similarly speaking persons. It is a cultural community of modern people no longer tied to the soil *r italics. Thus, a union of similarly thinking and similarly speaking people, no matter how disconnected they may be, no matter where they live, is a nation. Bauer goes even further. What is a nation, he asks. Is it a common language which makes people a nation? But the English and the Irish speak the same language without, however, *R. Springer, The National Problem, Obshtchestvennaya Polza Publishing House, 1909. 62. Being one people, the Jews have no common language and yet are a nation. What, then, is a nation? A nation is a relative community of character. But what is character, in this case national character? National character is the sum total of characteristics which distinguish the people of one nationality from the people of another nationality, the complex of physical and spiritual characteristics which distinguish one nation from another. Bauer knows, of course, that national character does not drop from the skies, and he therefore adds, the character of people is determined by nothing so much as by their destiny. A nation is nothing but a community with a common destiny which, in turn, is determined by the conditions under which people produce their means of subsistence and distribute the products of their labor. We thus arrive at the most complete, as Bauer calls it, definition of a nation. A nation is an aggregate of people bound into a community of character by four common destiny. We thus have common national character based on a common destiny, but not necessarily connected with a common territory, language, or economic life. But what in that case remains of the nation? What common nationality can there be among people who are economically disconnected, inhabit different territories and from generation to generation speak different languages? *O. Bauer, The National Question and Social Democracy Publishing House, 1909. OE 63. Bauer speaks of the Jews as a nation, although they have no common language, but what common destiny and national cohesion is there, for instance, between the Georgian, Dagestanian, Russian, and American Jews, who are completely separated from one another, inhabit different territories and speak different languages? The above-mentioned Jews undoubtedly lead their economic and political life in common with the Georgians, Dagestanians, Russians, and Americans respectively, and they live in the same cultural atmosphere as these. This is bound to leave a definite impress on their national character. If there is anything common to them left, it is their religion, their common origin and certain relics of the national character. All this is beyond question. But how can it be seriously maintained that petrified religious rites and fading psychological relics affect the destiny of these Jews more powerfully than the living social, economic, and cultural environment that surrounds them? And it is only on this assumption that it is possible to speak of the Jews as a single nation at all. What, then, distinguishes Bauer's nation from the mystical and self-sufficient national spirit of the spiritualists? Bauer sets up an impassable barrier between the distinctive feature of nations, national character, and the conditions of their life, divorcing the one from the other. But what is national character if not a reflection of the conditions of life, a coagulation of impressions derived from environment? How can one limit the matter to national character alone, isolating and divorcing it from the soil that gave rise to it? Further, what indeed distinguished the English nation from the American nation at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries, when America was still known as New England? Not national character, of course, for the Americans had originated from England and had brought with them to America not only the English language, but also the English national character, which, of course, they could not lose so soon, although, under the influence of the new conditions, they would naturally be developing their own specific character. Yet, despite their more or less common character, they at that time already constituted a nation distinct from England. Obviously, New England as a nation differed. 64. Then from England as a nation, not by its specific national character, or not so much by its national character, as by its environment and conditions of life, which were distinct from those of England. It is therefore clear that there is in fact no single distinguishing characteristic of a nation. There is only a sum total of characteristics, of which, when nations are compared, sometimes one characteristic, national character, sometimes another, language, or sometimes a third, territory, economic conditions, stands out in sharper relief. A nation constitutes the combination of all these characteristics taken together. Bauer's point of view, which identifies a nation with its national character, divorces the nation from its soil and converts it into an invisible, self-contained force. The result is not a living and active nation, but something mystical, intangible and supernatural. For, I repeat, what sort of nation, for instance, is a Jewish nation which consists of Georgian, Dagestanian, Russian, American, and other Jews, the members of which do not understand each other, since they speak different languages, inhabit different parts of the globe, will never see each other, and will never act together, whether in time of peace or in time of war. No, it is not for such paper nations that social democracy draws up its national program. It can reckon only with real nations, which act and move, and therefore insist on being reckoned with. Bauer is obviously confusing nation, which is a historical category, with tribe, which is an ethnographical category. However, Bauer himself apparently feels the weakness of his position. While in the beginning of his book he definitely declares the Jews to be a nation, he corrects himself at the end of the book and states that in general capitalist society makes it impossible for them, the Jews, to continue as a nation, by causing them to assimilate with other nations. The reason, it appears, is that the Jews have no closed territory of settlement, whereas the Czechs, for instance, have such a territory and, according to Bauer, will survive as a nation. In short, the reason lies in the absence of a territory. By arguing thus, Bauer wanted to prove that the Jewish workers cannot demand national autonomy, but he thereby 65 inadvertently refuted his own theory, which denies that a common territory is one of the characteristics of a nation. But Bauer goes further. In the beginning of his book he definitely declares that the Jews have no common language, and yet are a nation. But hardly has he reached p. 130 than he effects a change of front and just as definitely declares that unquestionably, no nation is possible without a common language, are italics. Bauer wanted to prove that language is the most important instrument of human intercourse, but at the same time he inadvertently proved something he did not mean to prove, namely, the unsoundness of his own theory of nations, which denies the significance of a common language. Thus this theory, stitched together by idealistic threads, refutes itself. Il. The national movement. A nation is not merely a historical category but a historical category belonging to a definite epoch, the epoch of rising capitalism. The process of elimination of feudalism and development of capitalism is at the same time a process of the constitution of people into nations. Such, for instance, was the case in Western Europe. The British, French, Germans, Italians and others were formed into nations at the time of the victorious advance of capitalism and its triumph over feudal disunity. But the formation of nations in those instances at the same time signified their conversion into independent national states. The British, French and other nations are at the same time British, etc., states. Ireland, which did not participate in this process, does not alter the general picture. Matters proceeded somewhat differently in Eastern Europe. Whereas in the West nations developed into states, in the East multinational states were formed, states consisting of several nationalities. Such are Austria-Hungary and Russia. In Austria, the Germans proved to be politically the most developed, and they took it upon themselves to unite the Austrian nationalities into a state. In Hungary, the most adapted for state organization were the Magyars, the core of the Hun. 66. Hungarian nationalities, and it was they who united Hungary. In Russia, the uniting of the nationalities was undertaken by the Great Russians, who were headed by a historically formed, powerful and well-organized aristocratic military bureaucracy. That was how matters proceeded in the East. This special method of formation of states could take place only where feudalism had not yet been eliminated, where capitalism was feebly developed, where the nationalities which had been forced into the background had not yet been able to consolidate themselves economically into integral nations. But capitalism also began to develop in the eastern states. Trade and means of communication were developing. Large towns were springing up. The nations were becoming economically consolidated. Capitalism, erupting into the tranquil life of the nationalities which had been pushed into the background, was arousing them and stirring them into action. The development of the press and the theater, the activity of the Reichsrat, Austria, and of the Duma, Russia, were helping to strengthen national sentiments. The intelligentsia that had arisen was being imbued with the national idea and was acting in the same direction. But the nations which had been pushed into the background and had now awakened to independent life, could no longer form themselves into independent national states. They encountered on their path the very powerful resistance of the two-leading strata of the dominant nations, which had long ago assumed the control of the state. They were too late. In this way the Czechs, Poles, etc., formed themselves into nations in Austria, the Croats, etc., in Hungary, the Lets, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Armenians, etc., in Russia. What had been an exception in Western Europe, Ireland, became the rule in the East. In the West, Ireland responded to its exceptional position by a national movement. In the East, the awakened nations were bound to respond in the same fashion. Thus arose the circumstances which impelled the young nations of Eastern Europe onto the path of struggle. The struggle began and flared up, to be sure, not between nations as a whole, but between the ruling classes of the DOM-67 inland nations and of those that had been pushed into the background. The struggle is usually conducted by the urban petty bourgeoisie of the oppressed nation against the big bourgeoisie of the dominant nation, Czechs and Germans, or by the rural bourgeoisie of the oppressed nation against the landlords of the dominant nation, Ukrainians in Poland, or by the whole national bourgeoisie of the oppressed nations against the ruling nobility of the dominant nation, Poland, Lithuania, and the Ukraine in Russia. The bourgeoisie plays the leading role. The chief problem for the young bourgeoisie is the problem of the market. Its aim is to sell its goods and to emerge victorious from competition with the bourgeoisie of a different nationality. Hence its desire to secure its home market. The market is the first school in which the bourgeoisie learns its nationalism. But matters are usually not confined to the market. The semi-feudal, semi-bourgeois bureaucracy of the dominant nation intervenes in the struggle with its own methods of arresting and preventing. The bourgeoisie, whether big or small, of the dominant nation is able to deal more swiftly and decisively with its competitor. Forces are united and a series of restrictive measures is put into operation against the alien bourgeoisie, measures passing into acts of repression. The struggle spreads from the economic sphere to the political sphere. Restriction of freedom of movement, repression of language, restriction of franchise, closing of schools, religious restrictions, and so on, are piled upon the head of the competitor. Of course, such measures are designed not only in the interest of the bourgeois classes of the dominant nation, but also in furtherance of the specifically cast aims, so to speak, of the ruling bureaucracy. But from the point of view of the results achieved, this is quite immaterial. The bourgeois classes and the bureaucracy in this matter go hand in hand, whether it be in Austria-Hungary or in Russia. The bourgeoisie of the oppressed nation, repressed on every hand, is naturally stirred into movement. It appeals to its native folk and begins to shout about the fatherland, claiming that its own cause is the cause of the nation as a whole. It recruits itself an army from among its country. 68. Men in the interests of the fatherland. Nor do the folk always remain unresponsive to its appeals. They rally around its banner. The repression from above affects them too and provokes their discontent. Thus the national movement begins. The strength of the national movement is determined by the degree to which the wide strata of the nation, the proletariat, and peasantry, participate in it. Whether the proletariat rallies to the banner of bourgeois nationalism depends on the degree of development of class antagonisms, on the class consciousness and degree of organization of the proletariat. The class-conscious proletariat has its own tried banner, and has no need to rally to the banner of the bourgeoisie. As far as the peasants are concerned, their participation in the national movement depends primarily on the character of the repressions. If the repressions affect the land, as was the case in Ireland, then the mass of the peasants immediately tally to the banner of the national movement. On the other hand, if, for example, there is no serious anti-Russian nationalism in Georgia, it is primarily because there are neither Russian landlords nor a Russian big bourgeoisie there to supply the fuel for such nationalism among the masses. In Georgia there is anti-Armenian nationalism, but this is because there is still an Armenian big bourgeoisie there which, by getting the better of the small and still unconsolidated Georgian bourgeoisie, drives the latter to anti-Armenian nationalism. Depending on these factors, the national movement either assumes a mass character and steadily grows, as in Ireland and Galicia, or is converted into a series of petty collisions, degenerating into squabbles and fights over signboards, as in some of the small towns of Bohemia. The content of the national movement, of course, cannot everywhere be the same, it is wholly determined by the diverse demands made by the movement. In Ireland the movement bears an agrarian character, in Bohemia it bears a language character, in one place the demand is for civil equality and religious freedom, in another for the nation's own officials, or its own diet. The diversity of demands not 69 infrequently reveals the diverse features which characterize a nation in general, language, territory, etc. It is worthy of note that we never meet with a demand based on Bauer's all-embracing national character. And this is natural. National character in itself is something intangible, and, as was correctly remarked by J. Strasser, a politician can't do anything with it. Such, in general, are the forms and character of the national movement. From what has been said it will be clear that the national struggle under the conditions of rising capitalism is a struggle of the bourgeois classes among themselves. Sometimes the bourgeoisie succeeds in drawing the proletariat into the national movement, and then the national struggle externally assumes a nationwide character. But this is so only externally. In its essence it is always a bourgeois struggle, one that is to the advantage and profit mainly of the bourgeoisie. But it does not by any means follow that the proletariat should not put up a fight against the policy of national oppression. Restriction of freedom of movement, disfranchisement, repression of language, closing of schools, and other forms of persecution affect the workers no less, if not more, than the bourgeoisie. Such a state of affairs can only serve to retard the free development of the intellectual forces of the proletariat of subject nations. One cannot speak seriously of a full development of the intellectual faculties of the Tatar or Jewish worker if he is not allowed to use his native language at meetings and lectures, and if his schools are closed down. But the policy of nationalist persecution is dangerous to the cause of the proletariat also on another account. It diverts the attention of large strata from social questions, questions of the class struggle, to national questions, questions common to the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. And this creates a favorable soil for lying propaganda about harmony of interests, for glossing over the class interests of the proletariat and for the intellectual enslavement of the workers. This creates a serious obstacle to the cause of uniting the workers of all nationalities. If a considerable proportion of the Polish workers are still in intellectual bondage to the 70 bourgeois nationalists, if they still stand aloof from the international labor movement, it is chiefly because the age-old anti-Polish policy of the powers that be creates the soil for this bondage and hinders the emancipation of the workers from it. But the policy of persecution does not stop there. It not infrequently passes from a system of oppression to a system of inciting nations against each other, to a system of massacres and pogroms. Of course, the latter system is not everywhere and always possible, but where it is possible in the absence of elementary civil and GHTS it frequently assumes horrifying proportions and threatens to drown the cause of unity of the workers in blood and tears. The Caucasus and South Russia furnish numerous examples. Divide and rule, such is the purpose of the policy of incitement. And where such a policy succeeds, it is a tremendous evil for the proletariat and a serious obstacle to the cause of uniting the workers of all the nationalities in the state. But the workers are interested in the complete amalgamation of all their fellow workers into a single international army, in their speedy and final emancipation from intellectual bondage to the bourgeoisie, and in the full and free development of the intellectual forces of their brothers, whatever nation they may belong to. The workers therefore combat and will continue to combat the policy of national oppression in all its forms, from the most subtle to the most crude, as well as the policy of inciting nations against each other in all its forms. Social democracy in all countries therefore proclaims the right of nations to self-determination. The right of self-determination means that only the nation itself has the right to determine its destiny, that no one has the right forcibly to interfere in the life of the nation, to destroy its schools and other institutions, to violate its habits and customs, to repress its language, or curtail its rights. This, of course, does not mean that social democracy will support every custom and institution of a nation. While combating the coercion of any nation, it will uphold only the right of the nation itself to determine its own destiny, at the same time agitating against harmful customs and institutions 71 of that nation in order to enable the toiling strata of the nation to emancipate themselves from them. The right of self-determination means that a nation may arrange its life in the way it wishes. It has the right to arrange its life on the basis of autonomy. It has the right to enter into federal relations with other nations. It has the right to complete secession. Nations are sovereign, and all nations have equal rights. This, of course, does not mean that social democracy will support every demand of a nation. A nation has the right even to return to the old order of things, but this does not mean that social democracy will subscribe to such a decision if taken by some institution of a particular nation. The obligations of social democracy, which defends the interests of the proletariat, and the rights of a nation, which consists of various classes, are two different things. In fighting for the right of nations to self-determination, the aim of social democracy is to put an end to the policy of national oppression, to render it impossible, and thereby to remove the grounds of strife between nations, to take the edge off that strife and reduce it to a minimum. This is what essentially distinguishes the policy of the class-conscious proletariat from the policy of the bourgeoisie, which attempts to aggravate and fan the national struggle and to prolong and sharpen the national movement. And that is why the class-conscious proletariat cannot rally under the national flag of the bourgeoisie. That is why the so-called evolutionary national policy advocated by Bauer cannot become the policy of the proletariat. Bauer's attempt to identify his evolutionary national policy with the policy of the modern working class is an attempt to adapt the class struggle of the workers to the struggle of the nations. The fate of a national movement, which is essentially a bourgeois movement, is naturally bound up with the fate of the bourgeoisie. The final disappearance of a national movement is possible only with the downfall of the bourgeoisie. Only under the reign of socialism can peace be fully established. But even within the framework of capitalism it is possible to reduce the national struggle to a minimum, to 72. Undermine it at the root, to render it as harmless as possible to the proletariat. This is borne out, for example, by Switzerland and America. It requires that the country should be democratized and the nations be given the opportunity of free development. Presentation of the question. A nation has the right freely to determine its own destiny. It has the right to arrange its life as it sees fit, without, of course, trampling on the rights of other nations. That is beyond dispute. But how exactly should it arrange its own life, what forms should its future constitution take, if the interests of the majority of the nation and, above all, of the proletariat are to be borne in mind? A nation has the right to arrange its life on autonomous lines. It even has the right to secede. But this does not mean that it should do so under all circumstances, that autonomy, or separation, will everywhere and always be advantageous for a nation, i.e., for its majority, i.e., for the toiling strata. The Transcaucasian Tatars as a nation may assemble, let us say, in their diet and, succumbing to the influence of their beys and mullahs, decide to restore the old order of things and to secede from the state. According to the meaning of the clause on self-determination they are fully entitled to do so. But will this be in the interest of the toiling strata of the Tatar nation? Can social democracy look on indifferently when the beys and mullahs assume the leadership of the masses in the solution of the national question? Should not social democracy interfere in the matter and influence the will of the nation in a definite way? Should it not come forward with a definite plan for the solution of the question, a plan which would be most advantageous for the Tatar masses? But what solution would be most compatible with the interests of the toiling masses? Autonomy, federation, or separation? All these are problems the solution of which will depend on the concrete historical conditions in which the given nation finds itself. 73 More than that, conditions, like everything else, change, and a decision which is correct at one particular time may prove to be entirely unsuitable at another. In the middle of the 19th century Marx was in favor of the secession of Russian Poland, and he was right, for it was then a question of emancipating a higher culture from a lower culture that was destroying it. And the question at that time was not only a theoretical one, an academic question, but a practical one, a question of actual reality. At the end of the 19th century the Polish Marxists were already declaring against the secession of Poland, and they too were right, for during the 50 years that had elapsed profound changes had taken place, bringing Russia and Poland closer economically and culturally. Moreover, during that period the question of secession had been converted from a practical matter into a matter of academic dispute, which excited nobody except perhaps intellectuals abroad. This, of course, by no means precludes the possibility that certain internal and external conditions may arise in which the question of the secession of Poland may again come on the order of the day. The solution of the national question is possible only in connection with the historical conditions taken in their development. The economic, political, and cultural conditions of a given nation constitute the only key to the question how a particular nation ought to arrange its life and what forms its future constitution ought to take. It is possible that a specific solution of the question will be required for each nation. If the dialectical approach to a question is required anywhere, it is required here, in the national question. In view of this, we must declare our decided opposition to a certain very widespread, but very summary manner of solving the national question, which owes its inception to the Bund. We have in mind the easy method of referring to Austrian and South Slav social democracy, which has supposedly already solved the national question and whose solution the South Slav social democracy operates in the southern part of Austria. 74. Russian Social Democrats should simply borrow. It is assumed that whatever, say, is right for Austria is also right for Russia. The most important and decisive factor is lost sight of here, namely, the concrete historical conditions in Russia as a whole and in the life of each of the nations inhabiting Russia in particular. Listen, for example, to what the well-known Bundist, V. Kosoisky, says. When at the Fourth Congress of the Bund the principles of the question, i.e., the national question JST, were discussed, the proposal made by one of the members of the Congress to settle the question in the spirit of the resolution of the South Slav Social Democratic Party met with general approval. And the result was that the Congress unanimously adopted national autonomy. And that was all. No analysis of the actual conditions in Russia, no investigation of the condition of the Jews in Russia. They first borrowed the solution of the South Slav Social Democratic Party, then they approved it, and finally they unanimously adopted it. This is the way the Bundists present and solve the national question in Russia. As a matter of fact, Austria and Russia represent entirely different conditions. This explains why the Social Democrats in Austria, when they adopted their national program at Bryann, 1899, in the spirit of the resolution of the South Slav Social Democratic Party, with certain insignificant amendments, it is true, approached the question in an entirely non-Russian way, so to speak, and, of course, solved it in a non-Russian way. First, as to the presentation of the question. How is the question presented by the Austrian theoreticians of cultural national autonomy, the interpreters of the Bryann national program and the resolution of the South Slav Social Democratic Party, Springer and Bauer? Whether a multinational state is possible, says Springer, and whether, in particular, the Austrian nation 75 ultis are obliged to form a single political entity, is a question we shall not answer here but shall assume to be settled. For anyone who will not concede this possibility and necessity, our investigation will, of course, be purposeless. Our theme is as follows: inasmuch as these nations are obliged to live together, what legal forms will enable them to live together in the best possible way? Springer's italics. Thus, the starting point is the state integrity of Austria. Bauer says the same thing. We therefore start from the assumption that the Austrian nations will remain in the same state union in which they exist at present and inquire how the nations within this union will arrange their relations among themselves and to the state. Here again the first thing is the integrity of Austria. Can Russian social democracy present the question in this way? No, it cannot. And it cannot because from the very outset it holds the view of the right of nations to self-determination, by virtue of which a nation has the right of secession. Even the Bundist Goldblatt admitted at the Second Congress of Russian Social Democracy that the latter could not abandon the standpoint of self-determination. Here is what Goldblatt said on that occasion. Nothing can be said against the right of self-determination. If any nation is striving for independence, we must not oppose it. If Poland does not wish to enter into lawful wedlock with Russia, it is not for us to interfere with her. All this is true. But it follows that the starting points of the Austrian and Russian Social Democrats, far from being identical, are diametrically opposite. After this, can there be any question of borrowing the national program of the Austrians? 76. Furthermore, the Austrians hope to achieve the freedom of nationalities by means of petty reforms, by slow steps. While they propose cultural national autonomy as a practical measure, they do not count on any radical change, on a democratic movement for liberation, which they do not even contemplate. The Russian Marxists, on the other hand, associate the freedom of nationalities with a probable radical change, with a democratic movement for liberation, having no grounds for counting on reforms. And this essentially alters matters in regard to the probable fate of the nations of Russia. Of course, says Bauer, there is little probability that national autonomy will be the result of a great decision, of a bold action. Austria will develop towards national autonomy step by step, by a slow process of development, in the course of a severe struggle, as a consequence of which legislation and administration will be in a state of chronic paralysis. The new constitution will not be created by a great legislative act, but by a multitude of separate enactments for individual provinces and individual communities. Springer says the same thing. I am very well aware, he writes, that institutions of this kind, i.c., organs of national autonomy JST, are not created in a single year or a single decade. The reorganization of the Prussian administration alone took considerable time. It took the Prussians 2 decades finally to establish their basic administrative institutions. Let nobody think that I harbor any illusions as to the time required and the difficulties to be overcome in Austrasia. All this is very definite. But can the Russian Marxists avoid associating the national question with bold actions? Can they count on partial reforms, on a multitude of separate enactments as a means for achieving the freedom of nationalities? But if they cannot and must not do so, is it not clear that the methods of struggle of the Austrians and the Marxism and the national question 77 Russians and their prospects must be entirely different? How in such a state of affairs can they confine themselves to the one-sided, milk and water cultural national autonomy of the Austrians? One or the other, either those who are in favor of borrowing do not count on bold actions in Russia, or they do count on such actions but know not what they do. Finally, the immediate tasks facing Russia and Austria are entirely different and consequently dictate different methods of solving the national question. In Austria parliamentarism prevails, and under present conditions no development in Austria is possible without parliament. But parliamentary life and legislation in Austria are frequently brought to a complete standstill by severe conflicts between the national parties. That explains the chronic political crisis from which Austria has for a long time been suffering. Hence, in Austria the national question is the very hub of political life, it is the vital question. It is therefore not surprising that the Austrian social democratic politicians should first of all try in one way or another to find a solution for the national conflicts, of course on the basis of the existing parliamentary system, by parliamentary methods. Not so with Russia. In the first place, in Russia there is no parliament, thank God. In the second place, and this is the main point, the hub of the political life of Russia is not the national but the agrarian question. Consequently, the fate of the Russian problem, and, accordingly, the liberation of the nations too, is bound up in Russia with the solution of the agrarian question, i.e., with the destruction of the relics of feudalism, i.e., with the democratization of the country. That explains why in Russia the national question is not an independent and decisive one, but a part of the general and more important question of the emancipation of the country. The barrenness of the Austrian parliament, writes Springer, is due precisely to the fact that every reform gives rise to antagonisms within the national parties which may affect their unity. The leaders of the parties, their 5A public remark made by the Tsarist Minister of Finance in 1908. 78. 4. Avoid everything that smacks of reform. Progress in Austria is generally conceivable only if the nations are granted infeasible legal rights which will relieve them of the necessity of constantly maintaining national militant groups in parliament and will enable them to turn their attention to the solution of economic and social problems. Bauer says the same thing. National peace is indispensable first of all for the state. The state cannot permit legislation to be brought to a standstill by the very stupid question of language or by every quarrel between excited people on a linguistic frontier, or over every new school. All this is clear. But it is no less clear that the national question in Russia is on an entirely different plane. It is not the national, but the agrarian question that decides the fate of progress in Russia. The national question is a subordinate one. And so we have different presentations of the question, different prospects and methods of struggle, different immediate tasks. Is it not clear that, such being the state of affairs, only pedants who solve the national question without reference to space and time can think of adopting examples from Austria and of borrowing a program? To repeat, the concrete historical conditions as the starting point, and the dialectical presentation of the question as the only correct way of presenting it, such is the key to solving the national question. VU. The national question in Russia. It remains for us to suggest a positive solution of the national question. We take as our starting point that the question can be solved only in intimate connection with the present situation in Russia. Russia is in a transitional period, when normal, constitutional life has not yet been established and when the '79 political crisis has not yet been settled. Days of storm and complications are ahead. And this gives rise to the movement, the present and the future movement, the aim of which is to achieve complete democratization. It is in connection with this movement that the national question must be examined. Thus the complete democratization of the country is the basis and condition for the solution of the national question. When seeking a solution of the question, we must take into account not only the situation at home but also the situation abroad. Russia is situated between Europe and Asia, between Austria and China. The growth of democracy in Asia is inevitable. The growth of imperialism in Europe is not fortuitous. In Europe, capital is beginning to feel cramped, and it is reaching out towards foreign countries in search of new markets, cheap labor, and new fields of investment. But this leads to external complications and to war. No one can assert that the Balkan War registered is the end and not the beginning of the complications. It is quite possible, therefore, that a combination of internal and external conditions may arise in which one or another nationality in Russia may find it necessary to raise and settle the question of its independence. And, of course, it is not for Marxists to create obstacles in such cases. But it follows that Russian Marxists cannot dispense with the right of nations to self-determination. Thus, the right of self-determination is an essential element in the solution of the national question. Further, What must be our attitude towards nations which for one reason or another will prefer to remain within the framework of the whole? We have seen that cultural national autonomy is unsuitable. Firstly, it is artificial and impracticable, for it proposes artificially to draw into a single nation people whom the march of events, real events, is disuniting and dispersing to every corner of the country. Secondly, it stimulates nationalism, because it leads to the viewpoint in favor of the the First Balkan War, which broke out in 1912 between Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, and Greece, on the one hand, and Turkey on the other. 80. Marcation of people according to national curie, the organization of nations, the preservation and cultivation of national peculiarities, all of which are entirely incompatible with social democracy. It is not fortuitous that the Moravian separatists in the Reichsrat, having severed themselves from the German Social Democratic deputies, have united with the Moravian bourgeois deputies to form a single, so to speak, Moravian Kolo. Nor is it fortuitous that the separatists of the Bund have got themselves involved in nationalism by acclaiming the Sabbath and Yiddish. There are no Bundist deputies yet in the Duma, but in the Bund area there is a clerical reactionary Jewish community, in the controlling institutions of which the Bund is arranging, for a beginning, a get-together of the Jewish workers and bourgeois. Such is the logic of cultural national autonomy. Thus, national autonomy does not solve the problem. What, then, is the way out? The only correct solution is regional autonomy, autonomy for such crystallized units as Poland, Lithuania, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, etc. The advantage of regional autonomy consists, first of all, in the fact that it does not deal with a fiction bereft of territory, but with a definite population inhabiting a definite territory. Next, it does not divide people according to nations, it does not strengthen national barriers, on the contrary, it breaks down these barriers and unites the population in such a manner as to open the way for division of a different kind, division according to classes. Finally, it makes it possible to utilize the natural wealth of the region and to develop its productive forces in the best possible way without awaiting the decisions of a common center, functions which are not inherent features of cultural national autonomy. Thus, regional autonomy is an essential element in the solution of the national question. Of course, not one of the regions constitutes a compact, homogeneous nation, for each is interspersed with national minorities. Such are the Jews in Poland, the Lets in Lithuania, the Russians in the Caucasus, the Poles in the Ukraine, and so on. It may be feared, therefore, that the minorities will be oppressed by the national majorities. But there will 81 be grounds for fear only if the old order continues to prevail in the country. Give the country complete democracy and all grounds for fear will vanish. It is proposed to bind the dispersed minorities into a single national union. But what the minorities want is not an artificial union, but real rights in the localities they inhabit. What can such a union give them without complete democratization? On the other hand, what need is there for a national union when there is complete democratization? What is it that particularly agitates a national minority? A minority is discontented not because there is no national union but because it does not enjoy the right to use its native language. Permit it to use its native language and the discontent will pass of itself. A minority is discontented not because there is no artificial union but because it does not possess its own schools. Give it its own schools and all grounds for discontent will disappear. A minority is discontented not because there is no national union, but because it does not enjoy liberty of conscience, religious liberty, liberty of movement, etc. Give it these liberties and it will cease to be discontented. Thus, equal rights of nations in all forms, language, schools, is an essential element in the solution of the national question. Consequently, a state law based on complete democratization of the country is required, prohibiting all national privileges without exception and every kind of disability or restriction on the rights of national minorities. That, and that alone, is the real, not a paper guarantee of the rights of a minority. One may or may not dispute the existence of a logical connection between organizational federalism and cultural national autonomy. But one cannot dispute the fact that the latter creates an atmosphere favoring unlimited federalism, developing into complete rupture, into separatism. If the Czechs in Austria and the Bundists in Russia began with autonomy, passed to federation and ended in separatism, there can be no doubt that an important part in this was played by the nationalist atmosphere that is naturally generated by cultural national autonomy. It is not fortuitous that 82. National autonomy and organizational federalism go hand in hand. It is quite understandable. Both demand demarcation according to nationalities. Both presume organization according to nationalities. The similarity is beyond question. The only difference is that in one case the population as a whole is divided, while in the other it is the social democratic workers who are divided. We know where the demarcation of workers according to nationalities leads to. The disintegration of a united workers' party, the splitting of trade unions according to nationalities, aggravation of national friction, national strike breaking, complete demoralization within the ranks of social democracy. Such are the results of organizational federalism. This is eloquently borne out by the history of social democracy in Austria and the activities of the Bund in Russia. The only cure for this is organization on the basis of internationalism. To unite locally the workers of all nationalities of Russia into single, integral collective bodies, to unite these collective bodies into a single party, such is the task. It goes without saying that a party structure of this kind does not preclude, but on the contrary presumes, wide autonomy for the regions within the single integral party. The experience of the Caucasus proves the expediency of this type of organization. If the Caucasians have succeeded in overcoming the national friction between the Armenian and Tatar workers, if they have succeeded in safeguarding the population against the possibility of massacres and shooting affrays, if in Baku, that kaleidoscope of national groups, national conflicts are now no longer possible, and if it has been possible to draw the workers there into the single current of a powerful movement, then the international structure of the Caucasian social democracy was not the least factor in bringing this about. The type of organization influences not only practical work. It stamps an indelible impress on the whole mental life of the worker. The worker lives the life of his organization, which stimulates his intellectual growth and educates him. And thus, acting within his organization and continually meeting their comrades from other nationalities, and side by side with 83 them waging a common struggle under the leadership of a common collective body, he becomes deeply imbued with the idea that workers are primarily members of one class family, members of the United Army of Socialism. And this cannot but have a tremendous educational value for large sections of the working class. Therefore, the international type of organization serves as a school of fraternal sentiments and is a tremendous agitational factor on behalf of internationalism. But this is not the case with an organization on the basis of nationalities. When the workers are organized according to nationality, they isolate themselves within their national shells, fenced off from each other by organizational barriers. The stress is laid not on what is common to the workers but on what distinguishes them from each other. In this type of organization the worker is primarily a member of his nation, a Jew, a Pole, and so on. It is not surprising that national federalism in organization inculcates in the workers a spirit of national seclusion. Therefore, the national type of organization is a school of national narrow-mindedness and stagnation. Thus we are confronted by two fundamentally different types of organization, the type based on international solidarity and the type based on the organizational demarcation of the workers according to nationalities. Attempts to reconcile these two types have so far been vain. The compromise rules of the Austrian Social Democratic Party drawn up in Wimmerg in 1897 were left hanging in the air. The Austrian party fell to pieces and dragged the trade unions with it. Compromise proved to be not only utopian, but harmful. Strasser is right when he says that separatism achieved its first triumph at the Wimmerg Party Congress. The same is true in Russia. The compromise with the federalism of the Bund which took place at the Stockholm Congress ended in a complete fiasco. The Bund violated the Stockholm Compromise. Ever since the Stockholm Congress, the Bund has been an obstacle in the way of union of the workers locally in a single organization, which would include *C his der Arbeiter und die Nation, 1912. 84. Workers of all nationalities. And the Bund has obstinately persisted in its separatist tactics in spite of the fact that in 1907 and in 1908 Russian social democracy repeatedly demanded that unity should at last be established from below among the workers of all nationalities. The Bund, which began with organizational national autonomy, in fact passed to federalism, only to end in complete rupture, separatism. And by breaking with the Russian Social Democratic Party it caused disharmony and disorganization in the ranks of the latter. The path of compromise must therefore be discarded as utopian and harmful. One thing or the other, either the federalism of the Bund, in which case the Russian Social Democratic Party must reform itself on a basis of demarcation of the workers according to nationalities, or an international type of organization, in which case the Bund must reform itself on a basis of territorial autonomy after the pattern of the Caucasian, Lettish, and Polish social democracies, and thus make possible the direct union of the Jewish workers with the workers of the other nationalities of Russia. There is no middle course, principles triumph, they do not compromise. Thus, the principle of international solidarity of the workers is an essential element in the solution of the national question. January 1913. 2 camps. The world has definitely and irrevocably split into 2 camps, the camp of imperialism and the camp of socialism. Over there, in their camp, are America and Britain, France and Japan, with their capital, armaments, tried agents, and experienced administrators. Here, in our camp, are Soviet Russia and the young Soviet republics and the growing proletarian revolution in the countries of Europe, without capital, without tried agents or experienced administrators, but, on the other hand, with experienced agitators capable of firing the hearts of the working people with the spirit of emancipation. The struggle between these 2 camps constitutes the hub of present-day affairs, determines the whole substance of the present home and foreign policies of the leaders of the Old and the New Worlds. Estland and Lithuania, the Ukraine and the Crimea, Turkestan and Siberia, Poland and the Caucasus, and, finally, Russia itself are not aims in themselves. They are only an arena of struggle, of a mortal struggle between 2 forces, imperialism, which is striving to strengthen the yoke of slavery, and socialism, which is fighting for emancipation from slavery. The strength of imperialism lies in the ignorance of the masses, who create wealth for their masters and forge chains of oppression for themselves. But the ignorance of the masses is a transient thing and inevitably tends to be dispelled in the course of time, as the dissatisfaction of the masses grows and the revolutionary movement spreads. The imperialists have capital, but who does not know that Capi won February 22, 1919. In the midst of the Civil War, Stalin here predicts and defines the main struggle of the rest of the century. 86. Tal is powerless in the face of the inevitable. For this reason, the rule of imperialism is impermanent and insecure. The weakness of imperialism lies in its powerlessness to end the war without catastrophe, without increasing mass unemployment, without further robbery of its own workers and peasants, without further seizures of foreign territory. It is a question not of ending the war, nor even of victory over Germany, but of who is to be made to pay the billions spent on the war. Russia emerged from the imperialist war rejuvenated, because she ended the war at the cost of the imperialists, home and foreign, and laid the expense of the war on those who were directly responsible for it by expropriating them. The imperialists cannot do this, they cannot expropriate themselves, otherwise they would not be imperialists. To end the war in imperialist fashion, they are compelled to doom the workers to starvation, wholesale unemployment due to the closing down of unprofitable plants, additional indirect taxation, a terrific rise in prices of food. They are compelled to plunder Germany, Austria-Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, Turkestan, Siberia. Need it be said that all this broadens the base of revolution, shakes the foundations of imperialism and hastens the inevitable catastrophe? 3 months ago imperialism, drunk with victory, was rattling the saber and threatening to overrun Russia with its armed hordes. How could poverty-stricken and savage Soviet Russia hold out against the disciplined army of the British and French, who had smashed even the Germans, for all their vaunted technical equipment? So they thought. But they overlooked a trifle. They failed to realize that peace, even an indecent peace, would inevitably undermine the discipline of their army and rouse its opposition to another war, while unemployment and high living costs would inevitably strengthen the revolutionary movement of the workers against their imperialists. And what did we find? The disciplined army proved unfit for purposes of intervention. It sickened with an inevitable disease demoralization. The boasted civil peace and law and order turned into their opposite, into civil war. The hastily concocted bourgeois governments in the border two camps 87 Juns of Russia proved to be soap bubbles, unsuitable as a camouflage for intervention, which had been undertaken, of course, in the name of humanitarianism and civilization. As to Soviet Russia, not only did their hope for a walkover fail, they even deemed it necessary to retreat a little and invite her to a conference, on the Prince's Islands. For the successes of the Red Army, the appearance of new national Soviet republics which were infecting neighboring countries with the spirit of revolution, the spread of revolution in the West and the appearance of workers and soldiers Soviets in the Entente countries were arguments that were more than persuasive. What is more, things have reached a point where even Clemenceau the implacable, who only yesterday refused to issue passports to the Bern Conference, and who was preparing to devour anarchistic Russia, is today, having been rather mauled by the revolution, not averse to availing himself of the services of that honest Marxist broker, the old Koskai, and wants to send him to Russia to negotiate, that is to say, investigate. Truly. Where are they now, the haughty words, the lordly strength, the royal mien? All these changes took place in the space of some 3 months. We have every ground for affirming that the trend will continue in the same direction, for it has to be admitted that in the present moment of storm and stress Russia is the only country in which social and economic life is proceeding normally, without strikes or anti-government demonstrations, that the Soviet government is the most stable of all the two. With their military intervention in the Russian Civil War failing, Britain and France tried to arrange a conference between the Soviet government and the various Russian counter-revolutionary governments in February 1919 on the Prince's Islands in the Sea of Marmora. The conference never took place. 8. The Bern Conference of February 3–10, 1919, in which the various European social democratic parties tried to attain international unity after each had just supported its own government in the war against each other. 88. Existing governments in Europe, and that the strength and prestige of Soviet Russia, both at home and abroad, are growing day by day in direct proportion to the decline of the strength and prestige of the imperialist governments. The world has split into two irreconcilable camps, the camp of imperialism and the camp of socialism. Imperialism in its death throes is clutching at the last straw, the League of Nations, trying to save itself by uniting the robbers of all countries into a single alliance. But its efforts are in vain, because time and circumstances are working against it and in favor of socialism. The tide of socialist revolution is irresistibly rising and investing the strongholds of imperialism. Its thunder is re-echoing through the countries of the oppressed East. The soil is beginning to burn under the feet of imperialism. Imperialism is doomed to inevitable destruction. 1919. The Foundations of Leninism. Lectures delivered at the Sverdlovy University. Dedicated to the Lenin Enrollment 2. J. Stalin. The Foundations of Leninism is a big subject. To exhaust it a whole volume would be required. Indeed, a number of volumes would be required. Naturally, therefore, my lectures cannot be an exhaustive exposition of Leninism. At best they can only offer a concise synopsis of the foundations of Leninism. Nevertheless, I consider it useful to give the synopsis, in order to lay down some basic points of departure necessary for the successful study of Leninism. 1 Jan 1923 Lenin became gravely ill. Immediately, Trotsky, who had come over to the Bolsheviks at the moment of victory of the 1917 revolution, began to organize opposition groups within the party. They reopened much of the debate that had led to the 1905 split in the Social Democratic Party, taking many of the old Menshevik positions. They particularly attacked Lenin's formulations about the leading role of a unified party, the need to build socialism in one country while relying on the peasantry as an ally, and the revolutionary potential of national liberation movements. Lenin died on January 21, 1924. Stalin, who was secretary of the party, assumed leadership, particularly at first theoretical leadership, of those adhering to Lenin's principles. In the Foundations of Leninism, first published in April and May 1924, Stalin summarized and developed these principles as they applied to what he saw as the major theoretical and practical problems of the century, both for the Soviet Union and the world revolution. It is the most comprehensive statement of Stalin's theory on all these questions. It can also be read as the most concise statement extant of 20th-century Marxist-Leninist theory. The struggle over who was to succeed Lenin as leader of the party. Go. Expounding the foundations of Leninism still does not mean expounding the basis of Lenin's world outlook. Lenin's world outlook and the foundations of Leninism are not identical in scope. Lenin was a Marxist, and Marxism is, of course, the basis of his world outlook. But from this it does not at all follow that an exposition of Leninism ought to begin with an exposition of the foundations of Marxism. To expound Leninism means to expound the distinctive and new in the works of Lenin that Lenin contributed to the general treasury of Marxism and that is naturally connected with his name. Only in this sense will I speak in my lectures of the foundations of Leninism. And so, what is Leninism? Some say that Leninism is the application of Marxism to the conditions that are peculiar to the situation in Russia. This definition contains a particle of truth, but not the whole truth by any means. Lenin, indeed, applied Marxism to Russian conditions, and applied it in a masterly way. But if Leninism were only the application of Marxism to the conditions that are peculiar to Russia, it would be a purely national and only a national, a purely Russian and only a Russian, phenomenon. We know, however, that Leninism is not merely a Russian, but an international phenomenon rooted in the whole of international development. That is why I think this definition suffers from one-sidedness. Others say that Leninism is the revival of the revolutionary elements of Marxism of the 40s of the 19th century, as distinct from the Marxism of subsequent years, when, it is alleged, it became moderate, non-revolutionary. If we disregard this foolish and vulgar division of the teachings of Marx into two parts, revolutionary and moderate, we must seeae was not, as most of us have been taught, primarily a battle of individuals for personal power. It was a contest among conflicting political ideas, whose outcome was to have enormous historical consequences. The foundations of Leninism mark Stalin's emergence as Lenin's successor, that is, as the main practical and theoretical leader of the world revolution. When Lenin died, the party was open to workers dedicated to carrying on his heritage. In this Lenin enrollment, almost 250,000 joined the party. Stalin dedicates this work to them so it can serve as their guidebook to the principles of Leninism. The foundations of Leninism 91 admit that even this totally inadequate and unsatisfactory definition contains a particle of truth. This particle of truth is that Lenin did indeed restore the revolutionary content of Marxism, which had been suppressed by the opportunists of the Second International. Still, that is but a particle of the truth. The whole truth about Leninism is that Leninism not only restored Marxism, but also took a step forward, developing Marxism further under the new conditions of capitalism and of the class struggle of the proletariat. What, then, in the last analysis, is Leninism? Leninism is Marxism of the era of imperialism and the proletarian revolution. To be more exact, Leninism is the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution in general, the theory and tactics of the dictatorship of the proletariat in particular. Marx and Engels pursued their activities in the pre-revolutionary period. We have the proletarian revolution in mind, when developed imperialism did not yet exist, in the period of the proletarians' preparation for revolution, in the period when the proletarian revolution was not yet an immediate practical inevitability. But Lenin, the disciple of Marx and Engels, pursued his activities in the period of developed imperialism, in the period of the unfolding proletarian revolution, when the proletarian revolution had already triumphed in one country, had smashed bourgeois democracy and had ushered in the era of proletarian democracy, the era of the Soviets. That is why Leninism is the further development of Marxism. It is usual to point to the exceptionally militant and exceptionally revolutionary character of Leninism. This is quite correct. But this specific feature of Leninism is due to two causes: firstly, to the fact that Leninism emerged from the proletarian revolution, the imprint of which it cannot but bear; secondly, to the fact that it grew and became strong in clashes with the opportunism of the Second International, the fight against which was and remains an essential preliminary condition for a successful fight against capitalism. It must not be forgotten that between Marx and Engels, on the one hand, and Lenin, on the other, there lies a whole period of undivided domination of the opportunism of the Second International, and the ruthless struggle against this opportunism could not but constitute one of the most important tasks of Leninism. The historical roots of Leninism. Leninism grew up and took shape under the conditions of imperialism, when the contradictions of capitalism had reached an extreme point, when the proletarian revolution had become an immediate practical question, when the old period of preparation of the working class for revolution had arrived at and passed into a new period, that of direct assault on capitalism. Lenin called imperialism moribund capitalism. Why? Because imperialism carries the contradictions of capitalism to their last bounds, to the extreme limit, beyond which revolution begins. Of these contradictions, there are three which must be regarded as the most important. The first contradiction is the contradiction between labor and capital. Imperialism is the omnipotence of the monopolist trusts and syndicates, of the banks and the financial oligarchy, in the industrial countries. In the fight against this omnipotence, the customary methods of the working class trade unions and cooperatives, parliamentary parties, and the parliamentary struggle have proved to be totally inadequate. Either place yourself at the mercy of capital, eke out a wretched existence as of old and sink lower and lower, or adopt a new weapon. This is the alternative imperialism puts before the vast masses of the proletariat. Imperialism brings the working class to revolution. The second contradiction is the contradiction among the various financial groups and imperialist powers in their struggle for sources of raw materials, for foreign territory. Imperialism is the export of capital to the sources of raw materials, the frenzied struggle for monopolist possession of these sources, the struggle for a redivision of the already divided world, a struggle waged with particular fury by new financial groups and powers seeking a place in the sun against the old groups and powers, which cling tenaciously to what they have seized. This frenzied struggle among the foundations of Leninism 93 various groups of capitalists is notable in that it includes as an inevitable element imperialist wars, wars for the annexation of foreign territories. This circumstance, in its turn, is notable in that it leads to the mutual weakening of the imperialists, to the weakening of the position of capitalism in general, to the acceleration of the advent of the proletarian revolution and to the practical necessity of this revolution. The third contradiction is the contradiction between the handful of ruling, civilized nations and the hundreds of millions of the colonial and dependent peoples of the world. Imperialism is the most barefaced exploitation and the most inhuman oppression of hundreds of millions of people inhabiting vast colonies and dependent countries. The purpose of this exploitation and of this oppression is to squeeze out super profits. But in exploiting these countries, imperialism is compelled to build their railways, factories, and mills, industrial and commercial centers. The appearance of a class of proletarians, the emergence of a native intelligentsia, the awakening of national consciousness, the growth of the liberation movement, such are the inevitable results of this policy. The growth of the revolutionary movement in all colonies and dependent countries without exception clearly testifies to this fact. This circumstance is of importance for the proletariat inasmuch as it saps radically the position of capitalism by converting the colonies and dependent countries from reserves of imperialism into reserves of the proletariat revolution. Such, in general, are the principal contradictions of imperialism which have converted the old, flourishing capitalism into moribund capitalism. The significance of the imperialist war which broke out 10 years ago lies, among other things, in the fact that it gathered all these contradictions into a single knot and threw them onto the scales, thereby accelerating and facilitating the revolutionary battles of the proletariat. In other words, imperialism was instrumental not only in making the revolution a practical inevitability, but also in creating favorable conditions for a direct assault on the citadels of capitalism. 94. Such was the international situation which gave birth to Leninism. Some may say, this is all very well, but what has it to do with Russia, which was not and could not be a classical land of imperialism? What has it to do with Lenin, who worked primarily in Russia and for Russia? Why did Russia, of all countries, become the home of Leninism, the birthplace of the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution? Because Russia was the focus of all these contradictions of imperialism. Because Russia, more than any other country, was pregnant with revolution, and she alone, therefore, was in a position to solve those contradictions in a revolutionary way. To begin with, Tsarist Russia was the home of every kind of oppression, capitalist, colonial, and militarist in its most inhuman and barbarous form. Who does not know that in Russia the omnipotence of capital was combined with the despotism of Tsarism, the aggressiveness of Russian nationalism with Tsarism's role of executioner in regard to the non-Russian peoples, the exploitation of entire regions, Turkey, Persia, China, with the seizure of these regions by Tsarism, with wars of conquest. Lenin was right in saying that Tsarism was military feudal imperialism. Tsarism was the concentration of the worst features of imperialism, raised to a high pitch. To proceed. Tsarist Russia was a major reserve of Western imperialism, not only in the sense that it gave free entry to foreign capital, which controlled such basic branches of Russia's national economy as the fuel and metallurgical industries, but also in the sense that it could supply the Western imperialists with millions of soldiers. Remember the Russian army, 14 million strong, which shed its blood on the imperialist fronts to safeguard the staggering profits of the British and French capitalists. Further, Tsarism was not only the watchdog of imperialism in the east of Europe, but, in addition, it was the agent of Western imperialism for squeezing out of the population hundreds of millions by way of interest on loans obtained in Paris and London, Berlin, and Brussels. Finally, Tsarism was a most faithful ally of Western IM. The foundations of Leninism. 95. Imperialism in the partition of Turkey, Persia, China, etc. Who does not know that the imperialist war was waged by Tsarism in alliance with the imperialists of the Entente, and that Russia was an essential element in that war? That is why the interests of Tsarism and of Western imperialism were interwoven and ultimately became merged in a single skein of imperialist interests. Could Western imperialism resign itself to the loss of such a powerful support in the East and of such a rich reservoir of manpower and resources as old, Tsarist, bourgeois Russia was without exerting all its strength to wage a life and death struggle against the revolution in Russia, with the object of defending and preserving Tsarism? Of course not. But from this it follows that whoever wanted to strike at Tsarism necessarily raised his hand against imperialism, whoever rose against Tsarism had to rise against imperialism as well, for whoever was bent on overthrowing Tsarism had to overthrow imperialism too, if he really intended not merely to defeat Tsarism, but to make a clean sweep of it. Thus the revolution against Tsarism verged on and had to pass into a revolution against imperialism, into a proletarian revolution. Meanwhile, in Russia a tremendous popular revolution was rising, headed by the most revolutionary proletariat in the world, which possessed such an important ally as the revolutionary peasantry of Russia. Does it need proof that such a revolution could not stop halfway, that in the event of success it was bound to advance further and raise the banner of revolt against imperialism? That is why Russia was bound to become the focus of the contradictions of imperialism, not only in the sense that it was in Russia that these contradictions were revealed most plainly, in view of their particularly repulsive and particularly intolerable character, and not only because Russia was a highly important prop of Western imperialism, connecting Western finance capital with the colonies in the East, but also because Russia was the only country in which there existed a real force capable of resolving the contradictions of imperialism in a revolutionary way. From this it follows, however, that the revolution in Russia 96 could not but become a proletarian revolution, that from its very inception it could not but assume an international character, and that, therefore, it could not but shake the very foundations of world imperialism. Under these circumstances, could the Russian communists confine their work within the narrow national bounds of the Russian Revolution? Of course not. On the contrary, the whole situation, both internal, the profound revolutionary crisis, and external, the war, impelled them to go beyond these bounds in their work, to transfer the struggle to the international arena, to expose the ulcers of imperialism, to prove that the collapse of capitalism was inevitable, to smash social chauvinism and social pacifism, and, finally, to overthrow capitalism in their own country and to forge a new fighting weapon for the proletariat, the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution in order to facilitate the task of overthrowing capitalism for the proletarians of all countries. Nor could the Russian communists act otherwise, for only this path offered the chance of producing certain changes in the international situation which could safeguard Russia against the restoration of the bourgeois order. That is why Russia became the home of Leninism, and why Lenin, the leader of the Russian communists, became its creator. The same thing, approximately, happened in the case of Russia and Lenin as in the case of Germany and Marx and Engels in the 40s of the last century. Germany at that time was pregnant with bourgeois revolution just like Russia at the beginning of the 20th century. Marx wrote at that time in the Communist Manifesto. The communists turn their attention chiefly to Germany, because that country is on the eve of a bourgeois revolution that is bound to be carried out under more advanced conditions of European civilization, and with a much more developed proletariat, than that of England was in the 17th, and of France in the 18th century, and because the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. The foundations of Leninism 97. In other words, the center of the revolutionary movement was shifting to Germany. There can hardly be any doubt that it was this very circumstance, noted by Marx in the above quoted passage, that served as the probable reason why it was precisely Germany that became the birthplace of scientific socialism and why the leaders of the German proletariat, Marx and Engels, became its creators. The same, only to a still greater degree, must be said of Russia at the beginning of the 20th century. Russia was then on the eve of a bourgeois revolution. She had to accomplish this revolution at a time when conditions in Europe were more advanced, and with a proletariat that was more developed than that of Germany in the 40s of the 19th century, let alone Britain and France. Moreover, all the evidence went to show that this revolution was bound to serve as a ferment and as a prelude to the proletarian revolution. We cannot regard it as accidental that as early as 1902, when the Russian Revolution was still in an embryonic state, Lenin wrote the prophetic words in his pamphlet What is to be Done. History has now confronted us, i.e., the Russian Marxists JST, with an immediate task which is the most revolutionary of all the immediate tasks that confront the proletariat of any country. The fulfillment of this task, the destruction of the most powerful bulwark, not only of European, but also, it may now be said, of Asiatic reaction, would make the Russian proletariat the vanguard of the international revolutionary proletariat. In other words, the center of the revolutionary movement was bound to shift to Russia. As we know, the course of the revolution in Russia has more than vindicated Lenin's prediction. Is it surprising, after all this, that a country which has accomplished such a revolution and possesses such a proletariat should have been the birthplace of the theory and tactics of the proletarian revolution? 98. It is surprising that Lenin, the leader of Russia's proletariat, became also the creator of this theory and tactics and the leader of the international proletariat. Il. Method. I have already said that between Marx and Engels, on the one hand, and Lenin, on the other, there lies a whole period of domination of the opportunism of the Second International. For the sake of exactitude I must add that it is not the formal domination of opportunism I have in mind, but only its actual domination. Formally, the Second International was headed by faithful Marxists, by the Orthodox Koskai and others. Actually, however, the main work of the Second International followed the line of opportunism. The opportunists adapted themselves to the bourgeoisie because of their adaptive, petty bourgeois nature. The Orthodox, in their turn, adapted themselves to the opportunists in order to preserve unity with them, in the interests of peace within the party. Thus the link between the policy of the bourgeoisie and the policy of the Orthodox was closed, and, as a result, opportunism reigned supreme. This was the period of the relatively peaceful development of capitalism, the pre-war period, so to speak, when the catastrophic contradictions of imperialism had not yet become so glaringly evident, when workers' economic strikes and trade unions were developing more or less normally, when election campaigns and parliamentary groups yielded dizzying successes, when legal forms of struggle were lauded to the skies, and when it was thought that capitalism would be killed by legal means. In short, when the parties of the Second International were living in clover and had no inclination to think seriously about revolution, about the dictatorship of the proletariat, about the revolutionary education of the masses. Instead of an integral revolutionary theory, there were contradictory theoretical postulates and fragments of theory, which were divorced from the actual revolutionary struggle of the masses and had been turned into threadbare dogmas. For the sake of appearances, Marx's theory was mentioned. The foundations of Leninism 99, of course, but only to rob it of its living, revolutionary spirit. Instead of a revolutionary policy, there was flabby Philistinism and sordid political bargaining, parliamentary diplomacy and parliamentary scheming. For the sake of appearances, of course, revolutionary resolutions and slogans were adopted, but only to be pigeonholed. Instead of the party being trained and taught correct revolutionary tactics on the basis of its own mistakes, there was a studied evasion of vexed questions, which were glossed over and veiled. For the sake of appearances, of course, there was no objection to talking about vexed questions, but only in order to wind up with some sort of elastic resolution. Such was the physiognomy of the Second International, its method of work, its arsenal. Meanwhile, a new period of imperialist wars and of revolutionary battles of the proletariat was approaching. The old methods of fighting were proving obviously inadequate and impotent in face of the omnipotence of finance capital. It became necessary to overhaul the entire activity of the Second International, its entire method of work, and to drive out all Philistinism, narrow-mindedness, political scheming, renegacy, social chauvinism and social pacifism. It became necessary to examine the entire arsenal of the Second International, to throw out all that was rusty and antiquated, to forge new weapons. Without this preliminary work it was useless embarking upon war against capitalism. Without this work the proletariat ran the risk of finding itself inadequately armed, or even completely unarmed, in the future revolutionary battles. The honor of bringing about this general overhauling and general cleansing of the Augean stables of the Second International fell to Leninism. Such were the conditions under which the method of Leninism was bombed and hammered out. What are the requirements of this method? Firstly, the testing of the theoretical dogmas of the Second International in the crucible of the revolutionary struggle of the masses, in the crucible of living practice, that is to say, the restoration of the broken unity between theory and practice, the healing of the rift between them, for only in 100. This way can a truly proletarian party armed with revolutionary theory be created. Secondly, the testing of the policy of the parties of the Second International, not by their slogans and resolutions, which cannot be trusted, but by their deeds, by their actions, for only in this way can the confidence of the proletarian masses be won and deserved. Thirdly, the reorganization of all party work on new revolutionary lines, with a view to training and preparing the masses for the revolutionary struggle, for only in this way can the masses be prepared for the proletarian revolution. Fourthly, self-criticism within the proletarian parties, their education and training on the basis of their own mistakes, for only in this way can genuine cadres and genuine leaders of the party be trained. Such is the basis and substance of the method of Leninism. How was this method applied in practice? The opportunists of the Second International have a number of theoretical dogmas to which they always revert as their starting point. Let us take a few of these. First dogma, concerning the conditions for the seizure of power by the proletariat. The opportunists assert that the proletariat cannot and ought not to take power unless it constitutes a majority in the country. No proofs are brought forward, for there are no proofs, either theoretical or practical, that can bear out this absurd thesis. Let us assume that this is so. Lenin replies to the gentlemen of the Second International, but suppose a historical situation has arisen, a war, an agrarian crisis, etc., in which the proletariat, constituting a minority of the population, has an opportunity to rally around itself the vast majority of the laboring masses. Why should it not take power then? Why should the proletariat not take advantage of a favorable international and internal situation to pierce the front of capital and hasten the general denouement? Did not Marx say as far back as the 50s of the last century that things could go splendidly with the proletarian revolution in Germany were it possible to back it by, so to speak, a second edition of the Peasants' War? Is it not a generally known fact that in those days the number of proletarians in Germany was tell the foundations of Leninism 101-atively smaller than, for example, in Russia in 1917? Has not the practical experience of the Russian proletarian revolution shown that this favorite dogma of the heroes of the Second International is devoid of all vital significance for the proletariat? Is it not clear that the practical experience of the revolutionary struggle of the masses refutes and smashes this obsolete dogma? Second dogma, the proletariat cannot retain power if it lacks an adequate number of trained cultural and administrative cadres capable of organizing the administration of the country. These cadres must first be trained under capitalist conditions, and only then can power be taken. Let us assume that this is so, replies Lenin, but why not turn it this way: first take power, create favorable conditions for the development of the proletariat, and then proceed with 7 league strides to raise the cultural level of the laboring masses and train numerous cadres of leaders and administrators from among the workers? Has not Russian experience shown that the cadres of leaders recruited from the ranks of the workers develop 100 times more rapidly and effectually under the rule of the proletariat than under the rule of capital? Is it not clear that the practical experience of the revolutionary struggle of the masses ruthlessly smashes this theoretical dogma of the opportunists too? Third dogma, the proletariat cannot accept the method of the political general strike because it is unsound in theory, see Engels's criticism, and dangerous in practice. It may disturb the normal course of economic life in the country, it may deplete the coffers of the trade unions, and cannot serve as a substitute for parliamentary forms of struggle, which are the principal form of the class struggle of the proletariat. Very well, reply the Leninists, but, firstly, Engels did not criticize every kind of general strike. He only criticized a certain kind of general strike, namely, the economic general strike advocated by the anarchists in place of the political struggle of the proletariat. What has this to do with the method of the political general strike? Secondly, where and by whom has it ever been proved that the parliamentary form of struggle is the principal form of struggle of the proletariat? Does not the history of the revolutionary move 102 meant show that the parliamentary struggle is only a school for, and an auxiliary in, organizing the extra-parliamentary struggle of the proletariat, that under capitalism the fundamental problems of the working class movement are solved by force, by the direct struggle of the proletarian masses, their general strike, their uprising? Thirdly, who suggested that the method of the political general strike be substituted for the parliamentary struggle? Where and when have the supporters of the political general strike sought to substitute extra-parliamentary forms of struggle for parliamentary forms? Fourthly, has not the revolution in Russia shown that the political general strike is a highly important school for the proletarian revolution and an indispensable means of mobilizing and organizing the vast masses of the proletariat on the eve of storming the citadels of capitalism? Why then the Philistine lamentations over the disturbance of the normal course of economic life and over the coffers of the trade unions? Is it not clear that the practical experience of the revolutionary struggle smashes this dogma of the opportunists too? And so on and so forth. That is why Lenin said that revolutionary theory is not a dogma, that it assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. Left-wing communism, for theory must serve practice, for theory must answer the questions raised by practice, what the friends of the people are, for it must be tested by practical results. As to the political slogans and the political resolutions of the parties of the Second International, it is sufficient to tackle the history of the slogan "War Against War" to realize how utterly false and utterly rotten are the political practices of these parties, which use pompous revolutionary slogans and resolutions to cloak their anti-revolutionary deeds. We all remember the pompous demonstration of the Second International at the Basel Congress, at which it threatened the imperialists with all the horrors of insurrection if they should dare to start a war, and with the menacing slogan "War III." The Basel Congress, November 24 to 25, 1912, convened to deal with the Balkan War and the impending threat of World War. The foundations of Leninism 103 against war. But who does not remember that some time after, on the very eve of the war, the Basel Resolution was pigeonholed and the workers were given a new slogan to exterminate each other for the glory of their capitalist fatherlands? Is it not clear that revolutionary slogans and resolutions are not worth a farthing unless backed by deeds? One need only contrast the Leninist policy of transforming the imperialist war into civil war with the treacherous policy of the Second International during the war to understand the utter baseness of the opportunist politicians and the full grandeur of the method of Leninism. I cannot refrain from quoting at this point a passage from Lenin's book The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, in which Lenin severely castigates an opportunist attempt by the leader of the Second International, K. Koskai, to judge parties not by their deeds, but by their paper slogans and documents. Koskai is pursuing a typically petty bourgeois, Philistine policy by pretending that putting forward a slogan alters the position. The entire history of bourgeois democracy refutes this illusion. The bourgeois democrats have always advanced and still advance all sorts of slogans in order to deceive the people. The point is to test their sincerity, to compare their words with their deeds, not to be satisfied with idealistic or charlatan phrases, but to get down to class reality. There is no need to mention the fear the parties of the Second International have of self-criticism, their habit of concealing their mistakes, of glossing over vexed questions, of covering up their shortcomings by a deceptive show of well-being which blunts living thought and prevents the party from deriving revolutionary training from its own mistakes, a habit which was ridiculed and pilloried by Lenin. Here is what Lenin wrote about self-criticism in proletarian parties in his pamphlet Left-Wing Communism. The attitude of a political party towards its own mistakes is one of the most important and surest ways of 104. Judging how earnest the party is and how it in practice fulfills its obligations towards its class and the toiling masses. Frankly admitting a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the circumstances which gave rise to it, and thoroughly discussing the means of correcting it, that is the earmark of a serious party, that is the way it should perform its duties, that is the way it should educate and train the class, and then the masses. Some say that the exposure of its own mistakes and self-criticism are dangerous for the party because they may be used by the enemy against the party of the proletariat. Lenin regarded such objections as trivial and entirely wrong. Here is what he wrote on this subject as far back as 1904, in his pamphlet One Step Forward, when our party was still weak and small. They, i.e., the opponents of the Marxists JST, gloat and grimace over our controversies, and, of course, they will try to pick isolated passages from my pamphlet, which deals with the defects and shortcomings of our party, and to use them for their own ends. The Russian Social Democrats are already steeled enough in battle not to be perturbed by these pinpricks and to continue, in spite of them, their work of self-criticism and ruthless exposure of their own shortcomings, which will unquestionably and inevitably be overcome as the working class movement grows. Such, in general, are the characteristic features of the method of Leninism. What is contained in Lenin's method was in the main already contained in the teachings of Marx, which, according to Marx himself, were in essence critical and revolutionary. It is precisely this critical and revolutionary spirit that pervades Lenin's method from beginning to end. But it would be wrong to suppose that Lenin's method is merely the restoration of the method of Marx. As a matter of fact, Lenin's method is not only the restoration, but also the concretization. The foundations of Leninism 105 and further development of the critical and revolutionary method of Marx, of his materialist dialectics. Theory. From this theme I take three questions: a. The importance of theory for the proletarian movement, b. Criticism of the theory of spontaneity, c. The theory of the proletarian revolution. 1. The importance of theory. Some think that Leninism is the precedence of practice over theory in the sense that its main point is the translation of the Marxist theses into deeds, their execution. As for theory, it is alleged that Leninism is rather unconcerned about it. We know that Plekhanov time and again chaffed Lenin about his unconcern for theory, and particularly for philosophy. We also know that the Orv is not held in great favor by many present-day Leninist practical workers, particularly in view of the immense amount of practical work imposed upon them by the situation. I must declare that this more than odd opinion about Lenin and Leninism is quite wrong and bears no relation whatever to the truth, that the attempt of practical workers to brush theory aside runs counter to the whole spirit of Leninism and is fraught with serious dangers to the work. Theory is the experience of the working class movement in all countries taken in its general aspect. Of course, theory becomes purposeless if it is not connected with revolutionary practice, just as practice gropes in the dark if its path is not illumined by revolutionary theory. But theory can become a tremendous force in the working class movement if it is built up in indissoluble connection with revolutionary practice, for theory, and theory alone, can give the movement confidence, the power of orientation, and an understanding of the inner relation of surrounding events, for it, and it alone, can help practice to realize not only how and in which direction classes are moving at the present time, but also how and in which direction they will move in the near future. None other than Lenin uttered and repeated scores of times the well-known thesis that 106. Without a revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. Lenin, better than anyone else, understood the great importance of theory, particularly for a party such as ours, in view of the role of vanguard fighter of the international proletariat which has fallen to its lot, and in view of the complicated internal and international situation in which it finds itself. Foreseeing this special role of our party as far back as 1902, he thought it necessary even then to point out that the role of vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. It scarcely needs proof that now, when Lenin's prediction about the role of our party has come true, this thesis of Lenin's acquires special force and special importance. Perhaps the most striking expression of the great importance which Lenin attached to theory is the fact that none other than Lenin undertook the very serious task of generalizing, on the basis of materialist philosophy, the most important achievements of science from the time of Engels down to his own time, as well as of subjecting to comprehensive criticism the anti-materialistic trends among Marxists. Engels said that materialism has to change its form with each epoch-making discovery. It is well known that none other than Lenin accomplished this task for his own time in his remarkable work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. It is well known that Plekhanov, who loved to chaff Lenin about his unconcern for philosophy, did not even dare to make a serious attempt to undertake such a task. 2. Criticism of the theory of spontaneity, or the role of the vanguard in the movement. The theory of spontaneity is a theory of opportunism, a theory of worshipping the spontaneity of the labor movement, a theory which actually repudiates the leading role of the vanguard of the working class, of the party of the working class. The theory of worshipping spontaneity is decidedly opposed to the revolutionary character of the working class movement. It is opposed to the movement taking the line of struggle against the foundations of capitalism. It is in favor my italics J. St. The foundations of Leninism 107 of the movement proceeding exclusively along the line of realizable demands, of demands acceptable to capitalism. It is wholly in favor of the line of least resistance. The theory of spontaneity is the ideology of trade unionism. The theory of worshipping spontaneity is decidedly opposed to giving the spontaneous movement a politically conscious, planned character. It is opposed to the party marching at the head of the working class, to the party raising the masses to the level of political consciousness, to the party leading the movement. It is in favor of the politically conscious elements of the movement not hindering the movement from taking its own course. It is in favor of the party only heeding the spontaneous movement and dragging at the tail of it. The theory of spontaneity is the theory of belittling the role of the conscious element in the movement, the ideology of kvostism, the logical basis of all opportunism. In practice, this theory, which appeared on the scene even before the first revolution in Russia, led its adherents, the so-called economists, to deny the need for an independent workers' party in Russia, to oppose the revolutionary struggle of the working class for the overthrow of Tsarism, to preach a purely trade unionist policy in the movement, and, in general, to surrender the labor movement to the hegemony of the liberal bourgeoisie. The fight of the old Iskra and the brilliant criticism of the theory of kvostism in Lenin's pamphlet What is to be done? Not only smashed so-called economism, but also created the theoretical foundations for a truly revolutionary movement of the Russian working class. Without this fight it would have been quite useless even to think of creating an independent workers' party in Russia and of its playing a leading part in the revolution. But the theory of worshipping spontaneity is not an exclusively Russian phenomenon. It is extremely widespread in a somewhat different form. It is true in all the parties of the Second International, without exception. I have in mind the so-called productive forces theory as debased by the leaders of the Second International, which justifies everything and conciliates everybody, which records facts and explains them after everyone has become sick and tired of them, and 108. Having recorded them, rests content. Marx said that the materialist theory could not confine itself to explaining the world, that it must also change it. But Koski and Co. are not concerned with this, they prefer to rest content with the first part of Marx's formula. Here is one of the numerous examples of the application of this theory. It is said that before the imperialist war the parties of the Second International threatened to declare war against war if the imperialists should start a war. It is said that on the very eve of the war these parties pigeonholed the war against war slogan and applied an opposite one, viz., war for the imperialist fatherland. It is said that as a result of this change of slogans millions of workers were sent to their death. But it would be a mistake to think that there were some people to blame for this, that someone was unfaithful to the working class or betrayed it. Not at all. Everything happened as it should have happened. Firstly, because the International, it seems, is an instrument of peace, and not of war. Secondly, because, in view of the level of the productive forces which then prevailed, nothing else could be done. The productive forces are to blame. That is the precise explanation vouchsafed to us by Mr. Koski's theory of the productive forces. And whoever does not believe in that theory is not a Marxist. The role of the parties? Their importance for the movement? But what can a party do against so decisive a factor as the level of the productive forces? One could cite a host of similar examples of the falsification of Marxism. It scarcely needs proof that this spurious Marxism, designed to hide the nakedness of opportunism, is merely a European variety of the self-same theory of kvostism which Lenin fought even before the first Russian Revolution. It scarcely needs proof that the demolition of this theoretical falsification is a preliminary condition for the creation of truly revolutionary parties in the West. 3. The theory of the proletarian revolution. Lenin's theory of the proletarian revolution proceeds from three fundamental theses. First thesis, the domination of finance capital in the foundations of Leninism. 109 Advanced capitalist countries, the issue of stocks and bonds as one of the principal operations of finance capital, the export of capital to the sources of raw materials, which is one of the foundations of imperialism, the omnipotence of a financial oligarchy, which is the result of the domination of finance capital. All this reveals the grossly parasitic character of monopolist capitalism, makes the yoke of the capitalist trusts and syndicates 100 times more burdensome, intensifies the indignation of the working class with the foundations of capitalism, and brings the masses to the proletarian revolution as their only salvation. See Lenin, Imperialism. Hence the first conclusion, intensification of the revolutionary crisis within the capitalist countries and growth of the elements of an explosion on the internal, proletarian front in the metropolises. Second thesis, the increase in the export of capital to the colonies and dependent countries, the expansion of spheres of influence and colonial possessions until they cover the whole globe, the transformation of capitalism into a world system of financial enslavement and colonial oppression of the vast majority of the population of the world by a handful of advanced countries. All this has, on the one hand, converted the separate national economies and national territories into links in a single chain called world economy, and, on the other hand, split the population of the globe into two camps, a handful of advanced capitalist countries which exploit and oppress vast colonies and dependencies, and the huge majority consisting of colonial and dependent countries which are compelled to wage a struggle for liberation from the imperialist yoke, see imperialism. Hence the second conclusion, intensification of the revolutionary crisis in the colonial countries and growth of the elements of revolt against imperialism on the external, colonial front. Third thesis, the monopolistic possession of spheres of influence and colonies, the uneven development of the capitalist countries, leading to a frenzied struggle for the redivision of the world between the countries which have already seized territories and those claiming their share, imperialist. 110. Wars as the only means of restoring the disturbed equilibrium. All this leads to the intensification of the struggle on the third front, the intercapitalist front, which weakens imperialism and facilitates the union of the first two fronts against imperialism, the front of the revolutionary proletariat and the front of colonial emancipation, see imperialism. Hence the third conclusion, that under imperialism wars cannot be averted, and that a coalition between the proletarian revolution in Europe and the colonial revolution in the East in a united world front of revolution against the world front of imperialism is inevitable. Lenin combines all these conclusions into one general conclusion that imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution, *, the very approach to the question of the proletarian revolution, of the character of the revolution, of its scope, of its depth, the scheme of the revolution in general, changes accordingly. Formerly, the analysis of the prerequisites for the proletarian revolution was usually approached from the point of view of the economic state of individual countries. Now, this approach is no longer adequate. Now the matter must be approached from the point of view of the economic state of all or the majority of countries, from the point of view of the state of world economy, for individual countries and individual national economies have ceased to be self-sufficient units, have become links in a single chain called world economy, for the old cultured capitalism has evolved into imperialism, and imperialism is a world system of financial enslavement and colonial oppression of the vast majority of the population of the world by a handful of advanced countries. Formerly it was the accepted thing to speak of the existence or absence of objective conditions for the proletarian revolution in individual countries, or, to be more precise, in one or another developed country. Now this point of view is no longer adequate. Now we must speak of the existence of objective conditions for the revolution in the entire system *, my italics J. St. The foundations of Leninism 111 of world imperialist economy as an integral whole, the existence within the system of some countries that are not sufficiently developed industrially cannot serve as an insuperable obstacle to the revolution, if the system as a whole or, more correctly, because the system as a whole is already ripe for revolution. Formerly it was the accepted thing to speak of the proletarian revolution in one or another developed country as of a separate and self-sufficient entity opposing a separate national front of capital as its antipode. Now, this point of view is no longer adequate. Now we must speak of the world proletarian revolution, for the separate national fronts of capital have become links in a single chain called the world front of imperialism, which must be opposed by a common front of the revolutionary movement in all countries. Formerly the proletarian revolution was regarded exclusively as the result of the internal development of a given country. Now, this point of view is no longer adequate. Now the proletarian revolution must be regarded primarily as the result of the development of the contradictions within the world system of imperialism, as the result of the breaking of the chain of the world imperialist front in one country or another. Where will the revolution begin? Where, in what country, can the front of capital be pierced first? Where industry is more developed, where the proletariat constitutes the majority, where there is more culture, where there is more democracy. That was the reply usually given formerly. No, objects the Leninist theory of revolution, not necessarily where industry is more developed, and so forth. The front of capital will be pierced where the chain of imperialism is weakest, for the proletarian revolution is the result of the breaking of the chain of the world imperialist front at its weakest link, and it may turn out that the country which has started the revolution, which has made a breach in the front of capital, is less developed in a capitalist sense than other, more developed, countries, which have, however, remained within the framework of capitalism. In 1917 the chain of the imperialist world front proved to 112 be weaker in Russia than in the other countries. It was there that the chain broke and provided an outlet for the proletarian revolution. Why? Because in Russia a great popular revolution was unfolding, and at its head marched the revolutionary proletariat, which had such an important ally as the vast mass of the peasantry, which was oppressed and exploited by the landlords. Because the revolution there was opposed by such a hideous representative of imperialism as Tsarism, which lacked all moral prestige and was deservedly hated by the whole population. The chain proved to be weaker in Russia, although Russia was less developed in a capitalist sense than, say, France or Germany, Britain or America. Where will the chain break in the near future? Again, where it is weakest. It is not precluded that the chain may break, say, in India. Why? Because that country has a young, militant, revolutionary proletariat, which has such an ally as the national liberation movement, an undoubtedly powerful and undoubtedly important ally. Because there the revolution is confronted by such a well-known foe as foreign imperialism, which has no moral credit and is deservedly hated by the oppressed and exploited masses of India. It is also quite possible that the chain will break in Germany. Why? Because the factors which are operating, say, in India are beginning to operate in Germany as well, but, of course, the enormous difference in the level of development between India and Germany cannot but stamp its imprint on the progress and outcome of a revolution in Germany. That is why Lenin said that the West European capitalist countries will consummate their development towards socialism. Not by the even maturing of socialism in them, but by the exploitation of some countries by others, by the exploitation of the first of the countries to be vanquished in the imperialist war combined with the exploitation of the whole of the East. On the other hand, precisely as a result of the first imperialist war, the East has definitely come into revolutionary movement, has been definitely drawn into the general maelstrom of the world revolutionary movement. The foundations of Leninism 113. Briefly, the chain of the imperialist front must, as a Thule, break where the links are weaker and, at all events, not necessarily where capitalism is more developed, where there is such and such a percentage of proletarians and such a percentage of peasants, and so on. That is why in deciding the question of proletarian revolution, statistical estimates of the percentage of the proletarian population in a given country lose the exceptional importance so eagerly attached to them by the doctrinaires of the Second International, who have not understood imperialism and who fear revolution like the plague. To proceed. The heroes of the Second International asserted, and continue to assert, that between the bourgeois democratic revolution and the proletarian revolution there is a chasm, or at any rate a Chinese wall, separating one from the other by a more or less protracted interval of time, during which the bourgeoisie, having come into power, develops capitalism, while the proletariat accumulates strength and prepares for the decisive struggle against capitalism. This interval is usually calculated to extend over many decades, if not longer. It scarcely needs proof that this Chinese wall theory is totally devoid of scientific meaning under the conditions of imperialism, that it is and can be only a means of concealing and camouflaging the counter-revolutionary aspirations of the bourgeoisie. It scarcely needs proof that under the conditions of imperialism, fraught as it is with collisions and wars, under the conditions of the eve of the socialist revolution, when flourishing capitalism becomes moribund capitalism, Lenin, and the revolutionary movement is growing in all countries of the world, when imperialism is allying itself with all reactionary forces without exception, down to and including Tsarism and serfdom, thus making imperative the coalition of all revolutionary forces, from the proletarian movement of the West to the national liberation movement of the East, when the overthrow of the survivals of the regime of feudal serfdom becomes impossible without a revolutionary struggle against imperialism, it scarcely needs proof that the bourgeois democratic revolution, in a more or less developed country, must under such circumstances verge upon the proletarian revolution, that the former must 114. Pass into the latter. The history of the revolution in Russia has provided palpable proof that this thesis is correct and incontrovertible. It was not without reason that Lenin, as far back as 1905, on the eve of the First Russian Revolution, in his pamphlet Two Tactics depicted the bourgeois democratic revolution and the socialist revolution as two links in the same chain, as a single and integral picture of the sweep of the Russian Revolution. The proletariat must carry to completion the democratic revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the peasantry in order to crush by force the resistance of the autocracy and to paralyze the instability of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat must accomplish the socialist revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the semi-proletarian elements of the population in order to crush by force the resistance of the bourgeoisie and to paralyze the instability of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. Such are the tasks of the proletariat, which the new Iskraists present so narrowly in all their arguments and resolutions about the sweep of the revolution. There is no need to mention other, later works of Lenin's, in which the idea of the bourgeois revolution passing into the proletarian revolution stands out in greater relief than in Two Tactics as one of the cornerstones of the Leninist theory of revolution. Some comrades believe, it seems, that Lenin arrived at this idea only in 1916, that up to that time he had thought that the revolution in Russia would remain within the bourgeois framework, that power, consequently, would pass from the hands of the organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry into the hands of the bourgeoisie and not of the proletariat. It is said that this assertion has even penetrated into our communist press. I must say that this assertion is absolutely wrong, that it is totally at variance with the facts. I might refer to Lenin's well-known speech at the Third Congress of the Party, 1905, in which he defined the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, i.e., the victory of the foundations of Leninism. 115 The democratic revolution, not as the organization of order but as the organization of war. Further, I might refer to Lenin's well-known articles on a provisional government, 1905, where, outlining the prospects of the unfolding Russian Revolution, he assigns to the party the task of ensuring that the Russian Revolution is not a movement of a few months, but a movement of many years, that it leads, not merely to slight concessions on the part of the powers that be, but to the complete overthrow of those powers, where, enlarging further on these prospects and linking them with the revolution in Europe, he goes on to say, and if we succeed in doing that, Then the revolutionary conflagration will spread all over Europe. The European worker, languishing under bourgeois reaction, will rise in his turn and will show us how it is done. Then the revolutionary wave in Europe will sweep back again into Russia and will convert an epoch of a few revolutionary years into an epoch of several revolutionary decades. I might further refer to a well-known article by Lenin published in November 1915, in which he writes: "The proletariat is fighting, and will fight valiantly, to capture power, for a republic, for the confiscation of the land, for the participation of the non-proletarian masses of the people in liberating bourgeois Russia from military feudal imperialism, equals Tsarism. And the proletariat will immediately take advantage of this liberation of bourgeois Russia from Tsarism, from the agrarian power of the landlords, not to aid the rich peasants in their struggle against the rural worker, but to bring about the socialist revolution in alliance with the proletarians of Europe." Finally, I might refer to the well-known passage in Lenin's pamphlet The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade * my italics. St. 116. Koskei, where, referring to the above-quoted passage in Two Tactics on the Sweep of the Russian Revolution, he arrives at the following conclusion: "Things turned out just as we said they would. The course taken by the revolution confirmed the correctness of our reasoning. First, with the whole of the peasantry against the monarchy, against the landlords, against the medieval regime, and to that extent the revolution remains bourgeois democratic. Then, with the poor peasants, with the semi-proletarians, with all the exploited, against capitalism, including the rural rich, the kulaks, the profiteers, and to that extent the revolution becomes a socialist one. To attempt to raise an artificial Chinese wall between the first and second, to separate them by anything else than the degree of preparedness of the proletariat and the degree of its unity with the poor peasants, means monstrously to distort Marxism, to vulgarize it, to replace it by liberalism. That is sufficient, I think. Very well, we may be told, but if that is the case, why did Lenin combat the idea of permanent, uninterrupted, revolution? Because Lenin proposed that the revolutionary capacities of the peasantry be exhausted and that the fullest use be made of their revolutionary energy for the complete liquidation of Tsarism and for the transition to the proletarian evolution, whereas the adherents of permanent revolution did not understand the important role of the peasantry in the Russian Revolution, underestimated the strength of the revolutionary energy of the peasantry, underestimated the strength and ability of the Russian proletariat to lead the peasantry, and thereby hampered the work of emancipating the peasantry from the influence of the bourgeoisie, the work of rallying the peasantry around the proletariat. Because Lenin proposed that the revolution be crowned with the transfer of power to the proletariat, whereas the adherents of permanent revolution wanted to begin at once with the establishment of the power of the proletariat, failing the foundations of Leninism 117 to realize that in so doing they were closing their eyes to such a minor detail as the survivals of serfdom and were leaving out of account so important a force as the Russian peasantry, failing to understand that such a policy could only retard the winning of the peasantry over to the side of the proletariat. Consequently, Lenin fought the adherents of permanent revolution, not over the question of uninterruptedness, for Lenin himself maintained the point of view of uninterrupted revolution, but because they underestimated the role of the peasantry, which is an enormous reserve of the proletariat, because they failed to understand the idea of the hegemony of the proletariat. The idea of permanent revolution should not be regarded as a new idea. It was first advanced by Marx at the end of the 40s in his well-known address to the Communist League, 1850. It is from this document that our permanentists took the idea of uninterrupted revolution. It should be noted that in taking it from Marx our permanentists altered it somewhat, and in altering it spoilt it and made it unfit for practical use. The experienced hand of Lenin was needed to rectify this mistake, to take Marx's idea of uninterrupted revolution in its pure form and make it a cornerstone of his theory of revolution. Here is what Marx says in his address about uninterrupted, permanent, revolution, after enumerating a number of revolutionary democratic demands which he calls upon the communists to win. While the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, and with the achievement, at most, of the above demands, it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased, and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. 118. In other words, a. Marx did not at all propose to begin the revolution in the Germany of the 50s with the immediate establishment of proletarian power contrary to the plans of our Russian permanentists. B. Marx proposed only that the revolution be crowned with the establishment of proletarian state power, by hurling, step by step, one section of the bourgeoisie after another from the heights of power, in order, after the attainment of power by the proletariat, to kindle the fire of revolution in every country, and everything that Lenin taught and carried out in the course of our revolution in pursuit of his theory of the proletarian revolution under the conditions of imperialism was fully in line with that proposition. It follows, then, that our Russian permanentists have not only underestimated the role of the peasantry in the Russian Revolution and the importance of the idea of the hegemony of the proletariat, but have altered, for the worse, Marx's idea of permanent revolution and made it unfit for practical use. That is why Lenin ridiculed the theory of our permanentists, calling it original and fine, and accusing them of refusing to think why, for 10 whole years, life has passed by this fine theory. Lenin's article was written in 1915, 10 years after the appearance of the theory of the permanentists in Russia. That is why Lenin regarded this theory as a semi-Menshevik theory and said that it borrows from the Bolsheviks their call for a resolute revolutionary struggle by the proletariat and the conquest of political power by the latter, and from the Mensheviks the repudiation of the role of the peasantry. See Lenin's article 2 Lines of the Revolution. This, then, is the position in regard to Lenin's idea of the bourgeois democratic revolution passing into the proletarian revolution, of utilizing the bourgeois revolution for the immediate transition to the proletarian revolution. To proceed. Formerly, the victory of the revolution in one country was considered impossible, on the assumption that it would require the combined action of the proletarians of all or at least of a majority of the advanced countries to achieve the foundations of Leninism 119 victory over the bourgeoisie. Now this point of view no longer fits in with the facts. Now we must proceed from the possibility of such a victory, for the uneven and spasmodic character of the development of the various capitalist countries under the conditions of imperialism, the development within imperialism of catastrophic contradictions leading to inevitable wars, the growth of the revolutionary movement in all countries of the world. All this leads, not only to the possibility, but also to the necessity of the victory of the proletariat in individual countries. The history of the revolution in Russia is direct proof of this. At the same time, however, it must be borne in mind that the overthrow of the bourgeoisie can be successfully accomplished only when certain absolutely necessary conditions exist, in the absence of which there can be even no question of the proletariat taking power. Here is what Lenin says about these conditions in his pamphlet Left-Wing Communism. The fundamental law of revolution, which has been confirmed by all revolutions, and particularly by all 3 Russian revolutions in the 20th century, is as follows: it is not enough for revolution that the exploited and oppressed masses should understand the impossibility of living in the old way and demand changes, it is essential for revolution that the exploiters should not be able to live and rule in the old way. Only when the lower classes do not want the old way, and when the upper classes cannot carry on in the old way, only then can revolution triumph. This truth may be expressed in other words: revolution is impossible without a nationwide crisis, affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. It follows that for revolution it is essential, first, that a majority of the workers, or at least a majority of the class-conscious, thinking, politically active workers, should fully understand that revolution is necessary and be ready to sacrifice their lives for it. Secondly, that the ruling classes should be passing through a governmental crisis, which draws even the most backward masses into my italics J. St. 120. Politics weakens the government and makes it possible for the revolutionaries to overthrow it rapidly. But the overthrow of the power of the bourgeoisie and establishment of the power of the proletariat in one country does not yet mean that the complete victory of socialism has been ensured. After consolidating its power and leading the peasantry in its wake, the proletariat of the victorious country can and must build a socialist society. But does this mean that it will thereby achieve the complete and final victory of socialism, i.e., does it mean that with the forces of only one country it can finally consolidate socialism and fully guarantee that country against intervention and, consequently, also against restoration? No, it does not. For this the victory of the revolution in at least several countries is needed. Therefore, the development and support of revolution in other countries is an essential task of the victorious revolution. Therefore, the revolution which has been victorious in one country must regard itself not as a self-sufficient entity, but as an aid, as a means for hastening the victory of the proletariat in other countries. Lenin expressed this thought succinctly when he said that the task of the victorious revolution is to do the utmost possible in one country for the development, support, and awakening of the revolution in all countries. These, in general, are the characteristic features of Lenin's theory of proletarian revolution. For the dictatorship of the proletariat. From this theme I take three fundamental questions: a. The dictatorship of the proletariat as the instrument of the proletarian revolution; b. The dictatorship of the proletariat as the rule of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie; c. Soviet power as the state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. The dictatorship of the proletariat as the instrument of the proletarian revolution. The question of the proletar. The foundations of Leninism 121. And dictatorship is above all a question of the main content of the proletarian revolution. The proletarian revolution, its movement, its sweep, and its achievements acquire flesh and blood only through the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the instrument of the proletarian revolution, its organ, its most important mainstay, brought into being for the purpose of, firstly, crushing the resistance of the overthrown exploiters and consolidating the achievements of the proletarian revolution, and, secondly, carrying the proletarian revolution to its completion, carrying the revolution to the complete victory of socialism. The revolution can defeat the bourgeoisie, can overthrow its power, even without the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the revolution will be unable to crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, to maintain its victory and to push forward to the final victory of socialism unless, at a certain stage in its development, it creates a special organ in the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat as its principal mainstay. The fundamental question of every revolution is the question of power, Lenin. Does this mean that all that is required is to assume power, to seize it? No, it does not. The seizure of power is only the beginning. For many reasons, the bourgeoisie that is overthrown in one country remains for a long time stronger than the proletariat which has overthrown it. Therefore, the whole point is to retain power, to consolidate it, to make it invincible. What is needed to attain this? To attain this it is necessary to carry out at least three main tasks that confront the dictatorship of the proletariat on the morrow of victory: a. To break the resistance of the landlords and capitalists who have been overthrown and expropriated by the revolution, to liquidate every attempt on their part to restore the power of capital; b. To organize construction in such a way as to rally all the working people around the proletariat, and to carry on this work along the lines of preparing for the elimination, the abolition of classes; c. To arm the revolution, to organize the army of the revolution for the struggle against foreign enemies, for the struggle against imperialism. 122. The dictatorship of the proletariat is needed to carry out, to fulfill these tasks. The transition from capitalism to communism, says Lenin, represents an entire historical epoch. Until this epoch has terminated, the exploiters inevitably cherish the hope of restoration, and this hope is converted into attempts at restoration. And after their first serious defeat, the overthrown exploiters who had not expected their overthrow, never believed it possible, never conceded the thought of it, throw themselves with energy grown tenfold, with furious passion and hatred grown 100-fold, into the battle for the recovery of the paradise of which they have been deprived, on behalf of their families, who had been leading such a sweet and easy life and whom now the common herd is condemning to ruin and destitution, or to common labor. In the train of the capitalist exploiters follow the broad masses of the petty bourgeoisie, with regard to whom decades of historical experience of all countries testify that they vacillate and hesitate, one day marching behind the proletariat and the next day taking fright at the difficulties of the revolution, that they become panic-stricken at the first defeat or semi-defeat of the workers, grow nervous, rush about, snivel, and run from one camp into the other. The bourgeoisie has its grounds for making attempts at restoration, because for a long time after its overthrow it remains stronger than the proletariat which has overthrown it. If the exploiters are defeated in one country only, says Lenin, and this, of course, is the typical case, since a simultaneous revolution in a number of countries is a rare exception, they still remain stronger than the exploited. Wherein lies the strength of the overthrown bourgeoisie? Firstly, in the strength of international capital, in the strength and durability of the international connections of the bourgeoisie. The Foundations of Leninism 123. Secondly, in the fact that for a long time after the revolution the exploiters inevitably retain a number of great practical advantages, they still have money, it is impossible to abolish money all at once, some movable property often fairly considerable, they still have various connections, habits of organization and management, knowledge of all the secrets, customs, methods, means and possibilities, of management, superior education, close connections with the higher technical personnel, who live and think like the bourgeoisie, incomparably greater experience in the art of war, this is very important, and so on, and so forth. Thirdly, in the force of habit, in the strength of small production. For, unfortunately, small production is still very, very widespread in the world, and small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. For the abolition of classes means not only driving out the landlords and capitalists that we accomplished with comparative ease, it also means abolishing the small commodity producers, and they cannot be driven out, or crushed, we must live in harmony with them, they can, and must, be remolded and re-educated only by very prolonged, slow, cautious organizational work. That is why Lenin says that the dictatorship of the proletariat is a most determined and most ruthless war waged by the new class against a more powerful enemy, the bourgeoisie, whose resistance is increased tenfold by its overthrow. And that the dictatorship of the proletariat is a stubborn struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. It scarcely needs proof that there is not the slightest possibility of carrying out these tasks in a short period, of a calm. 124. Please hang all this in a few years. Therefore, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the transition from capitalism to communism, must not be regarded as a fleeting period of super-revolutionary acts and decrees, but as an entire historical era, replete with civil wars and external conflicts, with persistent organizational work and economic construction, with advances and retreats, victories and defeats. This historical era is needed not only to create the economic and cultural prerequisites for the complete victory of socialism, but also to enable the proletariat, firstly, to educate itself and become steeled as a force capable of governing the country, and, secondly, to re-educate and remold the petty bourgeois strata along such lines as will assure the organization of socialist production. You will have to go through 15, 20, 50 years of civil wars and international conflicts, Marx said to the workers, not only to change existing conditions, but also to change yourselves and to make yourselves capable of wielding political power. C. K. Marx and F. Engels, Works. Continuing and developing Marx's idea still further, Lenin wrote that it will be necessary under the dictatorship of the proletariat to re-educate millions of peasants and small proprietors, hundreds of thousands of office employees, officials, and bourgeois intellectuals, to subordinate them all to the proletarian state and to proletarian leadership, to overcome their bourgeois habits and traditions, just as we must in a protracted struggle waged on the basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat re-educate the proletarians themselves, who do not abandon their petty bourgeois prejudices at one stroke, by a miracle, at the bidding of the Virgin Mary, at the bidding of a slogan, resolution, or decree. But only in the course of a long and difficult mass struggle against mass petty bourgeois influences. 2. The dictatorship of the proletariat as the rule of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. From the foregoing it is evident that the dictatorship of the proletariat is not a mere the foundations of Leninism 125 change of personalities in the government, a change of the cabinet, etc., leaving the old economic and political order intact. The Mensheviks and opportunists of all countries, who fear dictatorship like fire and in their fright substitute the concept conquest of power for the concept dictatorship, usually reduce the conquest of power to a change of the cabinet, to the accession to power of a new ministry made up of people like Scheidemann and Niski, MacDonald, and Henderson. It is hardly necessary to explain that these and similar cabinet changes have nothing in common with the dictatorship of the proletariat, with the conquest of real power by the real proletariat. With the MacDonalds and Scheidemanns in power, while the old bourgeois order is allowed to remain, their so-called governments cannot be anything else than an apparatus serving the bourgeoisie, a screen to conceal the ulcers of imperialism, a weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie against the revolutionary movement of the oppressed and exploited masses. Capital needs such governments as a screen when it finds it inconvenient, unprofitable, difficult to oppress and exploit the masses without the aid of a screen. Of course, the appearance of such governments is a symptom that over there, i.e., in the capitalist camp, all is not quiet at the Shipka Pass, for nevertheless, governments of this kind inevitably remain governments of capital in disguise. The government of a MacDonald or a Scheidman is as far removed from the conquest of power by the proletariat as the sky from the earth. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not a change of government, but a new state, with new organs of power, both central and local. It is the state of the proletariat, which has arisen on the ruins of the old state, the state of the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat arises not on the basis of the bourgeois order, but in the process of the breaking up of this order, after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, in the process of the expropriation of the landlords and capitalists, in the process of the socialization of the principal instruments and means of production, in the process of violent proletarian war in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-78 there was heavy fighting at the Shipka Pass, but Tsarist headquarters kept reporting all quiet at the Shipka Pass. 126. Revolution. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a revolutionary power based on the use of force against the bourgeoisie. The state is a machine in the hands of the ruling class for suppressing the resistance of its class enemies. In this respect the dictatorship of the proletariat does not differ essentially from the dictatorship of any other class, for the proletarian state is a machine for the suppression of the bourgeoisie. But there is one substantial difference. This difference consists in the fact that all hitherto existing class states have been dictatorships of an exploiting minority over the exploited majority, whereas the dictatorship of the proletariat is the dictatorship of the exploited majority over the exploiting minority. Briefly, the dictatorship of the proletariat is the rule unrestricted by law and based on force of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie, a rule enjoying the sympathy and support of the laboring and exploited masses. Lenin, the State, and Revolution. From this follow two main conclusions. First conclusion, the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot be complete democracy, democracy for all, for the rich as well as for the poor, the dictatorship of the proletariat must be a state that is democratic in a new way, for the proletarians and the non-propertied in general, and dictatorial in a new way, against the bourgeoisie. The talk of Koski and Co. about universal equality, about pure democracy, about perfect democracy, and the like, is a bourgeois disguise of the indubitable fact that equality between exploited and exploiters is impossible. The theory of pure democracy is the theory of the upper stratum of the working class, which has been broken in and is being fed by the imperialist robbers. It was brought into being for the purpose of concealing the ulcers of capitalism, of embellishing imperialism and lending it moral strength in the struggle against the exploited masses. Under capitalism there are no real liberties for the exploited, nor can there be, if for no other reason than that the premises, printing plants, paper supplies, etc., indispensable for the enjoyment of liberties are the *J. St. The foundations of Leninism 127 privilege of the exploiters. Under capitalism the exploited masses do not, nor can they ever, really participate in governing the country, if for no other reason than that, even under the most democratic regime, under conditions of capitalism, governments are not set up by the people but by the Rothschilds and Stinises, the Rockefellers and Morgans. Democracy under capitalism is capitalist democracy, the democracy of the exploiting minority, based on the restriction of the rights of the exploited majority and directed against this majority. Only under the proletarian dictatorship are real liberties for the exploited and real participation of the proletarians and peasants in governing the country possible. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, democracy is proletarian democracy, the democracy of the exploited majority, based on the restriction of the rights of the exploiting minority and directed against this minority. Second conclusion, the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot arise as the result of the peaceful development of bourgeois society and of bourgeois democracy, it can arise only as the result of the smashing of the bourgeois state machine, the bourgeois army, the bourgeois bureaucratic apparatus, the bourgeois police. The working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes, say Marx and Engels in a preface to the Communist Manifesto. The task of the proletarian revolution is no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it. This is the preliminary condition for every real people's revolution on the continent, says Marx in his letter to Kugelmann in 1871. Marx's qualifying phrase about the continent gave the opportunists and Mensheviks of all countries a pretext for clamoring that Marx had thus conceded the possibility of the peaceful evolution of bourgeois democracy into a proletarian democracy, at least in certain countries outside the European continent, Britain, America. Marx did in fact concede that possibility, and he had good grounds for conceding it in 128. Regard to Britain and America in the 70s of the last century, when monopoly capitalism and imperialism did not yet exist, and when these countries, owing to the particular conditions of their development, had as yet no developed militarism and bureaucracy. That was the situation before the appearance of developed imperialism. But later, after a lapse of 30 or 40 years, when the situation in these countries had radically changed, when imperialism had developed and had embraced all capitalist countries without exception, when militarism and bureaucracy had appeared in Britain and America also, when the particular conditions for peaceful development in Britain and America had disappeared, then the qualification in regard to these countries necessarily could no longer hold good. Today, said Lenin, in 1917, in the epoch of the first great imperialist war, this qualification made by Marx is no longer valid. Both Britain and America, the biggest and the last representatives in the whole world of Anglo-Saxon liberty in the sense that they had no militarism and bureaucracy, have completely sunk into the all-European filthy, bloody morass of bureaucratic military institutions which subordinate everything to themselves and trample everything underfoot. Today, in Britain and in America, too, the preliminary condition for every real people's revolution is the smashing, the destruction of the ready-made state machinery, perfected in those countries, between 1914 and 1917, up to the European general imperialist standard. In other words, the law of violent proletarian revolution, the law of the smashing of the bourgeois state machine as a preliminary condition for such a revolution, is an inevitable law of the revolutionary movement in the imperialist countries of the world. Of course, in the remote future, if the proletariat is victorious in the principal capitalist countries, and if the present capitalist encirclement is replaced by a socialist encirclement, a peaceful path of development is quite possible for certain capitalist countries, whose capitalists, in view of the foundations of Leninism 129 favorable international situation, will consider it expedient voluntarily to make substantial concessions to the proletariat. But this supposition applies only to a remote and possible future. With regard to the immediate future, there is no ground whatsoever for this supposition. Therefore, Lenin is right in saying, the proletarian revolution is impossible without the forcible destruction of the bourgeois state machine and the substitution for it of a new one. 3. Soviet power as the state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The victory of the dictatorship of the proletariat signifies the suppression of the bourgeoisie, the smashing of the bourgeois state machine, and the substitution of proletarian democracy for bourgeois democracy. That is clear. But by means of what organizations can this colossal work be carried out? The old forms of organization of the proletariat, which grew up on the basis of bourgeois parliamentarism, are inadequate for this work, of that there can hardly be any doubt. What, then, are the new forms of organization of the proletariat that are capable of serving as the grave diggers of the bourgeois state machine, that are capable not only of smashing this machine, not only of substituting proletarian democracy for bourgeois democracy, but also of becoming the foundation of the proletarian state power? This new form of organization of the proletariat is the Soviets. Wherein lies the strength of the Soviets as compared with the old forms of organization? In that the Soviets are the most DLL-embracing mass organizations of the proletariat, for they and they alone embrace all workers without exception. In that the Soviets are the only mass organizations which unite all the oppressed and exploited, workers and peasants, soldiers and sailors, and in which the vanguard of the masses, the proletariat, can, for this reason, most easily and most completely exercise its political leadership of the mass struggle. In that the Soviets are the most powerful organs of the revolutionary struggle of the masses, of the political actions of 130. The masses, of the uprising of the masses, organs capable of breaking the omnipotence of finance capital and its political appendages. In that the Soviets are the immediate organizations of the masses themselves, i.e., they are the most democratic and therefore the most authoritative organizations of the masses, which facilitate to the utmost their participation in the work of building up the new state and in its administration, and which bring into full play the revolutionary energy, initiative, and creative abilities of the masses in the struggle for the destruction of the old order, in the struggle for the new, proletarian order. Soviet power is the union and constitution of the local Soviets into one common state organization, into the state organization of the proletariat as the vanguard of the oppressed and exploited masses and as the ruling class, their union in the Republic of Soviets. The essence of Soviet power consists in the fact that these most all-embracing and most revolutionary mass organizations of precisely those classes that were oppressed by the capitalists and landlords are now the permanent and sole basis of the whole power of the state, of the whole state apparatus, that precisely those masses which even in the most democratic bourgeois republics, while being equal in law, have in fact been prevented by thousands of tricks and devices from taking part in political life and from enjoying democratic rights and liberties, are now drawn unfailingly into constant and, moreover, decisive participation in the democratic administration of the state. That is why Soviet power is a new form of state organization, different in principle from the old bourgeois democratic and parliamentary form, a new type of state, adapted not to the task of exploiting and oppressing the laboring masses, but to the task of completely emancipating them from all oppression and exploitation. To the tasks facing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin is right in saying that with the appearance of Soviet power the era of bourgeois democratic parliamentarism has all italics mind J. St. The foundations of Leninism 131 drawn to a close and a new chapter in world history, the era of proletarian dictatorship has been opened. Wherein lie the characteristic features of Soviet power? In that Soviet power is the most all-embracing most democratic state organization of all possible state organizations while classes continue to exist, 4. Being the arena of the bond and collaboration between the workers and the exploited peasants in their struggle against the exploiters, and basing itself in its work on this bond and on this collaboration. Soviet power is thus the power of the majority of the population over the minority, it is the state of the majority, the expression of its dictatorship. In that Soviet power is the most internationalist of all state organizations in class society, for, by destroying every kind of national oppression and resting on the collaboration of the laboring masses of the various nationalities, it facilitates the uniting of these masses into a single state union. In that Soviet power, by its very structure, facilitates the task of leading the oppressed and exploited masses by the vanguard of these masses by the proletariat, as the most united and most politically conscious core of the Soviets. The experience of all revolutions and of all movements of the oppressed classes, the experience of the world socialist movement teaches us, says Lenin, that the proletariat alone is able to unite and lead the scattered and backward strata of the toiling and exploited population. The point is that the structure of Soviet power facilitates the practical application of the lessons drawn from this experience. In that Soviet power, by combining legislative and executive power in a single state organization and replacing territorial electoral constituencies by industrial units, factories, and mills, thereby directly links the workers and the laboring masses in general with the apparatus of state administration, teaches them how to govern the country. In that Soviet power alone is capable of releasing the army from its subordination to bourgeois command and of converting it from the instrument of oppression of the people which it is under the bourgeois order into an instrument for the liberation of the people from the yoke of the bourgeoisie, both native and foreign. 132. In that the Soviet organization of the state alone is capable of immediately and effectively smashing and finally destroying the old, i.e., the bourgeois, bureaucratic and judicial apparatus. In that the Soviet form of state alone, by drawing the mass organizations of the toilers and exploited into constant and unrestricted participation in state administration, is capable of preparing the ground for the withering away of the state, which is one of the basic elements of the future stateless communist society. The Republic of Soviets is thus the political form, so long sought and finally discovered, within the framework of which the economic emancipation of the proletariat, the complete victory of socialism, must be accomplished. The Paris Commune was the embryo of this form, Soviet power is its development and culmination. That is why Lenin says, "The Republic of Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies is not only the form of a higher type of democratic institution, but is the only form capable of ensuring the most painless transition to socialism." V. The peasant question. From this theme I take 4 questions: a. The presentation of the question; b. The peasantry during the bourgeois democratic revolution; c. The peasantry during the proletarian revolution; d. The peasantry after the consolidation of Soviet power. 1. The presentation of the question. Some think that the fundamental thing in Leninism is the peasant question, that the point of departure of Leninism is the question of the peasantry, of its role, its relative importance. This is absolutely wrong. The fundamental question of Leninism, its point of departure, is not the peasant question, but the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the conditions under which my italics J. St. The foundations of Leninism 133 it can be achieved, of the conditions under which it can be consolidated. The peasant question, as the question of the ally of the proletariat in its struggle for power, is a derivative question. This circumstance, however, does not in the least deprive the peasant question of the serious and vital importance it unquestionably has for the proletarian revolution. It is known that the serious study of the peasant question in the ranks of Russian Marxists began precisely on the eve of the First Revolution, 1905, when the question of overthrowing Tsarism and of realizing the hegemony of the proletariat confronted the party in all its magnitude, and when the question of the ally of the proletariat in the impending bourgeois revolution became of vital importance. It is also known that the peasant question in Russia assumed a still more urgent character during the proletarian revolution, when the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of achieving and maintaining it, led to the question of allies for the proletariat in the impending proletarian revolution. And this was natural. Those who ate marching towards and preparing to assume power cannot but be interested in the question of who are their real allies. In this sense, the peasant question is part of the general question of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and as such it is one of the most vital problems of Leninism. The attitude of indifference and sometimes even of outright aversion displayed by the parties of the Second International towards the peasant question is to be explained not only by the specific conditions of development in the West. It is to be explained primarily by the fact that these parties do not believe in the proletarian dictatorship, that they fear revolution and have no intention of leading the proletariat to power. And those who are afraid of revolution, who do not intend to lead the proletarians to power, cannot be interested in the question of allies for the proletariat in the revolution. To them the question of allies is one of indifference, of no immediate significance. The iron-eagle attitude of the heroes of the Second International towards the peasant question is regarded by them as a sign of good breeding, a sign of true Marxism. As a matter of fact, there is not a grain of Marxism. 134. In this, for indifference towards so important a question as the peasant question on the eve of the proletarian revolution is the reverse side of the repudiation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is an unmistakable sign of downright betrayal of Marxism. The question is as follows: are the revolutionary potentialities latent in the peasantry by virtue of certain conditions of its existence already exhausted, or not, and if not, is there any hope, any basis, for utilizing these potentialities for the proletarian revolution, for transforming the peasantry, the exploited majority of it, from the reserve of the bourgeoisie which it was during the bourgeois revolutions in the West and still is even now, into a reserve of the proletariat, into its ally? Leninism replies to this question in the affirmative, i.e., it recognizes the existence of revolutionary capacities in the ranks of the majority of the peasantry, and the possibility of using these in the interests of the proletarian dictatorship. The history of the three revolutions in Russia fully corroborates the conclusions of Leninism on this score. Hence the practical conclusion that the toiling masses of the peasantry must be supported in their struggle against bondage and exploitation, in their struggle for deliverance from oppression and poverty. This does not mean, of course, that the proletariat must support every peasant movement. What we have in mind here is support for a movement or struggle of the peasantry which, directly or indirectly, facilitates the emancipation movement of the proletariat, which, in one way or another, brings grist to the mill of the proletarian revolution, and which helps to transform the peasantry into a reserve and ally of the working class. 2. The peasantry during the bourgeois democratic revolution. This period extends from the First Russian Revolution, 1905, to the Second Revolution, February 1917, inclusive. The characteristic feature of this period is the emancipation of the peasantry from the influence of the liberal bourgeoisie, the peasantry's desertion of the cadets, its turn towards the proletariat, towards the Bolshevik party. The history of this period is the history of the struggle between the cadets, the liberal bourgeoisie, and the Bolsheviks, the proletariat. 4. The foundations of Leninism. 135. The peasantry. The outcome of this struggle was decided by the Duma period, for the period of the four Dumas served as an object lesson to the peasantry, and this lesson brought home to the peasantry the fact that they would receive neither land nor liberty at the hands of the cadets, that the Tsar was wholly in favor of the landlords, and that the cadets were supporting the Tsar, that the only force they could rely on for assistance was the urban workers, the proletariat. The imperialist war merely confirmed the lessons of the Duma period and consummated the peasantry's desertion of the bourgeoisie, consummated the isolation of the liberal bourgeoisie, for the years of the war revealed the utter futility, the utter deceptiveness of all hopes of obtaining peace from the Tsar and his bourgeois allies. Without the object lessons of the Duma period, the hegemony of the proletariat would have been impossible. That is how the alliance between the workers and the peasants in the bourgeois democratic revolution took shape. That is how the hegemony, leadership, of the proletariat in the common struggle for the overthrow of Tsarism took shape, the hegemony which led to the February Revolution of 1917. The bourgeois revolutions in the West, Britain, France, Germany, Austria, took, as is well known, a different road. There, hegemony in the revolution belonged not to the proletariat, which by reason of its weakness did not and could not represent an independent political force, but to the liberal bourgeoisie. There the peasantry obtained its emancipation from feudal regimes, not at the hands of the proletariat, which was numerically weak and unorganized, but at the hands of the bourgeoisie. There the peasantry marched against the old order side by side with the liberal bourgeoisie. There the peasantry acted as the reserve of the bourgeoisie. There the revolution, in consequence of this, led to an enormous increase in the political weight of the bourgeoisie. In Russia, on the contrary, the bourgeois revolution produced quite opposite results. The revolution in Russia led not to the strengthening, but to the weakening of the bourgeoisie as a political force, not to an increase, in its political reserves, but to the loss of its main reserve, to the loss of the peasantry. The bourgeois revolution in Russia brought to the forefront 136. Not the liberal bourgeoisie but the revolutionary proletariat, rallying around the latter the millions of the peasantry. Incidentally, this explains why the bourgeois revolution in Russia passed into a proletarian revolution in a comparatively short space of time. The hegemony of the proletariat was the embryo of, and the transitional stage to, the dictatorship of the proletariat. How is this peculiar phenomenon of the Russian Revolution, which has no precedent in the history of the bourgeois revolutions of the West, to be explained? Whence this peculiarity? It is to be explained by the fact that the bourgeois revolution unfolded in Russia under more advanced conditions of class struggle than in the West, that the Russian proletariat had at that time already become an independent political force, whereas the liberal bourgeoisie, frightened by the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat, lost all semblance of revolutionary spirit, especially after the lessons of 1905, and turned towards an alliance with the Tsar and the landlords against the revolution, against the workers and peasants. We should bear in mind the following circumstances, which determine the peculiar character of the Russian bourgeois revolution. A. The unprecedented concentration of Russian industry on the eve of the revolution. It is known, for instance, that in Russia 54% of all the workers were employed in enterprises employing over 500 workers each, whereas in so highly developed a country as the United States of America no more than 33% of all the workers were employed in such enterprises. It scarcely needs proof that this circumstance alone, in view of the existence of a revolutionary party like the party of the Bolsheviks, transformed the working class of Russia into an immense force in the political life of the country. B. The hideous forms of exploitation in the factories, coupled with the intolerable police regime of the Tsarist henchmen, a circumstance which transformed every important strike of the workers into an imposing political action and steeled the working class as a force that was revolutionary to the end. C. The political flabbiness of the Russian bourgeoisie. The foundations of Leninism 137, which after the revolution of 1905 tumbled into servility to Tsarism and downright counter-revolution, a fact to be explained not only by the revolutionary spirit of the Russian proletariat, which flung the Russian bourgeoisie into the embrace of Tsarism, but also by the direct dependence of this bourgeoisie upon government contracts. D. The existence in the countryside of the most hideous and most intolerable survivals of serfdom, coupled with the unlimited power of the landlords, a circumstance which threw the peasantry into the embrace of the revolution. E. Tsarism, which stifled everything that was alive, and whose tyranny aggravated the oppression of the capitalist and the landlord, a circumstance which united the struggle of the workers and peasants into a single torrent of revolution. F. The imperialist war, which fused all these contradictions in the political life of Russia into a profound revolutionary crisis, and which lent the revolution tremendous striking force. To whom could the peasantry turn under these circumstances? From whom could it seek support against the unlimited power of the landlords, against the tyranny of the Tsar, against the devastating war which was ruining it? From the liberal bourgeoisie? But it was an enemy, as the long years of experience of all four Dumas had proved. From the socialist revolutionaries. The socialist revolutionaries were better than the cadets, of course, and their program was suitable, almost a peasant program, but what could the socialist revolutionaries offer, considering that they thought of relying only on the peasants and were weak in the towns, from which the enemy primarily drew its forces? Where was the new force which would stop at nothing either in town or country, which would boldly march in the front ranks to fight the Tsar and the landlords, which would help the peasantry to extricate itself from bondage, from land hunger, from oppression, from war? Was there such a force in Russia at all? Yes, there was. It was the Russian proletariat, which had shown its strength, its ability to fight to the end, its boldness and revolutionary spirit, as far back as 1905. At any rate, there was no other such force, nor could any other be found anywhere. 138. That is why the peasantry, when it turned its back on the cadets and attached itself to the socialist revolutionaries, at the same time came to realize the necessity of submitting to the leadership of such a courageous leader of the revolution as the Russian proletariat. Such were the circumstances which determined the peculiar character of the Russian bourgeois revolution. 3. The peasantry during the proletarian revolution. This period extends from the February Revolution of 1917 to the October Revolution of 1917. This period is comparatively short, 8 months in all, but from the point of view of the political enlightenment and revolutionary training of the masses, these 8 months can safely be put on a par with whole decades of ordinary constitutional development, for they were 8 months of revolution. The characteristic feature of this period was the further revolutionization of the peasantry, its disillusionment with the socialist revolutionaries, the peasantry's desertion of the socialist revolutionaries, its new turn towards a direct rally around the proletariat as the only consistently revolutionary force, capable of leading the country to peace. The history of this period is the history of the struggle between the socialist revolutionaries, petty bourgeois democracy, and the Bolsheviks, proletarian democracy, for the peasantry, to win over the majority of the peasantry. The outcome of this struggle was decided by the coalition period, the Kerensky period, the refusal of the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks to confiscate the landlords' land, the fight of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks to continue the war, the June offensive at the front, the introduction of capital punishment for soldiers, the Korniloi revolt. Whereas before, in the preceding period, the basic question of the revolution had been the overthrow of the Tsar and of the power of the landlords, now, in the period following the February Revolution, when there was no longer any Tsar, and when the interminable war had exhausted the economy of the country and utterly ruined the peasantry, the question of liquidating the war became the main problem of the revolution. The center of gravity had manifestly shifted from purely internal questions to the main question, the war. And the foundations of Leninism. 139 War, let's get out of the war. Such was the general outcry of the war-weary nation and primarily of the peasantry. But in order to get out of the war it was necessary to overthrow the provisional government, it was necessary to overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie, it was necessary to overthrow the power of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, for they, and they alone, were dragging out the war to a victorious finish. Practically, there was no way of getting out of the war except by overthrowing the bourgeoisie. This was a new revolution, a proletarian revolution, for it ousted from power the last group of the imperialist bourgeoisie, its extreme left wing, the Socialist Revolutionary Party and the Mensheviks, in order to set up a new, proletarian power, the power of the Soviets, in order to put in power the party of the revolutionary proletariat, the Bolshevik Party, the party of the revolutionary struggle against the imperialist war and for a democratic peace. The majority of the peasantry supported the struggle of the workers for peace, for the power of the Soviets. There was no other way out for the peasantry. Nor could there be any other way out. Thus, the Kerensky period was a great object lesson for the toiling masses of the peasantry, for it showed clearly that with the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks in power the country would not extricate itself from the war, and the peasants would never get either land or liberty, that the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries differed from the cadets only in their honeyed phrases and false promises, while they actually pursued the same imperialist, cadet policy, that the only power that could lead the country onto the proper road was the power of the Soviets. The further prolongation of the war merely confirmed the truth of this lesson, spurred on the revolution, and drove millions of peasants and soldiers to rally directly around the proletarian revolution. The isolation of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks became an incontrovertible fact. Without the object lessons of the coalition period, the dictatorship of the proletariat would have been impossible. Such were the circumstances which facilitated the process. 140. Of the bourgeois revolution passing into the proletarian revolution. That is how the dictatorship of the proletariat took shape in Russia. 4. The peasantry after the consolidation of Soviet power. Whereas before, in the first period of the revolution, the main objective was the overthrow of Tsarism, and later, after the February Revolution, the primary objective was to get out of the imperialist war by overthrowing the bourgeoisie. Now, after the liquidation of the Civil War and the consolidation of Soviet power, questions of economic construction came to the forefront. Strengthen and develop the nationalist industry. For this purpose link up industry with peasant economy through state-regulated trade, replace the surplus appropriation system by the tax in kind so as, later on, by gradually lowering the tax in kind, to reduce matters to the exchange of products of industry for the products of peasant farming, revive trade and develop the cooperatives, drawing into them the vast masses of the peasantry. This is how Lenin outlined the immediate tasks of economic construction on the way to building the foundations of socialist economy. It is said that this task may prove beyond the strength of a peasant country like Russia. Some skeptics even say that it is simply utopian, impossible, for the peasantry is a peasantry, it consists of small producers, and therefore cannot be of use in organizing the foundations of socialist production. But the skeptics are mistaken, for they fail to take into account certain circumstances which in the present case are of decisive significance. Let us examine the most important of these. Firstly, the peasantry in the Soviet Union must not be confused with the peasantry in the West. A peasantry that has been schooled in 3 revolutions, that fought against the Tsar and the power of the bourgeoisie side by side with the proletariat and under the leadership of the proletariat, a peasantry that has received land and peace at the hands of the proletarian revolution and by reason of this has become the reserve of the proletariat. Such a peasantry cannot but be different from a peasantry which during the bourgeois revolution fought under the leadership of the liberal bourgeoisie, which the foundations of Leninism 141 received land at the hands of that bourgeoisie, and in view of this became the reserve of the bourgeoisie. It scarcely needs proof that the Soviet peasantry, which has learned to appreciate its political friendship and political collaboration with the proletariat and which owes its freedom to this friendship and collaboration, cannot but represent exceptionally favorable material for economic collaboration with the proletariat. Engels said that the conquest of political power by the Socialist Party has become a matter of the not-too-distant future, that in order to conquer political power this party must first go from the towns to the country, must become a power in the countryside. See Engels, The Peasant Question, 1922 ed. He wrote this in the 90s of the last century, having in mind the Western peasantry. Does it need proof that the Russian communists, after accomplishing an enormous amount of work in this field in the course of 3 revolutions, have already succeeded in gaining in the countryside an influence and backing the like of which our Western comrades dare not even dream of? How can it be denied that this circumstance must decidedly facilitate the organization of economic collaboration between the working class and the peasantry of Russia? The skeptics maintain that the small peasants are a factor that is incompatible with socialist construction. But listen to what Engels says about the small peasants of the West. We are decidedly on the side of the small peasant. We shall do everything at all permissible to make his lot more bearable, to facilitate his transition to the cooperative should he decide to do so, and even to make it possible for him to remain on his small holding for a protracted length of time to think the matter over, should he still be unable to bring himself to this decision. We do this not only because we consider the small peasant who does his own work as virtually belonging to us, but also in the direct interest of the party. The greater the number of peasants whom we can save from being actually hurled down into the proletariat, whom we can win to our side while they are still peasants, the more quickly and easily the social transformation will be accomplished. It will serve us not to wait with. 142. This transformation until capitalist production has developed everywhere to its utmost consequences, until the last small handicraftsman and the last small peasant have fallen victim to capitalist large-scale production. The material sacrifices to be made for this purpose in the interest of the peasants and to be defrayed out of public funds can, from the point of view of capitalist economy, be viewed only as money thrown away, but it is nevertheless an excellent investment because it will effect a perhaps tenfold saving in the cost of the social reorganization in general. In this sense we can, therefore, afford to deal very liberally with the peasants. That is what Engels said, having in mind the Western peasantry. But is it not clear that what Engels said can nowhere be realized so easily and so completely as in the land of the dictatorship of the proletariat? Is it not clear that only in Soviet Russia is it possible at once and to the fullest extent for the small peasant who does his own work to come over to our side, for the material sacrifices necessary for this to be made, and for the necessary liberality towards the peasants to be displayed? Is it not clear that these and similar measures for the benefit of the peasantry are already being carried out in Russia? How can it be denied that this circumstance, in its turn, must facilitate and advance the work of economic construction in the land of the Soviets? Secondly, agriculture in Russia must not be confused with agriculture in the West. There, agriculture is developing along the ordinary lines of capitalism, under conditions of profound differentiation among the peasantry, with large landed estates and private capitalist latifundia at one extreme and pauperism, destitution, and wage slavery at the other. Owing to this, disintegration and decay are quite natural there. Not so in Russia. Here agriculture cannot develop along such a path, if for no other reason than that the existence of Soviet power and the nationalization of the principal instruments and means of production preclude such a development. In Russia the development of agriculture must proceed along a different path, along the path of organizing millions of small and middle peasants in cooperatives, along the path of devil. The foundations of Leninism 143 opening in the countryside a mass cooperative movement supported by the state by means of preferential credits. Lenin rightly pointed out in his articles on cooperation that the development of agriculture in our country must proceed along a new path, along the path of drawing the majority of the peasants into socialist construction through the cooperatives, along the path of gradually introducing into agriculture the principles of collectivism, first in the sphere of marketing and later in the sphere of production of agricultural products. Of extreme interest in this respect are several new phenomena observed in the countryside in connection with the work of the agricultural cooperatives. It is well known that new, large organizations have sprung up within the Selskosoyos registered in different branches of agriculture, such as production of flax, potatoes, butter, etc., which have a great future before them. Of these, the Flax Center, for instance, unites a whole network of peasant flax growers' associations. The Flax Center supplies the peasants with seeds and implements, then it buys all the flax produced by these peasants, disposes of it on the market on a large scale, guarantees the peasants a share in the profits, and in this way links peasant economy with state industry through the Selskosoyos. What shall we call this form of organization of production? In my opinion, it is the domestic system of large-scale state socialist production in the sphere of agriculture. In speaking of the domestic system of state socialist production, I do so by analogy with the domestic system under capitalism, let us say, in the textile industry, where the handicraftsmen received their raw material and tools from the capitalist and turned over to him the entire product of their labor, thus being in fact semi-wage earners working in their own homes. This is one of numerous indices showing the path along which our agriculture must develop. There is no need to mention here similar indices in other branches of agriculture. It scarcely needs proof that the vast majority of the peasantry will eagerly take this new path of development, rejecting the path of private capitalist latifundia and wage slavery, the path of destitution and ruin. 5. Selskosoyuz, the All-Russian Union of Rural Cooperatives, 1921-29. 144. Here is what Lenin says about the path of development of our agriculture. State power over all large-scale means of production, state power in the hands of the proletariat, the alliance of this proletariat with the many millions of small and very small peasants, the assured leadership of the peasantry by the proletariat, etc. Is not this all that is necessary for building a complete socialist society from the cooperatives alone, which we formerly looked down upon as huckstering and which from a certain aspect we have the right to look down upon as such now, under the NEP? Is this not all that is necessary for building a complete socialist society? This is not yet the building of socialist society, but it is all that is necessary and sufficient for this building. Further on, speaking of the necessity of giving financial and other assistance to the cooperatives, as a new principle of organizing the population and a new social system under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin continues. Every social system arises only with the financial assistance of a definite class. There is no need to mention the hundreds and hundreds of millions of rubles that the birth of free capitalism cost. Now we must realize, and apply in our practical work, the fact that the social system which we must now give more than usual assistance is the cooperative system. But it must be assisted in the real sense of the word, i.e., it will not be enough to interpret assistance to mean assistance for any kind of cooperative trade. By assistance we must mean assistance for cooperative trade in which really large masses of the population really take part. What do all these facts prove? That the skeptics are wrong. That Leninism is right in regarding the masses of laboring peasants as the reserve of the proletariat. That the proletariat in power can and must use this The foundations of Leninism 145 serve in order to link industry with agriculture, to advance socialist construction, and to provide for the dictatorship of the proletariat that necessary foundation without which the transition to socialist economy is impossible. 6. The national question. From this theme I take two main questions, a. The presentation of the question, b. The liberation movement of the oppressed peoples and the proletarian revolution. 1. The presentation of the question. During the last 2 decades the national question has undergone a number of very important changes. The national question in the period of the Second International and the national question in the period of Leninism are far from being the same thing. They differ profoundly from each other, not only in their scope, but also in their intrinsic character. Formerly, the national question was usually confined to a narrow circle of questions, concerning, primarily, civilized nationalities. The Irish, the Hungarians, the Poles, the Finns, the Serbs, and several other European nationalities underscore that was the circle of unequal peoples in whose destinies the leaders of the Second International were interested. The scores and hundreds of millions of Asiatic and African peoples who are suffering national oppression in its most savage and cruel form usually remained outside of their field of vision. They hesitated to put white and black, civilized and uncivilized on the same plane. 2 or 3 meaningless, lukewarm resolutions, which carefully evaded the question of liberating the colonies, that was all the leaders of the Second International could boast of. Now we can say that this duplicity and half-heartedness in dealing with the national question has been brought to an end. Leninism laid bare this crying incongruity, broke down the wall between whites and blacks, between Utopians and Asiatics, between the civilized and uncivilized slaves of imperialism, and thus linked the national question with the question of the colonies. The national question was thereby transformed from a particular and internal state problem into a general and international problem, into a world. 146. Problem of emancipating the oppressed peoples in the dependent countries and colonies from the yoke of imperialism. Formerly, the principle of self-determination of nations was usually misinterpreted, and not infrequently it was narrowed down to the idea of the right of nations to autonomy. Certain leaders of the Second International even went so far as to turn the right to self-determination into the right to cultural autonomy, i.e., the right of oppressed nations to have their own cultural institutions, leaving all political power in the hands of the ruling nation. As a consequence, the idea of self-determination stood in danger of being transformed from an instrument for combating annexations into an instrument for justifying them. Now we can say that this confusion has been cleared up. Leninism broadened the conception of self-determination, interpreting it as the right of the oppressed peoples of the dependent countries and colonies to complete secession, as the right of nations to independent existence as states. This precluded the possibility of justifying annexations by interpreting the right to self-determination as the right to autonomy. Thus, the principle of self-determination itself was transformed from an instrument for deceiving the masses, which it undoubtedly was in the hands of the social chauvinists during the imperialist war, into an instrument for exposing all imperialist aspirations and chauvinist machinations, into an instrument for the political education of the masses in the spirit of internationalism. Formerly, the question of the oppressed nations was usually regarded as purely a juridical question. Solemn proclamations about national equality of rights, innumerable declarations about the equality of nations, that was the stock in trade of the parties of the Second International, which glossed over the fact that equality of nations under imperialism, where one group of nations, a minority, lives by exploiting another group of nations, is sheer mockery of the oppressed nations. Now we can say that this bourgeois juridical point of view on the national question has been exposed. Leninism brought the national question down from the lofty heights of high-sounding declarations to solid ground, and declared that pronouncements about the equality of nations not backed by the direct support of the proletarian parties for the foundations of Leninism 147 liberation struggle of the oppressed nations are meaningless and false. In this way the question of the oppressed nations became one of supporting the oppressed nations, of rendering real and continuous assistance to them in their struggle against imperialism for real equality of nations, for their independent existence as states. Formerly, the national question was regarded from a reformist point of view, as an independent question having no connection with the general question of the power of capital, of the overthrow of imperialism, of the proletarian revolution. It was tacitly assumed that the victory of the proletariat in Europe was possible without a direct alliance with the liberation movement in the colonies, that the national colonial question could be solved on the quiet, of its own accord, off the highway of the proletarian revolution, without a revolutionary struggle against imperialism. Now we can say that this anti-revolutionary point of view has been exposed. Leninism has proved, and the imperialist war and the revolution in Russia have confirmed, that the national question can be solved only in connection with and on the basis of the proletarian revolution, and that the road to victory of the revolution in the West lies through the revolutionary alliance with the liberation movement of the colonies and dependent countries against imperialism. The national question is a part of the general question of the proletarian revolution, a part of the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The question is as follows: are the revolutionary potentialities latent in the revolutionary liberation movement of the oppressed countries already exhausted, or not, and if not, is there any hope, any basis, for utilizing these potentialities for the proletarian revolution, for transforming the dependent and colonial countries from a reserve of the imperialist bourgeoisie into a reserve of the revolutionary proletariat, into an ally of the latter? Leninism replies to this question in the affirmative, i.e., it recognizes the existence of revolutionary capacities in the national liberation movement of the oppressed countries, and the possibility of using these for overthrowing the common enemy, for overthrowing imperialism. The mechanics of the development of imperialism, the imperialist war and the 148th Revolution in Russia wholly confirm the conclusions of Leninism on this score. Hence the necessity for the proletariat of the dominant nations to support resolutely and actively to support the national liberation movement of the oppressed and dependent peoples. This does not mean, of course, that the proletariat must support every national movement, everywhere and always, in every individual concrete case. It means that support must be given to such national movements as tend to weaken, to overthrow imperialism, and not to strengthen and preserve it. Cases occur when the national movements in certain oppressed countries come into conflict with the interests of the development of the proletarian movement. In such cases support is, of course, entirely out of the question. The question of the rights of nations is not an isolated, self-sufficient question, it is a part of the general problem of the proletarian revolution, subordinate to the whole, and must be considered from the point of view of the whole. In the 40s of the last century Marx supported the national movement of the Poles and Hungarians and was opposed to the national movement of the Czechs and the South Slavs. Why? Because the Czechs and the South Slavs were then reactionary peoples, Russian outposts in Europe, outposts of absolutism, whereas the Poles and the Hungarians were revolutionary peoples, fighting against absolutism. Because support of the national movement of the Czechs and the South Slavs was at that time equivalent to indirect support for Tsarism, the most dangerous enemy of the revolutionary movement in Europe. The various demands of democracy, writes Lenin, including self-determination, are not an absolute, but a small part of the general democratic, now, general socialist, world movement. In individual concrete cases, the part may contradict the whole. If so, it must be rejected. This is the position in regard to the question of particular national movements, of the possible reactionary character of these movements if, of course, they are appraised not from the formal point of view, not from the point of view of the foundations of Leninism 149 Strack writes, but concretely, from the point of view of the interests of the revolutionary movement. The same must be said of the revolutionary character of national movements in general. The unquestionably revolutionary character of the vast majority of national movements is as relative and peculiar as is the possible reactionary character of certain particular national movements. The revolutionary character of a national movement under the conditions of imperialist oppression does not necessarily presuppose the existence of proletarian elements in the movement, the existence of a revolutionary or a republican program of the movement, the existence of a democratic basis of the movement. The struggle that the Emir of Afghanistan is waging for the independence of Afghanistan is objectively a revolutionary struggle, despite the monarchist views of the Emir and his associates, for it weakens, disintegrates, and undermines imperialism, whereas the struggle waged by such desperate Democrats and Socialists, revolutionaries and Republicans as, for example, Kerensky and Tsereteli, Renaudel and Shaideman, Kemov and Dan, Henderson and Kleins, during the imperialist war was a reactionary struggle, for its result was the embellishment, the strengthening, the victory, of imperialism. For the same reasons, the struggle that the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intellectuals are waging for the independence of Egypt is objectively a revolutionary struggle, despite the bourgeois origin and bourgeois title of the leaders of the Egyptian national movement, despite the fact that they are opposed to socialism, whereas the struggle that the British Labour government is waging to preserve Egypt's dependent position is for the same reasons a reactionary struggle, despite the proletarian origin and the proletarian title of the members of that government, despite the fact that they are for socialism. There is no need to mention the national movement in other, larger, colonial and dependent countries, such as India and China, every step of which along the road to liberation, even if it runs counter to the demands of formal democracy, is a steam hammer blow at imperialism, i.e., is undoubtedly a revolutionary step. Lenin was right in saying that the national movement of the oppressed countries should be appraised not from the point 150 of view of formal democracy, but from the point of view of the actual results, as shown by the general balance sheet of the struggle against imperialism, that is to say, not in isolation, but on a world scale. 2. The liberation movement of the oppressed peoples and the proletarian revolution. In solving the national question, Leninism proceeds from the following theses. A. The world is divided into two camps, the camp of a handful of civilized nations, which possess finance capital and exploit the vast majority of the population of the globe, and the camp of the oppressed and exploited peoples in the colonies and dependent countries, which constitute that majority. B. The colonies and the dependent countries, oppressed and exploited by finance capital, constitute a vast reserve and a very important source of strength for imperialism. C. The revolutionary struggle of the oppressed peoples in the dependent and colonial countries against imperialism is the only road that leads to their emancipation from oppression and exploitation. D. The most important colonial and dependent countries have already taken the path of the national liberation movement, which cannot but lead to the crisis of world capitalism. E. The interests of the proletarian movement in the developed countries and of the national liberation movement in the colonies call for the union of these two forms of the revolutionary movement into a common front against the common enemy, against imperialism. F. The victory of the working class in the developed countries and the liberation of the oppressed peoples from the yoke of imperialism are impossible without the formation and the consolidation of a common revolutionary front. G. The formation of a common revolutionary front is impossible unless the proletariat of the oppressor nations renders direct and determined support to the liberation movement of the oppressed peoples against the imperialism of its own country, for no nation can be free if it oppresses other nations. Engels, H. This support implies the upholding, defense and the foundations of Leninism. 151 Implementation of the slogan of the right of nations to secession, to independent existence as states. Unless this slogan is implemented, the union and collaboration of nations within a single world economic system, which is the material basis for the victory of world socialism, cannot be brought about. J. This union can only be voluntary, arising on the basis of mutual confidence and fraternal relations among peoples. Hence the two sides, the two tendencies in the national question, the tendency towards political emancipation from the shackles of imperialism and towards the formation of an independent national state, a tendency which arose as a consequence of imperialist oppression and colonial exploitation, and the tendency towards closer economic relations among nations, which arose as a result of the formation of a world market and a world economic system. Developing capitalism, says Lenin, knows two historical tendencies in the national question. First, the awakening of national life and national movements, struggle against all national oppression, creation of national states. Second, development and acceleration of all kinds of intercourse between nations, breakdown of national barriers, creation of the international unity of capital, of economic life in general, of politics, science, etc. Both tendencies are a worldwide law of capitalism. The first predominates at the beginning of its development, the second characterizes mature capitalism that is moving towards its transformation into socialist society. For imperialism, these two tendencies represent irreconcilable contradictions, because imperialism cannot exist without exploiting colonies and forcibly retaining them within the framework of the integral whole, because imperialism can bring nations together only by means of annexations and colonial conquest, without which imperialism is, generally speaking, inconceivable. For communism, on the contrary, these tendencies are but two sides of a single cause, the cause of the emancipation of the oppressed peoples from the yoke of imperialism, because 152. Communism knows that the union of peoples in a single world economic system is possible only on the basis of mutual confidence and voluntary agreement, and that the road to the formation of a voluntary union of peoples lies through the separation of the colonies from the integral imperialist whole, through the transformation of the colonies into independent states. Hence the necessity for a stubborn, continuous, and determined struggle against the dominant nation chauvinism of the socialists of the ruling nations, Britain, France, America, Italy, Japan, etc., who do not want to fight their imperialist governments, who do not want to support the struggle of the oppressed peoples in their colonies for emancipation from oppression, for secession. Without such a struggle, the education of the working class of the ruling nations in the spirit of true internationalism, in the spirit of closer relations with the toiling masses of the dependent countries and colonies, in the spirit of real preparation for the proletarian revolution, is inconceivable. The revolution would not have been victorious in Russia, and Kolchak and Denikin would not have been crushed, had not the Russian proletariat enjoyed the sympathy and support of the oppressed peoples of the former Russian Empire. But to win the sympathy and support of these peoples, it had first of all to break the fetters of Russian imperialism and free these peoples from the yoke of national oppression. Without this it would have been impossible to consolidate Soviet power, to implant real internationalism, and to create that remarkable organization for the collaboration of peoples which is called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and which is the living prototype of the future union of peoples in a single world economic system. Hence the necessity of fighting against the national isolationism, narrowness, and aloofness of the socialists in the oppressed countries, who do not want to rise above their national parochialism and who do not understand the connection between the liberation movement in their own countries and the proletarian movement in the ruling countries. Without such a struggle, it is inconceivable that the proletariat of the oppressed nations can maintain an independent. The foundations of Leninism 153 policy and its class solidarity with the proletariat of the ruling countries in the fight for the overthrow of the common enemy, in the fight for the overthrow of imperialism. Without such a struggle, internationalism would be impossible. Such is the way in which the toiling masses of the dominant and of the oppressed nations must be educated in the spirit of revolutionary internationalism. Here is what Lenin says about this twofold task of communism in educating the workers in the spirit of internationalism. Can such education be concretely identical in great, oppressing nations and in small, oppressed nations, in annexing nations and in annexed nations? Obviously not. The way to the one goal, to complete equality, to the closest relations and the subsequent amalgamation of all nations, obviously proceeds here by different routes in each concrete case, in the same way, let us say, as the route to a point in the middle of a given page lies towards the left from one edge and towards the right from the opposite edge. If a social democrat belonging to a great, oppressing, annexing nation, while advocating the amalgamation of nations in general, were to forget even for one moment that his Nicholas II, his Wilhelm, George, Poincaré, etc., also stands for amalgamation with small nations, by means of annexations, Nicholas II being for amalgamation with Galicia, Wilhelm II for amalgamation with Belgium, etc. Such a social democrat would be a ridiculous doctrinaire in theory and an abettor of imperialism. In practice, the weight of emphasis in the internationalist education of the workers in the oppressing countries must necessarily consist in their advocating and upholding freedom of secession for oppressed countries. Without this there can be no internationalism. It is our right and duty to treat every social democrat of an oppressing nation who fails to conduct such propaganda as an imperialist and a scoundrel. This is an absolute demand, even if the chance of secession 154 being possible and feasible before the introduction of socialism be only 1 in 1,000. On the other hand, a social democrat belonging to a small nation must emphasize in his agitation the second word of our general formula, voluntary union of nations. He may, without violating his duties as an internationalist, be in favor of either the political independence of his nation or its inclusion in a neighboring state X, Y, Z, etc. But in all cases he must fight against small nation narrow-mindedness, isolationism, and aloofness. He must fight for the recognition of the whole and the general, for the subordination of the interests of the particular to the interests of the general. People who have not gone thoroughly into the question think there is a contradiction in social democrats of oppressing nations insisting on freedom of secession, while social democrats of oppressed nations insist on freedom of union. However, a little reflection will show that there is not, and cannot be, any other road leading from the given situation to internationalism and the amalgamation of nations, any other road to this goal. 7. Strategy and Tactics. From this theme I take 6 questions. A. Strategy and tactics as the science of leadership in the class struggle of the proletariat. B. Stages of the revolution, and strategy. C. The flow and ebb of the movement, and tactics. D. Strategic leadership. E. Tactical leadership. F. Reformism and revolutionism. 1. Strategy and tactics as the science of leadership in the class struggle of the proletariat. The period of the domination of the Second International was mainly a period of the formation and training of the proletarian political armies under conditions of more or less peaceful development. It was the period of parliamentarism as the predominant form of the class struggle. Questions of great class conflicts, of preparing the proletariat for revolutionary clashes, of the means. The foundations of Leninism 155 of achieving the dictatorship of the proletariat, did not seem to be on the order of the day at that time. The task was confined to utilizing all means of legal development for the purpose of forming and training the proletarian armies, to utilizing parliamentarism in conformity with the conditions under which the status of the proletariat remained, and, as it seemed, had to remain, that of an opposition. It scarcely needs proof that in such a period and with such a conception of the tasks of the proletariat there could be neither an integral strategy nor any elaborated tactics. There were fragmentary and detached ideas about tactics and strategy, but no tactics or strategy as such. The mortal sin of the Second International was not that it pursued at that time the tactics of utilizing parliamentary forms of struggle, but that it overestimated the importance of these forms, that it considered them virtually the only forms, and that when the period of open revolutionary battle set in and the question of extra-parliamentary forms of struggle came to the fore, the parties of the Second International turned their backs on these new tasks, refused to shoulder them. Only in the subsequent period, the period of direct action by the proletariat, the period of proletarian revolution, when the question of overthrowing the bourgeoisie became a question of immediate practical action, when the question of the reserves of the proletariat, strategy, became one of the most burning questions, when all forms of struggle and of organization, parliamentary and extra-parliamentary, tactics, had quite clearly manifested themselves, only in this period could an integral strategy and elaborated tactics for the struggle of the proletariat be worked out. It was precisely in this period that Lenin brought out into the light of day the brilliant ideas of Marx and Engels on tactics and strategy that had been suppressed by the opportunists of the Second International. But Lenin did not confine himself to restoring particular tactical propositions of Marx and Engels. He developed them further and supplemented them with new ideas and propositions, combining them all into a system of rules and guiding principles for the leadership of the class struggle of the proletariat. Lenin's pamphlets, such as What is to 156 be done, 2 Tactics, Imperialism, the State and Revolution, the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskei, Left-Wing Communism, undoubtedly constitute priceless contributions to the general treasury of Marxism, to its revolutionary arsenal. The strategy and tactics of Leninism constitute the science of leadership in the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. 2. Stages of the revolution, and strategy. Strategy is the determination of the direction of the main blow of the proletariat at a given stage of the revolution, the elaboration of a corresponding plan for the disposition of the revolutionary forces, main and secondary reserves, the fight to carry out this plan throughout the given stage of the revolution. Our revolution had already passed through 2 stages, and after the October Revolution it entered a 3rd one. Our strategy changed accordingly. First stage. 1903 to February 1917. Objective: to overthrow Tsarism and completely wipe out the survivals of medievalism. The main force of the revolution, the proletariat. Immediate reserves, the peasantry. Direction of the main blow, the isolation of the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie, which was striving to win over the peasantry and liquidate the revolution by a compromise with Tsarism. Plan for the disposition of forces, alliance of the working class with the peasantry. The proletariat must carry to completion the democratic revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the peasantry in order to crush by force the resistance of the autocracy and to paralyze the instability of the bourgeoisie. Second stage. March 1917 to October 1917. Objective: to overthrow imperialism in Russia and to withdraw from the imperialist war. The main force of the revolution, the proletariat. Immediate reserves, the poor peasantry. The proletariat of neighboring countries as probable reserves. The protracted war and the crisis of imperialism as a favorable factor. Direction of the main blow: isolation of the petty bourgeois Democrats, Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, who were striving to win over the toiling masses of the peasantry and to put an end to the revolution by a compromise with imperialism. Plan for the disposition of forces, alliance of the proletariat with the poor peasantry. The foundations of Leninism 157. Proletariat must accomplish the socialist revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the semi-proletarian elements of the population in order to crush by force the resistance of the bourgeoisie and to paralyze the instability of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. Third stage. Began after the October Revolution. Objective: to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat in one country, using it as a base for the defeat of imperialism in all countries. The revolution spreads beyond the confines of one country. The epoch of world revolution has begun. The main forces of the revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat in one country, the revolutionary movement of the proletariat in all countries. Main reserves, the semi-proletarian and small peasant masses in the developed countries, the liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. Direction of the main blow: isolation of the petty bourgeois Democrats, isolation of the parties of the Second International, which constitute the main support of the policy of compromise with imperialism. Plan for the disposition of forces, alliance of the proletarian revolution with the liberation movement in the colonies and the dependent countries. Strategy deals with the main forces of the revolution and their reserves. It changes with the passing of the revolution from one stage to another, but remains basically unchanged throughout a given stage. 3. The flow and ebb of the movement, and tactics. Tactics are the determination of the line of conduct of the proletariat in the comparatively short period of the flow or ebb of the movement, of the rise or decline of the revolution, the fight to carry out this line by means of replacing old forms of struggle and organization by new ones, old slogans by new ones, by combining these forms, etc. While the object of strategy is to win the war against Tsarism, let us say, or against the bourgeoisie, to carry through the struggle against Tsarism or against the bourgeoisie to its end, tactics pursue less important objects, for their aim is not the winning of the war as a whole, but the winning of some particular engagements or some particular battles, the carrying through successfully of some particular campaigns or actions corresponding to the concrete circumstances in the given period. 158. Of rise or decline of the revolution. Tactics are a part of strategy, subordinate to it and serving it. Tactics change according to flow and ebb. While the strategic plan remained unchanged during the first stage of the revolution, 1903 to February 1917, tactics changed several times during that period. In the period from 1903 to 1905 the party pursued offensive tactics, for the tide of the revolution was rising, the movement was on the upgrade, and tactics had to proceed from this fact. Accordingly, the forms of struggle were revolutionary, corresponding to the requirements of the rising tide of the revolution. Local political strikes, political demonstrations, the general political strike, boycott of the Duma, uprising, revolutionary fighting slogans, such were the successive forms of struggle during that period. These changes in the forms of struggle were accompanied by corresponding changes in the forms of organization. Factory committees, revolutionary peasant committees, strike committees, Soviets of workers' deputies, a workers' party operating more or less openly. Such were the forms of organization during that period. In the period from 1907 to 1912 the party was compelled to resort to tactics of retreat, for we then experienced a decline in the revolutionary movement, the ebb of the revolution, and tactics necessarily had to take this fact into consideration. The forms of struggle, as well as the forms of organization, changed accordingly. Instead of the boycott of the Duma, participation in the Duma, instead of open revolutionary actions outside the Duma, actions and work in the Duma, instead of general political strikes, partial economic strikes, or simply a lull in activities. Of course, the party had to go underground during that period, while the revolutionary mass organizations were replaced by cultural, educational, cooperative, insurance and other legal organizations. The same must be said of the second and third stages of the revolution, during which tactics changed dozens of times, whereas the strategic plans remained unchanged. Tactics deal with the forms of struggle and the forms of organization of the proletariat, with their changes and combinations. During a given stage of the revolution, tactics may. The foundations of Leninism 159 change several times, depending on the flow or ebb, the rise or decline, of the revolution. 4. Strategic leadership. The reserves of the revolution can be, direct, a. the peasantry and in general the intermediate strata of the population within the country, b. the proletariat of neighboring countries, c. the revolutionary movement in the colonies and dependent countries, d. the conquests and gains of the dictatorship of the proletariat, part of which the proletariat may give up temporarily, while retaining superiority of forces, in order to buy off a powerful enemy and gain a respite, and indirect, a. the contradictions and conflicts among the non-proletarian classes within the country, which can be utilized by the proletariat to weaken the enemy and to strengthen its own reserves, b. contradictions, conflicts, and wars, the imperialist war, for instance, among the bourgeois states hostile to the proletarian state, which can be utilized by the proletariat in its offensive or in maneuvering in the event of a forced retreat. There is no need to speak at length about the reserves of the first category, as their significance is clear to everyone. As for the reserves of the second category, whose significance is not always clear, it must be said that sometimes they are of prime importance for the progress of the revolution. One can hardly deny the enormous importance, for example, of the conflict between the petty bourgeois democrats, socialist revolutionaries, and the liberal monarchist bourgeoisie, the cadets, during and after the first revolution, which undoubtedly played its part in freeing the peasantry from the influence of the bourgeoisie. Still less reason is there for denying the colossal importance of the fact that the principal groups of imperialists were engaged in a deadly war during the period of the October Revolution, when the imperialists, engrossed in war among themselves, were unable to concentrate their forces against the young Soviet power, and the proletariat, for this very reason, was able to get down to the work of organizing its forces and consolidating its power, and to prepare the rout of Kolchak and Denikin. It must be presumed that now, when the contradictions among the IM 160 imperialist groups are becoming more and more profound, and when a new war among them is becoming inevitable, reserves of this description will assume ever greater importance for the proletariat. The task of strategic leadership is to make proper use of all these reserves for the achievement of the main object of the revolution at the given stage of its development. What does making proper use of reserves mean? It means fulfilling certain necessary conditions, of which the following must be regarded as the principal ones. Firstly, the concentration of the main forces of the revolution at the enemy's most vulnerable spot at the decisive moment, when the revolution has already become ripe, when the offensive is going full steam ahead, when insurrection is knocking at the door, and when bringing the reserves up to the vanguard is the decisive condition of success. The party's strategy during the period from April to October 1917 can be taken as an example of this manner of utilizing reserves. Undoubtedly, the enemy's most vulnerable spot at that time was the war. Undoubtedly, it was on this question, as the fundamental one, that the party rallied the broadest masses of the population around the proletarian vanguard. The party's strategy during that period was, while training the vanguard for street action by means of manifestations and demonstrations, to bring the reserves up to the vanguard through the medium of the Soviets in the rear and the soldiers' committees at the front. The outcome of the revolution has shown that the reserves were properly utilized. Here is what Lenin, paraphrasing the well-known theses of Marx and Engels on insurrection, says about this condition of the strategic utilization of the forces of the revolution. 1. Never play with insurrection, but when beginning it firmly realize that you must go to the end. 2. Concentrate a great superiority of forces at the decisive point, at the decisive moment, otherwise the enemy, who has the advantage of better preparation and organization, will destroy the insurgents. 3. Once the insurrection has begun, you must act with the greatest determination, and by all means, without the foundations of Leninism 161 fail, take the offensive. The defensive is the death of every armed rising. 4. You must try to take the enemy by surprise and seize the moment when his forces are scattered. You must strive for daily successes, even if small, one might say hourly, if it is the case of one town, and at all costs retain the moral ascendancy. Secondly, the selection of the moment for the decisive blow, of the moment for starting the insurrection, so timed as to coincide with the moment when the crisis has reached its climax, when it is already the case that the vanguard is prepared to fight to the end, the reserves are prepared to support the vanguard, and maximum consternation reigns in the ranks of the enemy. The decisive battle, says Lenin, may be deemed to have fully matured if, 1. All the class forces hostile to us have become sufficiently entangled, are sufficiently at loggerheads, have sufficiently weakened themselves in a struggle which is beyond their strength, if, 2. All the vacillating, wavering, unstable, intermediate elements, the petty bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeois democrats as distinct from the bourgeoisie, have sufficiently exposed themselves in the eyes of the people, have sufficiently disgraced themselves through their practical bankruptcy, if, 3. Among the proletariat a mass sentiment in favor of supporting the most determined, supremely bold, revolutionary action against the bourgeoisie has arisen and begun vigorously to grow. Then revolution is indeed ripe, then, indeed, if we have correctly gauged all the conditions indicated above, and if we have chosen the moment rightly, our victory is assured. The manner in which the October uprising was carried out may be taken as a model of such strategy. Failure to observe this condition leads to a dangerous error called loss of tempo, when the party lags behind the movement or runs far ahead of it, courting the danger of failure. An example of such loss of tempo, of how the moment for 162. An uprising should not be chosen, may be seen in the attempt made by a section of our comrades to begin the uprising by arresting the Democratic Conference in September 1917, when wavering was still apparent in the Soviets, when the armies at the front were still at the crossroads, when the reserves had not yet been brought up to the vanguard. Thirdly, undeviating pursuit of the course adopted, no matter what difficulties and complications are encountered on the road towards the goal. This is necessary in order that the vanguard may not lose sight of the main goal of the struggle and that the masses may not stray from the road while marching towards that goal and striving to rally around the vanguard. Failure to observe this condition leads to a grave error, well known to sailors as losing one's bearings. As an example of this losing one's bearings, we may take the erroneous conduct of our party when, immediately after the Democratic Conference, it adopted a resolution to participate in the pre-parliament. For the moment the party, as it were, forgot that the pre-parliament was an attempt of the bourgeoisie to switch the country from the path of the Soviets to the path of bourgeois parliamentarism, that the party's participation in such a body might result in mixing everything up and confusing the workers and peasants, who were waging a revolutionary struggle under the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." This mistake was rectified by the withdrawal of the Bolsheviks from the pre-parliament. Fourthly, maneuvering the reserves with a view to effecting a proper retreat when the enemy is strong, when retreat is inevitable, when to accept battle forced upon us by the enemy is obviously disadvantageous, when, with the given relation of forces, retreat becomes the only way to escape a blow against the vanguard and to retain the reserves for the latter. The revolutionary parties, says Lenin, must complete their education. They have learned to attack. Now they have to realize that this knowledge must be supplemented with the knowledge how to retreat properly. They have to realize, and the revolutionary class is taught to realize it by its own bitter experience, that victory is impossible unless the foundations of Leninism 163. They have learned both how to attack and how to retreat properly. The object of this strategy is to gain time, to disrupt the enemy, and to accumulate forces in order later to assume the offensive. The signing of the Brest Peace may be taken as a model of this strategy, for it enabled the party to gain time, to take advantage of the conflicts in the camp of the imperialists, to disrupt the forces of the enemy, to retain the support of the peasantry, and to accumulate forces in preparation for the offensive against Kolchak and Denikin. In concluding a separate peace, said Lenin at that time, we free ourselves as much as is possible at the present moment from both warring imperialist groups, we take advantage of their mutual enmity and warfare, which hinder them from making a deal against us, and for a certain period have our hands free to advance and to consolidate the socialist revolution. See volume XXII, p. 198. Now even the biggest fool, said Lenin 3 years after the Brest Peace, can see that the Brest Peace was a concession that strengthened us and broke up the forces of international imperialism. Such are the principal conditions which ensure correct strategic leadership. 5. Tactical leadership. Tactical leadership is a part of strategic leadership, subordinated to the tasks and the requirements of the latter. The task of tactical leadership is to master all forms of struggle and organization of the proletariat and to ensure that they are used properly so as to achieve, with the given relation of forces, the maximum results necessary to prepare for strategic success. What is meant by making proper use of the forms of struggle and organization of the proletariat? It means fulfilling certain necessary conditions, of which the following must be regarded as the principal ones. Firstly, to put in the forefront precisely those forms of struggle and organization which are best suited to the Kindi. 164. Conditions prevailing during the flow or ebb of the movement at a given moment, and which therefore can facilitate and ensure the bringing of the masses to the revolutionary positions, the bringing of the millions to the revolutionary front, and their disposition at the revolutionary front. The point here is not that the vanguard should realize the impossibility of preserving the old regime and the inevitability of its overthrow. The point is that the masses, the milices, should understand this inevitability and display their readiness to support the vanguard. But the masses can understand this only from their own experience. The task is to enable the vast masses to realize from their own experience the inevitability of the overthrow of the old regime, to promote such methods of struggle and forms of organization as will make it easier for the masses to realize from experience the correctness of the revolutionary slogans. The vanguard would have become detached from the working class, and the working class would have lost contact with the masses, if the party had not decided at the time to participate in the Duma, if it had not decided to concentrate its forces on work in the Duma and to develop a struggle on the basis of this work, in order to make it easier for the masses to realize from their own experience the futility of the Duma, the falsity of the promises of the cadets, the impossibility of compromise with Tsarism, and the inevitability of an alliance between the peasantry and the working class. Had the masses not gained their experience during the period of the Duma, the exposure of the cadets and the hegemony of the proletariat would have been impossible. The danger of the Iosif tactics was that they threatened to detach the vanguard from the millions of its reserves. The party would have become detached from the working class, and the working class would have lost its influence among the broad masses of the peasants and soldiers, if the proletariat had followed the left communists, who called for an uprising in April 1917, when the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries had not yet exposed themselves as advocates of war and imperialism, when the masses had not yet realized from their own experience the falsity of the speeches of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. The Foundations of Leninism 165 about peace, land, and freedom. Had the masses not gained this experience during the Kerensky period, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries would not have been isolated and the dictatorship of the proletariat would have been impossible. Therefore, the tactics of patiently explaining the mistakes of the petty bourgeois parties and of open struggle in the Soviets were the only correct tactics. The danger of the tactics of the left communists was that they threatened to transform the party from the leader of the proletarian revolution into a handful of feudal conspirators with no ground to stand on. Victory cannot be won with the vanguard alone, says Lenin. To throw the vanguard alone into the decisive battle, before the whole class, before the broad masses have taken up a position either of direct support of the vanguard, or at least of benevolent neutrality towards it, would be not merely folly but a crime. And in order that actually the whole class, that actually the broad masses of the working people and those oppressed by capital may take up such a position, propaganda and agitation alone are not enough. For this the masses must have their own political experience. Such is the fundamental law of all great revolutions, now confirmed with astonishing force and vividness not only in Russia but also in Germany. Not only the uncultured, often illiterate masses of Russia, but the highly cultured, entirely literate masses of Germany had to realize through their own painful experience the absolute impotence and spinelessness, the absolute helplessness and servility to the bourgeoisie, the utter vileness, of the government of the Knights of the Second International, the absolute inevitability of a dictatorship of the extreme reactionaries, Kornilov in Russia, Kapp and Co. in Germany, as the only alternative to a dictatorship of the proletariat, in order to turn resolutely towards communism. Secondly, to locate at any given moment the particular link in the chain of processes which, if grasped, will enable us to keep hold of the whole chain and to prepare the conditions for achieving strategic success. 166. The point here is to single out from all the tasks confronting the party the particular immediate task, the fulfillment of which constitutes the central point, and the accomplishment of which ensures the successful fulfillment of the other immediate tasks. The importance of this thesis may be illustrated by two examples, one of which could be taken from the remote past, the period of the formation of the party, and the other from the immediate present, the period of the NEP. In the period of the formation of the party, when the innumerable circles and organizations had not yet been linked together, when amateurishness and the parochial outlook of the circles were corroding the party from top to bottom, when ideological confusion was the characteristic feature of the internal life of the party, the main link and the main task in the chain of links and in the chain of tasks then confronting the party proved to be the establishment of an all-Russian illegal newspaper. Iskra. Why? Because, under the conditions then prevailing, only by means of an all-Russian illegal newspaper was it possible to create a solid core of the party capable of uniting the innumerable circles and organizations into one whole, to prepare the conditions for ideological and tactical unity, and thus to build the foundations for the formation of a real party. During the period of transition from war to economic construction, when industry was vegetating in the grip of disruption and agriculture was suffering from a shortage of urban manufactured goods, when the establishment of a bond between state industry and peasant economy became the fundamental condition for successful socialist construction in that period, it turned out that the main link in the chain of processes, the main task among a number of tasks, was to develop trade. Why? Because under the conditions of the NEP the bond between industry and peasant economy cannot be established except through trade, because under the conditions of the NEP production without sale is fatal for industry, because industry can be expanded only by the expansion of sales as a result of developing trade, because only after we have consolidated our position in the sphere of trade, only after we have secured control of trade, only after we have SE. The Foundations of Leninism 167 cured this link. Can there be any hope of linking industry with the peasant market and successfully fulfilling the other immediate tasks in order to create the conditions for building the foundations of socialist economy? It is not enough to be a revolutionary and an adherent of socialism or a communist in general, says Lenin. One must be able at each particular moment to find the particular link in the chain which one must grasp with all one's might in order to keep hold of the whole chain and to prepare firmly for the transition to the next link. At the present time, this link is the revival of internal trade under proper state regulation, direction. Trade that is the link in the historical chain of events, in the transitional forms of our socialist construction in 1921-22, which we must grasp with all our might. Such are the principal conditions which ensure correct tactical leadership. 6. Reformism and revolutionism. What is the difference between revolutionary tactics and reformist tactics? Some think that Leninism is opposed to reforms, opposed to compromises and to agreements in general. This is absolutely wrong. Bolsheviks know as well as anybody else that in a certain sense every little helps, that under certain conditions reforms in general, and compromises and agreements in particular, are necessary and useful. To carry on a war for the overthrow of the international bourgeoisie, says Lenin, a war which is 100 times more difficult, protracted and complicated than the most stubborn of ordinary wars between states, and to refuse beforehand to maneuver, to utilize the conflict of interests, even though temporary, among one's enemies, to reject agreements and compromises with possible, even though temporary, unstable, vacillating and conditional, allies, is not this ridiculous in the extreme? Is it not as though, when making a difficult ascent of an unexplored and hitherto inaccessible mountain, we were to refuse before 168 hand ever to move in zigzags, ever to retrace our steps, ever to abandon the course once selected and to try others? Obviously, therefore, it is not a matter of reforms or of compromises and agreements, but of the use people make of reforms and agreements. To a reformist, reforms are everything, while revolutionary work is something incidental, something just to talk about, mere eyewash. That is why, with reformist tactics under the conditions of bourgeois rule, reforms are inevitably transformed into an instrument for strengthening that rule, an instrument for disintegrating the revolution. To a revolutionary, on the contrary, the main thing is revolutionary work and not reforms. To him reforms are a byproduct of the revolution. That is why, with revolutionary tactics under the conditions of bourgeois rule, reforms are naturally transformed into an instrument for disintegrating that rule, into an instrument for strengthening the revolution, into a strong point for the further development of the revolutionary movement. The revolutionary will accept a reform in order to use it as an aid in combining legal work with illegal work and to intensify, under its cover, the illegal work for the revolutionary preparation of the masses for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. That is the essence of making revolutionary use of reforms and agreements under the conditions of imperialism. The reformist, on the contrary, will accept reforms in order to renounce all illegal work, to thwart the preparation of the masses for the revolution and to rest in the shade of bestowed reforms. That is the essence of reformist tactics. Such is the position in regard to reforms and agreements under the conditions of imperialism. The situation changes somewhat, however, after the overthrow of imperialism, under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Under certain conditions, in a certain situation, the proletarian power may find itself compelled temporarily to leave the path of the revolutionary reconstruction of the existing order of things and to take the path of its gradual transforma. The foundations of Leninism 169, the reformist path, as Lenin says in his well-known article The Importance of Gold, the path of flanking movements, of reforms and concessions to the non-proletarian classes in order to disintegrate these classes, to give the revolution a respite, to recuperate one's forces and prepare the conditions for a new offensive. It cannot be denied that in a sense this is a reformist path. But it must be borne in mind that there is a fundamental distinction here, which consists in the fact that in this case the reform emanates from the proletarian power, it strengthens the proletarian power, it procures for it a necessary respite, its purpose is to disintegrate, not the revolution, but the non-proletarian classes. Under such conditions a reform is thus transformed into its opposite. The proletarian power is able to adopt such a policy because, and only because, the sweep of the revolution in the preceding period was great enough and therefore provided a sufficiently wide expanse within which to retreat, substituting for offensive tactics the tactics of temporary retreat, the tactics of flanking movements. Thus, while formerly, under bourgeois rule, reforms were a byproduct of revolution, now, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the source of reforms is the revolutionary gains of the proletariat, the reserves accumulated in the hands of the proletariat and consisting of these gains. Only Marxism, says Lenin, has precisely and correctly defined the relation of reforms to revolution. However, Marx was able to see this relation only from one aspect, namely, under the conditions preceding the first to any extent permanent and lasting victory of the proletariat, if only in a single country. Under those conditions, the basis of the proper relation was, reforms are a byproduct of the revolutionary class struggle of the proletariat. After the victory of the proletariat, if only in a single country, something new enters into the relation between reforms and revolution. In principle, it is the same as before, but a change in form takes place, which Marx himself could not foresee, but which can be appreciated only on the basis of the philosophy and politics of Marxism. After the 170 victory, while still remaining a byproduct on an international scale, they, i.e., reforms just, are, in addition, for the country in which victory has been achieved, a necessary and legitimate respite in those cases when, after the utmost exertion of effort, it becomes obvious that sufficient strength is lacking for the revolutionary accomplishment of this or that transition. Victory creates such a reserve of strength that it is possible to hold out even in a forced retreat, to hold out both materially and morally. 8. The Party. In the pre-revolutionary period, the period of more or less peaceful development, when the parties of the Second International were the predominant force in the working class movement and parliamentary forms of struggle were regarded as the principal forms, under these conditions the party neither had nor could have had that great and decisive importance which it acquired afterwards, under conditions of open revolutionary clashes. Defending the Second International against attacks made upon it, Koski says that the parties of the Second International are an instrument of peace and not of war, and that for this very reason they were powerless to take any important steps during the war, during the period of revolutionary action by the proletariat. That is quite true. But what does it mean? It means that the parties of the Second International are unfit for the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, that they are not militant parties of the proletariat, leading the workers to power, but election machines adapted for parliamentary elections and underscore parliamentary struggle. This, in fact, explains why, in the days when the opportunists of the Second International were in the ascendancy, it was not the party but its parliamentary group that was the chief political organization of the proletariat. It is well known that the party at that time was really an appendage and subsidiary of the parliamentary group. It scarcely needs proof that under such circumstances and with such a party at the helm there could be no question of preparing the proletariat for revolution. But matters have changed radically with the dawn of the foundations of Leninism 171 new period. The new period is one of open class collisions, of revolutionary action by the proletariat, of proletarian revolution, a period when forces are being directly mustered for the overthrow of imperialism and the seizure of power by the proletariat. In this period the proletariat is confronted with new tasks, the tasks of reorganizing all party work on new, revolutionary lines, of educating the workers in the spirit of revolutionary struggle for power, of preparing and moving up reserves, of establishing an alliance with the proletarians of neighboring countries, of establishing firm ties with the liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, etc., etc. To think that these new tasks can be performed by the old social democratic parties, brought up as they were in the peaceful conditions of parliamentarism, is to doom oneself to hopeless despair, to inevitable defeat. If, with such tasks to shoulder, the proletariat remained under the leadership of the old parties, it would be completely unarmed. It scarcely needs proof that the proletariat could not consent to such a state of affairs. Hence the necessity for a new party, a militant party, a revolutionary party, one bold enough to lead the proletarians in the struggle for power, sufficiently experienced to find its bearings amidst the complex conditions of a revolutionary situation, and sufficiently flexible to steer clear of all submerged rocks in the path to its goal. Without such a party it is useless even to think of overthrowing imperialism, of achieving the dictatorship of the proletariat. This new party is the party of Leninism. What are the specific features of this new party? 1. The party as the advanced detachment of the working class. The party must be, first of all, the advanced detachment of the working class. The party must absorb all the best elements of the working class, their experience, their revolutionary spirit, their selfless devotion to the cause of the proletariat. But in order that it may really be the advanced detachment, the party must be armed with revolutionary theory, with a knowledge of the laws of the movement, with a knowledge of the laws of revolution. Without this it will be incapable of directing the struggle of the proletariat. Of 172. Leading the proletariat. The party cannot be a real party if it limits itself to registering what the masses of the working class feel and think, if it drags at the tail of the spontaneous movement, if it is unable to overcome the inertia and the political indifference of the spontaneous movement, if it is unable to rise above the momentary interests of the proletariat, if it is unable to raise the masses to the level of understanding the class interests of the proletariat. The party must stand at the head of the working class, it must see farther than the working class, it must lead the proletariat, and not drag at the tail of the spontaneous movement. The parties of the Second International, which preach Kvostism, are vehicles of bourgeois policy, which condemns the proletariat to the role of a tool in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Only a party which adopts the standpoint of advanced detachment of the proletariat and is able to raise the masses to the level of understanding the class interests of the proletariat, only such a party can divert the working class from the path of trade unionism and convert it into an independent political force. The party is the political leader of the working class. I have already spoken of the difficulties of the struggle of the working class, of the complicated conditions of the struggle, of strategy and tactics, of reserves and maneuvering, of attack and retreat. These conditions are no less complicated, if not more so, than the conditions of war. Who can see clearly in these conditions, who can give correct guidance to the proletarian millions? No army at war can dispense with an experienced general staff if it does not want to be doomed to defeat. Is it not clear that the proletariat can still less dispense with such a general staff if it does not want to allow itself to be devoured by its mortal enemies? But where is this general staff? Only the revolutionary party of the proletariat can serve as this general staff. The working class without a revolutionary party is an army without a general staff. The party is the general staff of the proletariat. But the party cannot be only an advanced detachment. It must at the same time be a detachment of the class, part of the class, closely bound up with it by all the fibers of its being. The distinction between the advanced detachment and the foundations of Leninism 173 rest of the working class, between party members and non-party people, cannot disappear until classes disappear. It will exist as long as the ranks of the proletariat continue to be replenished with former members of other classes, as long as the working class as a whole is not in a position to rise to the level of the advanced detachment. But the party would cease to be a party if this distinction developed into a gap, if the party turned in on itself and became divorced from the non-party masses. The party cannot lead the class if it is not connected with the non-party masses, if there is no bond between the party and the non-party masses, if these masses do not accept its leadership, if the party enjoys no moral and political credit among the masses. Recently 200,000 new members from the ranks of the workers were admitted into our party. The remarkable thing about this is the fact that these people did not merely join the party themselves, but were rather sent there by all the rest of the non-party workers, who took an active part in the admission of the new members, and without whose approval no new member was accepted. This fact shows that the broad masses of non-party workers regard our party as their party, as a party near and dear to them, in whose expansion and consolidation they are vitally interested and to whose leadership they voluntarily entrust their destiny. It scarcely needs proof that without these intangible moral threads which connect the party with the non-party masses, the party could not have become the decisive force of its class. The party is an inseparable part of the working class. We, says Lenin, are the party of a class, and therefore almost the whole class, and in times of war, in the period of civil war, the whole class, should act under the leadership of our party, should adhere to our party as closely as possible. But it would be Manilovism and Kvostism to think that at any time under capitalism almost the whole class, or the whole class, would be able to rise to the level of consciousness and activity of its advanced detachment, of its social democratic party. No sensible social democrat has ever yet doubted that under 174. Capitalism, even the trade union organizations, which are more primitive and more comprehensible to the undeveloped strata, are unable to embrace almost the whole, or the whole, working class. To forget the distinction between the advanced detachment and the whole of the masses which gravitate towards it, to forget the constant duty of the advanced detachment to raise ever wider strata to this most advanced level, means merely to deceive oneself, to shut one's eyes to the immensity of our tasks, and to narrow down these tasks. 2. The party as the organized detachment of the working class. The party is not only the advanced detachment of the working class. If it desires really to direct the struggle of the class, it must at the same time be the organized detachment of its class. The party's tasks under the conditions of capitalism are immense and extremely varied. The party must direct the struggle of the proletariat under the exceptionally difficult conditions of internal and external development. It must lead the proletariat in the offensive when the situation calls for an offensive. It must lead the proletariat so as to escape the blow of a powerful enemy when the situation calls for retreat. It must imbue the millions of unorganized non-party workers with the spirit of discipline and system in the struggle, with the spirit of organization and endurance. But the party can fulfill these tasks only if it is itself the embodiment of discipline and organization, if it is itself the organized detachment of the proletariat. Without these conditions there can be no question of the party really leading the vast masses of the proletariat. The party is the organized detachment of the working class. The conception of the party as an organized whole is embodied in Lenin's well-known formulation of the first paragraph of our party rules, in which the party is regarded as the sum total of its organizations, and the party member as a member of one of the organizations of the party. The Mensheviks, who objected to this formulation as early as 1903, proposed to substitute for it a system of self-enrollment in the party, a system of conferring the title of party member upon every professor and high school. The foundations of Leninism 175 student, upon every sympathizer and striker who supported the party in one way or another, but who did not join and did not want to join any one of the party organizations. It scarcely needs proof that had this singular system become entrenched in our party, it would inevitably have led to our party becoming inundated with professors and high school students and to its degeneration into a loose, amorphous, disorganized formation, lost in a sea of sympathizers, that would have obliterated the dividing line between the party and the class and would have upset the party's task of raising the unorganized masses to the level of the advanced detachment. Needless to say, under such an opportunist system our party would have been unable to fulfill the role of the organizing core of the working class in the course of our revolution. From the point of view of Comrade Martov, says Lenin, the borderline of the party remains quite indefinite, for every striker may proclaim himself a party member. What is the use of this vagueness? A wide extension of the title. Its harm is that it introduces a disorganizing idea, the confusing of class and party. But the party is not merely the sum total of party organizations. The party is at the same time a single system of these organizations, their formal union into a single whole, with higher and lower leading bodies, with subordination of the minority to the majority, with practical decisions binding on all members of the party. Without these conditions the party cannot be a single organized whole capable of exercising systematic and organized leadership in the struggle of the working class. Formerly, says Lenin, our party was not a formally organized whole, but only the sum of separate groups, and therefore no other relations except those of ideological influence were possible between these groups. Now we have become an organized party, and this implies the establishment of authority, the transformation of the power of ideas. 176. Into the power of authority, the subordination of lower party bodies to higher party bodies. The principle of the minority submitting to the majority, the principle of directing party work from a center, not infrequently gives rise to attacks on the part of wavering elements, to accusations of bureaucracy, formalism, etc. It scarcely needs proof that systematic work by the party as one whole, and the directing of the struggle of the working class, would be impossible without putting these principles into effect. Leninism in questions of organization is the unswerving application of these principles. Lenin terms the fight against these principles Russian nihilism and aristocratic anarchism, which deserves to be ridiculed and swept aside. Here is what Lenin says about these wavering elements in his book One Step Forward. This aristocratic anarchism is particularly characteristic of the Russian nihilist. He thinks of the party organization as a monstrous factory, he regards the subordination of the part to the whole and of the minority to the majority as serfdom. Division of labor under the direction of a center evokes from him a tragi-comical outcry against people being transformed into wheels and cogs. Mention of the organizational rules of the party calls forth a contemptuous grimace and the disdainful remark that one could very well dispense with rules altogether. It is clear, I think, that the cries about this celebrated bureaucracy are just a screen for dissatisfaction with the personal composition of the central bodies, a fig leaf. You are a bureaucrat because you were appointed by the Congress not by my will, but against it, you are a formalist because you rely on the formal decisions of the Congress, and not on my consent. You are acting in a grossly mechanical way because you plead the mechanical majority at the party Congress and pay no heed to my wish to be co-opted. You are an autocrat because you refuse to hand over the power to the old gang. The gang here referred to is that of Axelrod, Martov, Patrusov. The Foundations of Leninism 177-3, the party as the highest form of class organization of the proletariat. The party is the organized detachment of the working class. But the party is not the only organization of the working class. The proletariat has also a number of other organizations, without which it cannot wage a successful struggle against capital, trade unions, cooperatives, factory organizations, parliamentary groups, non-party women's associations, the press, cultural and educational organizations, youth leagues, revolutionary fighting organizations, in times of open revolutionary action, Soviets of deputies as the form of state organization, if the proletariat is in power, etc. The overwhelming majority of these organizations are non-party, and only some of them adhere directly to the party, or constitute offshoots from it. All these organizations, under certain conditions, are absolutely necessary for the working class, for without them it would be impossible to consolidate the class positions of the proletariat in the diverse spheres of struggle, for without them it would be impossible to steel the proletariat as the force whose mission it is to replace the bourgeois order by the socialist order. But how can single leadership be exercised with such an abundance of organizations? What guarantee is there that this multiplicity of organizations will not lead to divergency in leadership? It may be said that each of these organizations carries on its work in its own special field, and that therefore these organizations cannot hinder one another. That, of course, is true. But it is also true that all these organizations should work in one direction, for they serve one class, the class of the proletarians. The question then arises, who is to determine the line, the general direction, along which the work of all these organizations is to be conducted? Where is the central organization which is not only able, because it has the necessary experience, to work out such a general line, but, in addition, is in a position, because it has sufficient prestige, to induce all these organizations to carry out this line, so as to attain unity of leadership and to make hitches impossible? That organization is the party of the proletariat. And others, who would not submit to the decisions of the Second Congress and who accused Lenin of being a bureaucrat. J. St. 178. The party possesses all the necessary qualifications for this because, in the first place, it is the rallying center of the finest elements in the working class, who have direct connections with the non-party organizations of the proletariat and very frequently lead them, because, secondly, the party, as the rallying center of the finest members of the working class, is the best school for training leaders of the working class, capable of directing every form of organization of their class. Because, thirdly, the party, as the best school for training leaders of the working class, is, by reason of its experience and prestige, the only organization capable of centralizing the leadership of the struggle of the proletariat, thus transforming each and every non-party organization of the working class into an auxiliary body and transmission belt linking the party with the class. The party is the highest form of class organization of the proletariat. This does not mean, of course, that non-party organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., should be officially subordinated to the party leadership. It only means that the members of the party who belong to these organizations and are doubtlessly influential in them should do all they can to persuade these non-party organizations to draw nearer to the party of the proletariat in their work and voluntarily accept its political leadership. That is why Lenin says that the party is the highest form of proletarian class association, whose political leadership must extend to every other form of organization of the proletariat. That is why the opportunist theory of the independence and neutrality of the non-party organizations, which breeds independent members of parliament and journalists isolated from the party, narrow-minded trade union leaders and Philistine cooperative officials, is wholly incompatible with the theory and practice of Leninism. 4. The party as an instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The party is the highest form of organization of the proletariat. The party is the principal guiding force within the class of the proletarians and among the organizations of that class. But it does not by any means follow from the foundations of Leninism 179 this that the party can be regarded as an end in itself, as a self-sufficient force. The party is not only the highest form of class association of the proletarians, it is at the same time an instrument in the hands of the proletariat for achieving the dictatorship when that has not yet been achieved and for consolidating and expanding the dictatorship when it has already been achieved. The party could not have risen so high in importance and could not have exerted its influence over all other forms of organization of the proletariat, if the latter had not been confronted with the question of power, if the conditions of imperialism, the inevitability of wars, and the existence of a crisis had not demanded the concentration of all the forces of the proletariat at one point, the gathering of all the threads of the revolutionary movement in one spot in order to overthrow the bourgeoisie and to achieve the dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat needs the party first of all as its general staff, which it must have for the successful seizure of power. It scarcely needs proof that without a party capable of rallying around itself the mass organizations of the proletariat, and of centralizing the leadership of the entire movement during the progress of the struggle, the proletariat in Russia could not have established its revolutionary dictatorship. But the proletariat needs the party not only to achieve the dictatorship, it needs it still more to maintain the dictatorship, to consolidate and expand it in order to achieve the complete victory of socialism. Certainly, almost everyone now realizes, says Lenin, that the Bolsheviks could not have maintained themselves in power for 2.5 months, let alone 2.5 years, without the strictest, truly iron discipline in our party, and without the fullest and unreserved support of the latter by the whole mass of the working class, that is, by all its thinking, honest, self-sacrificing and influential elements, capable of leading or of carrying with them the backward strata. Now, what does to maintain and expand the dictatorship mean? It means imbuing the millions of proletarians. 180. With the spirit of discipline and organization, it means creating among the proletarian masses a cementing force and a bulwark against the corrosive influences of the petty bourgeois elemental forces and petty bourgeois habits. It means enhancing the organizing work of the proletarians in re-educating and remolding the petty bourgeois strata. It means helping the masses of the proletarians to educate themselves as a force capable of abolishing classes and of preparing the conditions for the organization of socialist production. But it is impossible to accomplish all this without a party which is strong by reason of its solidarity and discipline. The dictatorship of the proletariat, says Lenin, is a stubborn struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. The force of habit of millions and tens of millions is a most terrible force. Without an iron party tempered in the struggle, without a party enjoying the confidence of all that is honest in the given class, without a party capable of watching and influencing the mood of the masses, it is impossible to conduct such a struggle successfully. The proletariat needs the party for the purpose of occupying and maintaining the dictatorship. The party is an instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But from this it follows that when classes disappear and the dictatorship of the proletariat withers away, the party also will wither away. 5. The party as the embodiment of unity of will, unity incompatible with the existence of factions. The achievement and maintenance of the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible without a party which is strong by reason of its solidarity and iron discipline. But iron discipline in the party is inconceivable without unity of will, without complete and absolute unity of action on the part of all members of the party. This does not mean, of course, that the possibility of conflicts of opinion within the party is thereby precluded. On the contrary, iron discipline does not preclude but presupposes criticism and conflict of opinion within the party. The Foundations of Leninism 181. Least of all does it mean that discipline must be blind. On the contrary, iron discipline does not preclude but presupposes conscious and voluntary submission, for only conscious discipline can be truly iron discipline. But after a conflict of opinion has been closed, after criticism has been exhausted and a decision has been arrived at, unity of will and unity of action of all party members are the necessary conditions without which neither party unity nor iron discipline in the party is conceivable. In the present epoch of acute civil war, says Lenin, the Communist Party will be able to perform its duty only if it is organized in the most centralist manner, if iron discipline bordering on military discipline prevails in it, and if its party center is a powerful and authoritative organ, wielding wide powers and enjoying the universal confidence of the members of the party. This is the position in regard to discipline in the party in the period of struggle preceding the achievement of the dictatorship. The same, but to an even greater degree, must be said about discipline in the party after the dictatorship has been achieved. Whoever, says Lenin, weakens in the least the iron discipline of the party of the proletariat, especially during the time of its dictatorship, actually aids the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. But from this it follows that the existence of factions is compatible neither with the party's unity nor with its iron discipline. It scarcely needs proof that the existence of factions leads to the existence of a number of centers, and the existence of a number of centers means the absence of one common center in the party, the breaking up of unity of will, the weakening and disintegration of discipline, the weakening and disintegration of the dictatorship. Of course, the parties of the Second International, which are fighting against the dictatorship of the proletariat and have no desire. 182. To lead the proletarians to power, can afford such liberalism as freedom of factions, for they have no need at all for iron discipline. But the parties of the Communist International, whose activities are conditioned by the task of achieving and consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, cannot afford to be liberal or to permit freedom of factions. The party represents unity of will, which precludes all factionalism and division of authority in the party. Hence Lenin's warning about the danger of factionalism from the point of view of party unity and of affecting the unity of will of the vanguard of the proletariat as the fundamental condition for the success of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is embodied in the special resolution of the 10th Congress of our party on party unity. Hence Lenin's demand for the complete elimination of all factionalism and the immediate dissolution of all groups, without exception, that have been formed on the basis of various platforms, on pain of unconditional and immediate expulsion from the party. See the resolution on party unity. 6. The party becomes strong by purging itself of opportunist elements. The source of factionalism in the party is its opportunist elements. The proletariat is not an isolated class. It is constantly replenished by the influx of peasants, petty bourgeois, and intellectuals, proletarianist by the development of capitalism. At the same time, the upper stratum of the proletariat, principally trade union leaders and members of parliament who are fed by the bourgeoisie out of the super profits extracted from the colonies, is undergoing a process of decay. This stratum of bourgeoisified workers, or the labor aristocracy, says Lenin, who are quite Philistine in their mode of life, in the size of their earnings and in their entire outlook, is the principal prop of the Second International, and, in our days, the principal social, not military, prop of the bourgeoisie. For they are real agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement, the labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. Real channels of reformism and chauvinism. In one way or another, all these petty bourgeois groups penetrate into the party and introduce into it the spirit of the foundations of Leninism 183 hesitancy and opportunism, the spirit of demoralization and uncertainty. It is they, principally, that constitute the source of factionalism and disintegration, the source of disorganization and disruption of the party from within. To fight imperialism with such allies in one's rear means to put oneself in the position of being caught between two fires, from the front and from the rear. Therefore, ruthless struggle against such elements, their expulsion from the party, is a prerequisite for the successful struggle against imperialism. The theory of defeating opportunist elements by ideological struggle within the party, the theory of overcoming these elements within the confines of a single party, is a rotten and dangerous theory, which threatens to condemn the party to paralysis and chronic infirmity, threatens to make the party a prey to opportunism, threatens to leave the proletariat without a revolutionary party, threatens to deprive the proletariat of its main weapon in the fight against imperialism. Our party could not have emerged onto the broad highway, it could not have seized power and organized the dictatorship of the proletariat, it could not have emerged victorious from the Civil War, if it had had within its ranks people like Martov and Dan, Patrusov, and Axelrod. Our party succeeded in achieving internal unity and unexampled cohesion of its ranks primarily because it was able in good time to purge itself of the opportunist pollution, because it was able to rid its ranks of the liquidators and Mensheviks. Proletarian parties develop and become strong by purging themselves of opportunists and reformists, social imperialists and social chauvinists, social patriots and social pacifists. The party becomes strong by purging itself of opportunist elements. With reformists, Mensheviks, in our ranks, says Lenin, it is impossible to be victorious in the proletarian revolution, it is impossible to defend it. That is obvious in principle, and it has been strikingly confirmed by the experience of both Russia and Hungary. In Russia, difficult situations have arisen many times, when the Soviet regime would most certainly have been overthrown had Mensheviks, reformists and petty bourgeois Democrats 184 remained in our party. In Italy, where, as is generally admitted, decisive battles between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie for the possession of state power are imminent. At such a moment it is not only absolutely necessary to remove the Mensheviks, reformists, the Touratists from the party, but it may even be useful to remove excellent communists who are liable to waver, and who reveal a tendency to waver towards unity with the reformists, to remove them from all responsible posts. On the eve of a revolution, and at a moment when a most fierce struggle is being waged for its victory, the slightest wavering in the ranks of the party may wreck everything, frustrate the revolution, wrest the power from the hands of the proletariat, for this power is not yet consolidated, the attack upon it is still very strong. The desertion of wavering leaders at such a time does not weaken but strengthens the party, the working class movement and the revolution. 9. Style in work. I am not referring to literary style. What I have in mind is style in work, that specific and peculiar feature in the practice of Leninism which creates the special type of Leninist worker. Leninism is a school of theory and practice which trains a special type of party and state worker, creates a special Leninist style in work. What are the characteristic features of this style? What are its peculiarities? It has two specific features, A. Russian revolutionary sweep and B. American efficiency. The style of Leninism consists in combining these two specific features in party and state work. Russian revolutionary sweep is an antidote to inertia, routine, conservatism, mental stagnation and slavish submission to ancient traditions. Russian revolutionary sweep is the life-giving force which stimulates thought, impels things forward, breaks the past and opens up perspectives. Without it no progress is possible. But Russian revolutionary sweep has every chance of the foundations of Leninism 185 generating in practice into empty revolutionary money-lovism if it is not combined with American efficiency in work. Examples of this degeneration are only too numerous. Who does not know the disease of revolutionary scheme concocting and revolutionary plan drafting, which springs from the belief in the power of decrees to arrange everything and remake everything? A Russian writer, Ehrenberg, in his story The Perkaman, the perfect communist man, has portrayed the type of a Bolshevik afflicted with this disease, who set himself the task of finding a formula for the ideally perfect man and became submerged in this work. The story contains a great exaggeration, but it certainly gives a correct likeness of the disease. But no one, I think, has so ruthlessly and bitterly ridiculed those afflicted with this disease as Lenin. Lenin stigmatized this morbid belief in concocting schemes and in tumming out decrees as communist vainglory. Communist vainglory, says Lenin, means that a man, who is a member of the Communist Party, and has not yet been purged from it, imagines that he can solve all his problems by issuing communist decrees. Lenin usually contrasted hollow revolutionary phrase-mongering with plain everyday work, thus emphasizing that revolutionary scheme concocting is repugnant to the spirit and the letter of true Leninism. Fewer pompous phrases, more plain, everyday work. 3, says Lenin. Less political fireworks and more attention to the simplest but vital facts of communist construction. American efficiency, on the other hand, is an antidote to revolutionary money-lovism and fantastic scheme concocting. American efficiency is that indomitable force which neither knows nor recognizes obstacles, which with its business-like perseverance brushes aside all obstacles, which continues at a task once started until it is finished, even if it is a minor task, and without which serious constructive work is inconceivable. 186. But American efficiency has every chance of degenerating into narrow and unprincipled practicalism if it is not combined with Russian revolutionary sweep. Who has not heard of that disease of narrow empiricism and unprincipled practicalism which has not infrequently caused certain Bolsheviks to degenerate and to abandon the cause of the revolution? We find a reflection of this peculiar disease in a story by B. Pilniak, entitled The Barren Year, which depicts types of Russian Bolsheviks of strong will and practical determination who function very energetically, but without vision, without knowing what it is all about, and who, therefore, stray from the path of revolutionary work. No one has ridiculed this disease of practicalism so incisively as Lenin. He branded it as narrow-minded empiricism and brainless practicalism. He usually contrasted it with vital revolutionary work and the necessity of having a revolutionary perspective in all our daily activities, thus emphasizing that this unprincipled practicalism is as repugnant to true Leninism as revolutionary scheme concocting. The combination of Russian revolutionary sweep with American efficiency is the essence of Leninism in party and state work. This combination alone produces the finished type of Leninist worker, the style of Leninism in work. 1924. Concerning the question of the proletariat and the peasantry. Comrades, I should like to say a few words about the principles underlying the policy which the party has now adopted towards the peasantry. That the question of the peasantry is particularly important at the present time there can be no doubt. Many comrades have gone to extremes and even say that a new era has begun, the peasant era. Others have begun to interpret the slogan "Face to the countryside" as meaning that we must turn our backs on the towns. Some have even gone to the length of talking about a political NEP. That is nonsense, of course. All that means going to extremes, of course. If, however, we put those extremes aside, one speech delivered by Stalin to a Moscow party conference, January 27, 1925. In the early 1920s, with much of the economy ruined by the Civil War, massive famines swept through the Soviet Union. Serious peasant rebellions broke out, particularly in Stalin's native land of Georgia. Stalin's policy toward the peasantry was to be the basis for the gradual collectivization and mechanization of agriculture. Here Stalin speaks to the main difference with Trotsky on internal policy. Trotsky believed the proletariat to be the only revolutionary class. Hence he saw the industrial proletariat of Western Europe as the only ally that could immediately come to the aid of the Soviet workers. Stalin, on the other hand, saw that the industrial proletariat of Western Europe was not yet ready to make a revolution and that the Soviet workers would have to look to the Soviet peasants as their main immediate ally. Stalin also avoids the opposite extreme, seeing the Russian Revolution as peasant rather than proletarian. This idea had been very powerful during the late 19th century, when many revolutionary intellectuals looked with romantic eyes to the countryside as a base for a kind of utopian communism. The difficulties of building heavy industry in Russia helped revive this notion. 188. Remains, namely, that at the present time, particularly just now, the question of the peasantry acquires exceptional importance. Why? What is the reason? There are two reasons for it. 1. I am speaking of fundamental reasons. The first reason why the peasant question has assumed exceptional importance for us at the present moment is that, of the allies of the Soviet power, of all the proletariat's principal allies, of whom there are four, in my opinion the peasantry is the only ally that can be of direct assistance to our revolution at this very moment. It is a question of direct assistance just now, at the present moment. All the other allies, while they will be of great importance in the future and while they constitute an immense reserve for our revolution, nevertheless, unfortunately, cannot render our regime, our state, direct assistance now. What are these allies? The first ally, our principal ally, is the proletariat in the developed countries. The advanced proletariat, the proletariat in the West, is an immense force, and it is the most faithful and most important ally of our revolution and our regime. BVT, unfortunately, the situation, the state of the revolutionary movement in the developed capitalist countries, is such that the proletariat in the West is unable to render us direct and decisive assistance at the present moment. We have its indirect, moral support, and this is so important that its value cannot even be measured, it is inestimable. Nevertheless, it does not constitute that direct and immediate assistance that we need now. The second ally is the colonies, the oppressed peoples in the underdeveloped countries, which are oppressed by the more developed countries. Comrades, they constitute an immense reserve for our revolution. But they are very slow in getting into their stride. They are coming directly to our help, but it is evident that they will not arrive quickly. For that very reason they are unable to render us direct and immediate assistance in our work of socialist construction, of strengthening the Soviet regime, of building our socialist economy. We have a third ally, intangible, impersonal, but for all. The proletariat and the peasantry. 189. That an extremely important one, namely, the conflicts and contradictions between the capitalist countries, they cannot be personified, but they certainly render our regime and our revolution very great support. That may seem strange, comrades, but it is a fact. Had the two chief coalitions of capitalist countries not been engaged in mortal combat during the imperialist war in 1917, had they not been clutching at each other's throats, had they not been busy with their own affairs and unable to spare time to wage a struggle against the Soviet power, it is doubtful whether the Soviet power would have survived. The struggle, conflicts, and wars between our enemies, I repeat, constitute an extremely important ally for us. But what is the situation with regard to this ally? The situation is that world capital after the war, after passing through several crises, has begun to recover. That must be admitted. The chief victor countries Britain and America have now acquired such strength that they have the material possibility not only of putting capital's affairs in more or less tolerable order at home, but also of infusing new blood into France, Germany, and other capitalist countries. That is one aspect of the matter. And as a result of that aspect of the matter, the contradictions between the capitalist countries are, for the time being, not developing with the same intensity as was the case immediately after the war. That is a gain for capital, and a loss for us. But this process has also another aspect, a reverse side. The reverse side is that, notwithstanding the relative stability which capital has been able to create for the time being, the contradictions at the other end of the interrelations, the contradictions between the exploiting advanced countries and the exploited backward countries, the colonies and dependent countries, are becoming sharper and deeper and are threatening to disrupt capital's work from a new and unexpected end. The crisis in Egypt and in the Sudan, you have probably read about it in the newspapers. Also a number of key points of contradiction in China, which may set the present allies at loggerheads and wreck the strength of capital, a new series of key points of contradiction in North Africa, where Spain is losing Morocco, towards which France is stretching out her hands, but which she will be unable to take because Britain will not permit France to gain. 190. Control over Gibraltar. All these are facts which are in many ways reminiscent of the pre-war period and which are bound to imperil the constructive work of international capital. Such are the gains and losses in the total balance sheet of the development of contradictions. But as, for the time being, capital's gains in this sphere are bigger than its losses, and as there are no grounds for expecting that armed conflicts between the capitalists will break out in the immediate future, it is evident that the situation as regards our third ally is still not what we would like it to be. There remains the fourth ally, the peasantry. It is by our side, we are living together, together we are building the new life, well or ill, we are building together. As you yourselves are aware, this ally is not a very staunch one. The peasantry is not as reliable an ally as the proletariat in the developed capitalist countries. But, for all that, it is an ally, and of all our existing allies it is the only one that can render us, and is rendering us, direct assistance at this very moment, receiving our assistance in exchange. That is why, particularly at the present moment, when the course of development of revolutionary and all other crises has slowed down somewhat, the question of the peasantry acquires exceptional importance. Such is the first reason for the exceptional importance of the peasant question. The second reason for our making the question of the peasantry the cornerstone of our policy at the present moment is that our industry, which is the basis of socialism and the basis of our regime, rests on the home market, the peasant market. I do not know what the situation will be when our industry develops to the full, when we are able to cope with the home market, and when we are faced with the question of winning foreign markets. We shall be faced with that question in the future, you can have no doubt about that. It is doubtful whether we shall be able in the future to count on capturing foreign markets in the West from capital, which is more experienced than we are. But as regards markets in the East, our relations with which cannot be considered bad, and they will improve still further. Here we shall find more favorable conditions. There can be no doubt that the proletariat and the peasantry 1091 textile goods, means of defense, machinery, and so forth, will be the principal commodities with which we shall supply the East in competition with the capitalists. But that concerns the future of our industry. As for the present, when we have not yet fully utilized even a third of our peasant market, at the present moment, the chief question that faces us is that of the home market, and above all the peasant market. The fact that the peasant market is at the present moment the chief basis of our industry is precisely the reason why we, as the government, and we, as the proletariat, are interested in improving to the utmost the condition of peasant economy, in improving the material conditions of the peasantry, in raising the purchasing power of the peasantry, in improving the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, in establishing that bond which Lenin spoke about, but which we have not yet established properly. That is the second reason why we, as the party, must put the question of the peasantry in the forefront at the present moment, why we must devote special attention and special care to the peasantry. Such are the premises of our party's policy in regard to the peasantry. The whole trouble, comrades, is that many of our comrades do not understand, or do not want to understand, how extremely important this question is. It is often said, our leaders in Moscow have made it the fashion to talk about the peasantry. Probably, they don't mean it seriously, it is diplomacy. Moscow needs these speeches to be made for the outside world, but we can continue the old policy. That is what some say. Others say that the talk about the peasantry is just talk. If the Moscow people did not stick in their offices, but were to visit the countryside, they would see what the peasants are, and how the taxes are collected. That is the sort of talk one hears. I think, comrades, that of all the dangers that face us, this failure of our local responsible workers to understand the tasks before us is the most serious danger. One thing or the other, either our local comrades will realize how very serious the question of the peasantry is, in which case they will really set 192 about drawing the peasantry into our constructive work, improving peasant economy and strengthening the bond, or the comrades will fail to realize it, in which case things may end in the collapse of the Soviet power. Let not the comrades think that I am trying to frighten somebody. No, comrades, there would be no sense in trying to frighten anybody. The question is too serious, and it must be dealt with in a way that befits serious people. On arriving in Moscow, comrades often try to show the right side of the cloth, saying that all is well in the countryside where they are. This official optimism is sometimes sickening, for it is obvious that all is not well, nor can it be. Obviously, there are defects, which must be exposed without fear of criticism, and then eliminated. The issue is as follows: either we, the entire party, allow the non-party peasants and workers to criticize us, or we shall be criticized by means of revolts. The revolt in Georgia was criticism. The revolt in Tambov was also criticism. The revolt in Kronstadt was not that criticism. One thing or the other, either we abandon this official optimism and official approach to the matter, do not fear criticism and allow ourselves to be criticized by the non-party workers and peasants, who, after all, are the ones to feel the effects of our mistakes, or we do not do this, and discontent will accumulate and grow, and we shall have criticism in the form of revolts. The greatest danger now is that many of our comrades fail to understand this specific feature of the present situation. Has this question, the question of the peasantry, any connection with the question of Trotskyism, which you have discussed here? Undoubtedly it has. What is Trotskyism? Trotskyism is disbelief in the forces of our revolution, disbelief in the alliance between the workers and peasants, disbelief in the bond. What is our principal task at the present time? In the words of Ilyich, it is to convert NEP Russia into Socialist Russia. Can this task be carried out if the bond is not established? No, it cannot. Can the bond, the alliance between the workers and peasants, be established if the theory which involves disbelief in that alliance, i.e., the theory of Trotskyism, is not smashed? No, it cannot. The conclusion is ob. The proletariat and the peasantry 193 bias, whoever wants to emerge from NEP as the victor must bury Trotskyism as an ideological trend. Before the revolution in October, Ilyich would often say that of all our ideological opponents the most dangerous were the Mensheviks, for they were trying to instill disbelief in the victory of the October Revolution. Therefore, he said, the victory of October could not be achieved unless Menshevism was smashed. I think that there is some analogy between Menshevism at that time, in the period of October, and Trotskyism at the present time, in the period of NEP. I think that of all the ideological trends in communism today, after the victory of October, under the present conditions of NEP, Trotskyism must be regarded as the most dangerous, for it tries to instill disbelief in the forces of our revolution, disbelief in the alliance of the workers and peasants, disbelief in the work of converting NEP Russia into Socialist Russia. Therefore, unless Trotskyism is smashed, it will be impossible to achieve victory under the conditions of NEP, it will be impossible to achieve the conversion of present-day Russia into Socialist Russia. Such is the connection between the party's policy towards the peasantry and Trotskyism. 1925. Notes on contemporary themes. China. Now that the revolution in China has entered a new phase of development, we can to some extent sum up the path already traveled and proceed to verify the line of the Comintern in China. There are certain tactical principles of Leninism, without due regard for which there can be neither correct leadership of the revolution, nor verification of the Comintern's line in China. These principles have been forgotten by our opponents long ago. But just because the opposition suffers from forgetfulness, it has to be reminded of them again and again. I have in mind such tactical principles of Leninism as, a. The principle that the nationally peculiar and nationally specific features in each separate country must unfailingly be taken into account by the Comintern when drawing up guiding directives for the working class movement of the country concerned, b. The principle that the Communist Party of each one article in Pravda, July 28, 1927. This article appeared at a crucial moment in the Chinese Revolution. Chiang Kai-shek's forces had just broken the alliance with the Communists and begun the massacre of Communists and other workers in Canton and Shanghai. To many, it seemed that the revolution had been decisively defeated. But just as Stalin here argues, it was precisely this betrayal that could make it possible for the Communists themselves to lead the workers and peasants and establish the first revolutionary bases. A month after this article appeared, Mao Zedong led the Autumn Harvest Uprising and created the first units of the Red Army. Stalin here outlines the basic theory for the Chinese Revolution, a united front led by the workers, relying on the peasant masses, and rallying all who would oppose the three major forms of oppression: foreign imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. This was the theory adopted by Mao, who acknowledged Stalin as his teacher. Notes on contemporary themes. China 195 country must unfailingly avail itself of even the smallest opportunity of gaining a mass ally for the proletariat, even if a temporary, vacillating, unstable and unreliable ally. C. The principle that unfailing regard must be paid to the truth that propaganda and agitation alone are not enough for the political education of the vast masses, that what is required for that is the political experience of the masses themselves. I think that due regard for these tactical principles of Leninism is an essential condition, without which a Marxist verification of the Comintern's line in the Chinese Revolution is impossible. Let us examine the questions of the Chinese Revolution in the light of these tactical principles. Notwithstanding the ideological progress of our party, there are still, unfortunately, leaders of a sort in it who sincerely believe that the revolution in China can be directed, so to speak, by telegraph, on the basis of the universally recognized general principles of the Comintern, disregarding the national peculiarities of China's economy, political system, culture, manners, and customs, and traditions. What, in fact, distinguishes these leaders from real leaders is that they always have in their pockets 2 or 3 ready-made formulas, suitable for all countries and obligatory under all conditions. The necessity of taking into account the nationally peculiar and nationally specific features of each country does not exist for them. Nor does the necessity exist for them of coordinating the general principles of the Comintern with the national peculiarities of the revolutionary movement in each country, the necessity of adapting these general principles to the national peculiarities of the state in each country. They do not understand that the chief task of leadership, now that the communist parties have grown and become mass parties, is to discover, to grasp, the nationally peculiar features of the movement in each country and skillfully coordinate them with the Comintern's general principles, in order to facilitate and make feasible the basic aims of the communist movement. Hence the attempts to stereotype the leadership for all countries. Hence the attempts mechanically to implant Sir 196. Tain general formulas, regardless of the concrete conditions of the movement in different countries. Hence the endless conflicts between the formulas and the revolutionary movement in the different countries, as the main outcome of the leadership of these pseudo-leaders. It is precisely to this category of pseudo-leaders that our oppositionists belong. The opposition has heard that a bourgeois revolution is taking place in China. It knows, furthermore, that the bourgeois revolution in Russia took place in opposition to the bourgeoisie. Hence the ready-made formula for China: down with all joint action with the bourgeoisie, long live the immediate withdrawal of the communists from the Kuomintang, April 1926. But the opposition has forgotten that, unlike the Russia of 1905, China is a semi-colonial country oppressed by imperialism, that, in consequence of this, the revolution in China is not simply a bourgeois revolution, but a bourgeois revolution of an anti-imperialist type, that, in China, imperialism controls the principal threads of industry, trade, and transport, that imperialist oppression affects not only the Chinese laboring masses, but also certain sections of the Chinese bourgeoisie, and that, in consequence, the Chinese bourgeoisie may, under certain conditions and for a certain period, support the Chinese Revolution. And that, as we know, is in fact what occurred. If we take the Canton period of the Chinese Revolution, the period when the national armies had reached the Yangtze, the period prior to the split in the Kuomintang, it has to be admitted that the Chinese bourgeoisie supported the revolution in China, that the Comintern's line that joint action with this bourgeoisie is permissible for a certain period and under certain conditions proved to be absolutely correct. The result is the retreat of the opposition from its old formula and its proclamation of a new formula, namely, joint action with the Chinese bourgeoisie is essential, the communists must not withdraw from the Kuomintang, April 1927. That was the first punishment that befell the opposition for refusing to take into account the national peculiarities of the Chinese Revolution. Notes on contemporary themes, China 197. The opposition has heard that the Peking government is squabbling with the representatives of the imperialist states over the question of customs autonomy for China. The opposition knows that it is primarily the Chinese capitalists that need customs autonomy. Hence the ready-made formula: the Chinese Revolution is a national, anti-imperialist revolution, because its chief aim is to win customs autonomy for China. But the opposition has forgotten that the strength of imperialism in China does not lie mainly in the customs restrictions in China, but in the fact that it owns mills, factories, mines, railways, steamships, banks, and trading firms in that country, which suck the blood of the millions of Chinese workers and peasants. The opposition has forgotten that the revolutionary struggle of the Chinese people against imperialism is due first and foremost to the fact that imperialism in China is the force that supports and inspires the immediate exploiters of the Chinese people, the feudal lords, militarists, capitalists, bureaucrats, etc., and that the Chinese workers and peasants cannot defeat their exploiters without at the same time waging a revolutionary struggle against imperialism. The opposition forgets that it is precisely this circumstance that is one of the major factors making possible the growing over of the bourgeois revolution in China into a socialist revolution. The opposition forgets that anyone who declares that the Chinese anti-imperialist revolution is a revolution for customs autonomy denies the possibility of the growing over of the bourgeois revolution in China into a socialist revolution, for he places the revolution under the leadership of the Chinese bourgeoisie. And, indeed, the facts have since shown that customs autonomy is in essence the platform of the Chinese bourgeoisie, because even such inveterate reactionaries as Chiang Ti-Solin and Chiang Kai-shek now declare in favor of the abolition of the unequal treaties and the establishment of customs autonomy in China. Hence the opposition's divided stand, its attempts to wriggle out of its own formula about customs autonomy, its surreptitious attempts to renounce this formula and to hitch onto the 198th common terms stand that the growing over of the bourgeois revolution in China into a socialist revolution is possible. That was the second punishment that befell the opposition for refusing to make a serious study of the national peculiarities of the Chinese Revolution. The opposition has heard that the merchant bourgeoisie has penetrated the Chinese countryside, leasing land to poor peasants. The opposition knows that the merchant is not a feudal lord. Hence the ready-made formula, feudal survivals, hence also the struggle of the peasantry against feudal survivals, are of no serious importance in the Chinese Revolution, and that the chief thing in China today is not the agrarian revolution, but the question of China's state customs dependence on the imperialist countries. The opposition, however, fails to see that the specific feature of China's economy is not the penetration of merchant capital into the countryside, but a combination of the domination of feudal survivals with the existence of merchant capital in the Chinese countryside, along with the preservation of medieval feudal methods of exploiting and oppressing the peasantry. The opposition fails to understand that the entire military bureaucratic machine which today so inhumanly robs and oppresses the Chinese peasantry is essentially a political superstructure on this combination of the domination of feudal survivals and feudal methods of exploitation with the existence of merchant capital in the countryside. And, indeed, the facts have since shown that a gigantic agrarian revolution has developed in China, directed first and foremost against the Chinese feudal lords, big and small. The facts have shown that this revolution embraces tens of millions of peasants and is tending to spread over the whole of China. The facts have shown that feudal lords, real feudal lords of flesh and blood, not only exist in China, but wield power in a number of provinces, dictate their will to the military commanders, subordinate the Kuomintang leadership to their influence, and strike blow after blow at the Chinese Revolution. To deny, after this, the existence of feudal survivals and a feudal system of exploitation as the main form of oppression. Notes on contemporary themes, China 199. In the Chinese countryside, to refuse to recognize that the agrarian revolution is the main factor in the Chinese revolutionary movement at the present time, would be flying in the face of obvious facts. Hence the opposition's retreat from its old formula regarding feudal survivals and the agrarian revolution. Hence the opposition's attempt to slink away from its old formula and tacitly to recognize the correctness of the Comintern's position. That is the third punishment which has befallen the opposition for its unwillingness to take into account the national peculiarities of China's economy. And so on and so forth. Disharmony between formulas and reality, such is the lot of the oppositionist pseudo-leaders. And this disharmony is a direct result of the opposition's repudiation of the well-known tactical principle of Leninism that the nationally peculiar and nationally specific features in the revolutionary movement of each separate country must unfailingly be taken into account. Here is how Lenin formulates this principle. The whole point now is that the communists of every country should quite consciously take into account both the main fundamental tasks of the struggle against opportunism and left doctrinarism and the specific features which the struggle assumes and inevitably must assume in each separate country in conformity with the peculiar features of its economics, politics, culture, national composition, Ireland, etc., its colonies, religious divisions, and so on and so forth. Everywhere it is felt that dissatisfaction with the Second International is spreading and growing, both because of its opportunism and because of its inability, or incapacity, to create a really centralist, really leading, center capable of directing the international tactics of the revolutionary proletariat in its struggle for a world Soviet republic. We must clearly realize that such a leading center cannot under any circumstances be built up on stereotyped, mechanically equalist, and identical tactical rules of struggle. 200. GLE** as long as national and state differences exist among peoples and countries, and these differences will continue to exist for a very long time even after the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established on a world scale, the unity of international tactics of the communist working class movement of all countries demands, not the elimination of variety, not the abolition of national differences, that is a foolish dream at the present moment, but such an application of the fundamental Principles of communism, Soviet power and the dictatorship of the proletariat, as would correctly modify these principles in certain particulars, correctly adapt and apply them to national and national state differences. Investigate, study, seek, divine, grasp that which is nationally peculiar, nationally specific in the concrete manner in which each country approaches the fulfillment of the single international task, in which it approaches the victory over opportunism and left doctrinarism within the working class movement, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, and the establishment of a Soviet republic and a proletarian dictatorship. Such is the main task of the historical period through which all the advanced countries, and not only the advanced countries, are now passing. See left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. The line of the Comintern is the line of unfailingly taking this tactical principle of Leninism into account. The line of the opposition, on the contrary, is the line of repudiating this tactical principle. In that repudiation lies the root of the opposition's misadventures in the questions of the character and prospects of the Chinese Revolution. Cock. Let us pass to the second tactical principle of Leninism. Out of the character and prospects of the Chinese Revolution there arises the question of the allies of the proletariat in its struggle for the victory of the revolution. My italics J. St. Notes on Contemporary Themes, China 201. The question of the allies of the proletariat is one of the main questions of the Chinese Revolution. The Chinese proletariat is confronted by powerful enemies, the big and small feudal lords, the military bureaucratic machine of the old and the new militarists, the counter-revolutionary national bourgeoisie, and the Eastern and Western imperialists, who have seized control of the principal threads of China's economic life and who reinforce their right to exploit the Chinese people by their troops and fleets. To smash these powerful enemies requires, apart from everything else, a flexible and well-considered policy on the part of the proletariat, the ability to take advantage of every rift in the camp of its enemies, and the ability to find allies, even if they are vacillating and unstable allies, provided that they are mass allies, that they do not restrict the revolutionary propaganda and agitation of the party of the proletariat, and do not restrict the party's work of organizing the working class and the laboring masses. This policy is a fundamental requirement of the second tactical principle of Leninism. Without such a policy, the victory of the proletariat is impossible. The opposition regards such a policy as incorrect, un-Leninist. But that only indicates that it has shed the last remnants of Leninism, that it is as far from Leninism as heaven is from earth. Did the Chinese proletariat have such allies in the recent past? Yes, it did. In the period of the first stage of the revolution, when it was a revolution of an all-national united front, the Canton period, the proletariat's allies were the peasantry, the urban poor, the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, and the national bourgeoisie. One of the specific features of the Chinese revolutionary movement is that the representatives of those classes work jointly with the communists within a single, bourgeois revolutionary organization, called the Kuomintang. Those allies were not, and could not be, all equally reliable. Some of them were more or less reliable allies, the peasantry, the urban poor, others were less reliable and vacillating, the 202. Petty bourgeois intelligentsia, others again were entirely unreliable, the national bourgeoisie. At that time the Kuomintang was unquestionably more or less a mass organization. The policy of the communists within the Kuomintang consisted in isolating the representatives of the national bourgeoisie, the rights, and utilizing them in the interests of the revolution, in impelling the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, the leftwards, and in rallying the peasantry and the urban poor around the proletariat. Was Canton at that time the center of the Chinese revolutionary movement? It certainly was. Only lunatics can deny that now. What were the achievements of the communists during that period? Extension of the territory of the revolution, inasmuch as the Canton armies reached the Yangtze, the possibility of openly organizing the proletariat, trade unions, strike committees, the formation of the communist organizations into a party, the creation of the first nuclei of peasant organizations, the peasant associations, communist penetration into the army. It follows that the Comintern's leadership during that period was quite correct. In the period of the second stage of the revolution, when Chiang Kai-shek and the national bourgeoisie deserted to the camp of counter-revolution, and the center of the revolutionary movement shifted from Canton to Wuhan, the proletariat's allies were the peasantry, the urban poor, and the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. How is the desertion of the national bourgeoisie to the camp of counter-revolution to be explained? By fear of the scope assumed by the revolutionary movement of the workers, in the first place, and, secondly, by the pressure exerted on the national bourgeoisie by the imperialists in Shanghai. Thus the revolution lost the national bourgeoisie. That was a partial loss for the revolution. But, on the other hand, it entered a higher phase of its development, the phase of agrarian revolution, by bringing the broad masses of the peasantry closer to itself. That was a gain for the revolution. Was the Kuomintang at that time, in the period of the second stage of the revolution, a mass organization? It certainly. Notes on contemporary themes, China 203 was. It was unquestionably more of a mass organization than was the Kuomintang of the Canton period. Was Wuhan at that time the center of the revolutionary movement? It certainly was. Surely only the blind could deny that now. Otherwise Wuhan's territory, Hebei, Hunan, would not have been the base for the maximum development of the agrarian revolution, which was led by the Communist Party. The policy of the Communists towards the Kuomintang at that time was to impel it leftwards and to transform it into the core of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Was such a transformation possible at that time? It was. At any rate, there was no reason to believe such a possibility out of the question. We plainly said at the time that to transform the Wuhan Kuomintang into the core of a evolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry at least two conditions were required, a radical democratization of the Kuomintang, and direct assistance by the Kuomintang to the agrarian revolution. It would have been foolish for the Communists to have refrained from attempting such a transformation. What were the achievements of the Communists during that period? The Communist Party during that period grew from a small party of 5,000 to 6,000 members into a large mass party of 50,000 to 60,000 members. The workers' trade unions grew into a huge national federation with about 3 million members. The primary peasant organizations expanded into huge associations embracing several tens of millions of members. The agrarian movement of the peasantry grew to gigantic proportions and came to occupy the central place in the Chinese revolutionary movement. The Communist Party gained the possibility of openly organizing the revolution. The Communist Party became the leader of the agrarian revolution. The hegemony of the proletariat began to change from a wish into a reality. It is true that the Chinese Communist Party failed to exploit all the possibilities of that period. It is true that during 204, that period the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party committed a number of grave errors. But it would be ridiculous to think that the Chinese Communist Party can become a real Bolshevik party at one stroke, so to speak, on the basis of the Comintern's directives. One has only to recall the history of our party, which passed through a series of splits, secessions, betrayals, treacheries and so forth, to realize that real Bolshevik parties do not come into being at one stroke. It follows, then, that the Comintern's leadership during that period, too, was quite correct. Does the Chinese proletariat have allies today? It does. These allies are the peasantry and the urban poor. The present period is marked by the desertion of the Wuhan leadership of the Kuomintang to the camp of counter-revolution, by the desertion of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia from the revolution. This desertion is due, firstly, to the fear of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia in face of the spread of the agrarian revolution and to the pressure of the feudal lords on the Wuhan leadership, and, secondly, to the pressure of the imperialists in the Tientsin area, who are demanding that the Kuomintang break with the communists as the price for permitting its passage northward. The opposition has doubts about the existence of feudal survivals in China. But it is now clear to all that not only do feudal survivals exist in China, but that they have proved to be even stronger than the onslaught of the revolution at the present time. And it is because the imperialists and the feudal lords in China have for the time being proved to be stronger that the revolution has sustained a temporary defeat. On this occasion the revolution has lost the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. That indeed is a sign that the revolution has sustained a temporary defeat. But, on the other hand, it has rallied the broad masses of the peasantry and urban poor more closely around the proletariat, and has thereby created the basis for the hegemony of the proletariat. Notes on contemporary themes, China 205. That is a gain for the revolution. The opposition ascribes the temporary defeat of the revolution to the common terms policy. But only people who have broken with Marxism can say that. Only people who have broken with Marxism can demand that a correct policy should always and necessarily lead to immediate victory over the enemy. Was the policy of the Bolsheviks in the 1905 revolution a correct one? Yes, it was. Why, then, did the 1905 revolution suffer defeat, despite the existence of Soviets, despite the correct policy of the Bolsheviks? Because the feudal survivals and the autocracy proved at that time to be stronger than the revolutionary movement of the workers. Was the policy of the Bolsheviks in July 1917 a correct one? Yes, it was. Why, then, did the Bolsheviks sustain defeat, again despite the existence of Soviets, which at that time betrayed the Bolsheviks, and despite the correct policy of the Bolsheviks? Because Russian imperialism proved at that time to be stronger than the revolutionary movement of the workers. A correct policy is by no means bound to lead always and without fail to direct victory over the enemy. Direct victory over the enemy is not determined by correct policy alone, it is determined first and foremost by the correlation of class forces, by a marked preponderance of strength on the side of the revolution, by disintegration in the enemy's camp, by a favorable international situation. Only given those conditions can a correct policy of the proletariat lead to direct victory. But there is one obligatory requirement which a correct policy must satisfy always and under all conditions. That requirement is that the party's policy must enhance the fighting capacity of the proletariat, multiply its ties with the laboring masses, increase its prestige among these masses, and convert the proletariat into the hegemon of the revolution. Can it be affirmed that this past period has presented the maximum favorable conditions for the direct victory of the revolution in China? Clearly, it cannot. Can it be affirmed that communist policy in China has not enhanced the fighting capacity of the proletariat, has not 206 multiplied its ties with the broad masses, and has not increased its prestige among these masses? Clearly, it cannot. Only the blind could fail to see that the Chinese proletariat has succeeded in this period in severing the broad mass of the peasantry both from the national bourgeoisie and from the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, so as to rally them around its own standard. The Communist Party went through a block with the national bourgeoisie in Canton at the first stage of the revolution in order to extend the area of the revolution, to form itself into a mass party, to secure the possibility of openly organizing the proletariat, and to open up a road for itself to the peasantry. The Communist Party went through a block with the Kuomintang petty bourgeois intelligentsia in Wuhan at the second stage of the revolution in order to multiply its forces, to extend the organization of the proletariat, to sever the broad masses of the peasantry from the Kuomintang leadership, and to create the conditions for the hegemony of the proletariat. The national bourgeoisie has gone over to the camp of counter-revolution, having lost contact with the broad masses of the people. The Kuomintang petty bourgeois intelligentsia in Wuhan has trailed in the wake of the national bourgeoisie, having taken fright at the agrarian revolution and having utterly discredited itself in the eyes of the peasant millions. On the other hand, however, the vast masses of the peasantry have rallied more closely around the proletariat, seeing in it their only reliable leader and guide. Is it not clear that only a correct policy could have led to such results? Is it not clear that only such a policy could have enhanced the fighting capacity of the proletariat? Who but the pseudo-leaders belonging to our opposition can deny the correctness and revolutionary character of such a policy? The opposition asserts that the swing of the Wuhan Kuomintang leadership to the side of the counter-revolution indicates that the policy of a bloc with the Wuhan Kuomintang at the second stage of the revolution was incorrect. Notes on contemporary themes, China 207. But only people who have forgotten the history of Bolshevism and who have shed the last remnants of Leninism can say that was the Bolshevik policy of a revolutionary bloc with the left socialist revolutionaries in October and after October, down to the spring of 1918, a correct one? I believe that nobody has yet ventured to deny that this bloc was correct. How did this bloc end? With the revolt of the left socialist revolutionaries against the Soviet government. Can it be affirmed on these grounds that the policy of a bloc with the socialist revolutionaries was incorrect? Obviously, it cannot. Was the policy of a revolutionary bloc with the Wuhan Kuomintang at the second stage of the Chinese Revolution a correct one? I believe that nobody has yet ventured to deny that this bloc was correct during the second stage of the revolution. The opposition itself declared at that time, April 1927, that such a bloc was correct. How, then, can it be asserted now, after the Wuhan Kuomintang leadership has deserted the revolution, and because of this desertion, that the revolutionary bloc with the Wuhan Kuomintang was incorrect? Is it not clear that only spineless people can employ such arguments? Did anyone assert that the bloc with the Wuhan Kuomintang would be eternal and unending? Do such things as eternal and unending blocs exist at all? Is it not clear that the opposition has no understanding whatever, of the second tactical principle of Leninism, concerning a revolutionary bloc of the proletariat with non-proletarian classes and groups? Here is how Lenin formulates this tactical principle. The more powerful enemy can be vanquished only by exerting the utmost effort, and by making, without fail, the most thorough, careful, attentive, and skillful use both of every, even the smallest, rift, among the enemies, every antagonism of interests among the bourgeoisie of the various countries and among the various groups or types of bourgeoisie within individual countries, as well as of every, even the smallest, opportunity of gaining a mass ally. 208. Even though a temporary, vacillating, unstable, unreliable and conditional ally. He who has not understood this, has not understood even a particle of Marxism, or of scientific, modern socialism in general. He who has not proved by deeds over a fairly considerable period of time, and in fairly varied political situations, his ability to apply this truth in practice has not yet learned to assist the revolutionary class in its struggle to emancipate all toiling humanity from the exploiters. And this applies equally to the period before and after the proletariat has conquered political power. See left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Is it not clear that the line of the opposition is the line of repudiating this tactical principle of Leninism? Is it not clear that the line of the Comintern, on the contrary, is the line of unfailingly taking this tactical principle into account? Let us pass to the third tactical principle of Leninism. This tactical principle concerns the question of change of slogans, the order and methods of such change. It concerns the question how to convert a slogan for the party into a slogan for the masses, how and in what way to bring the masses to the revolutionary positions, so that they may convince themselves by their own political experience of the correctness of the party's slogans. And the masses cannot be convinced by propaganda and agitation alone. What is required for that is the political experience of the masses themselves. What is required for that is that the broad masses shall come to feel, from painful experience, the inevitability, say, of overthrowing a given system, the inevitability of establishing a new political and social order. It was a good thing that the advanced group, the party, had already convinced itself of the inevitability of the overthrow, say, of the Malyukov-Kerensky provisional government in April 1917. But that was not yet enough for coming forward. My italics J. St. Notes on contemporary themes, China 209 and advocating the overthrow of that government, for putting forward the slogan of the overthrow of the provisional government and the establishment of Soviet power as a slogan of the day. In order to convert the formula "all power to the Soviets" from a perspective for the immediate future into a slogan of the day, into a slogan of immediate action, one other decisive factor was required, namely, that the masses themselves should become convinced of the correctness of this slogan, and should help the party in one way or another to put it into effect. A strict distinction must be drawn between a formula as a perspective for the immediate future and a formula as a slogan of the day. It was precisely on this point that the group of Petrograd Bolsheviks headed by Bagdayev came to grief in April 1917, when they prematurely put forward the slogan "Down with the provisional government, all power to the Soviets." Lenin at the time qualified that attempt of the Bagdayev group as dangerous adventurism and publicly denounced it. Why? Because the broad masses of the working people in the rear and at the front were not yet ready to accept that slogan. Because that group confused the formula "all power to the Soviets" as a perspective, with the slogan "all power to the Soviets" as a slogan of the day. Because that group was running too far ahead, exposing the party to the threat of being completely isolated from the broad masses, from the Soviets, which at that time still believed that the provisional government was revolutionary. Should the Chinese Communists have put forward the slogan "Down with the Kuomintang leadership" in Wuhan 6 months ago, say? No, they should not. They should not, because that would have been dangerously running too far ahead. It would have made it difficult for the Communists to gain access to the broad masses of the working people, who still believed in the Kuomintang leadership. It would have isolated the Communist Party from the broad masses of the peasantry. They should not, because the Wuhan Kuomintang leadership, the Wuhan Central Committee of the Kuomintang 210, had not yet exhausted its potentialities as a bourgeois revolutionary government, had not yet disgraced and discredited itself in the eyes of the broad masses of the working people by its fight against the agrarian revolution, by its fight against the working class, and by its swing over to the counter-revolution. We always said that it would be wrong to adopt the course of discrediting and replacing the Wuhan Kuomintang leadership so long as it had not yet exhausted its potentialities as a bourgeois revolutionary government, that it should first be allowed to do so before raising in practice the question of replacing it. Should the Chinese Communists now put forward the slogan "Down with the Kuomintang leadership" in Wuhan? Yes, they certainly should. Now that the Kuomintang leadership has disgraced itself by its struggle against the revolution and has taken up an attitude of hostility towards the broad masses of the workers and peasants, this slogan will meet with a powerful response among the masses of the people. Every worker and every peasant will now understand that the Communists acted rightly in withdrawing from the Wuhan government and the Wuhan Central Committee of the Kuomintang, and in putting forward the slogan "Down with the Kuomintang leadership" in Wuhan. For the masses of the peasants and workers are now faced with the choice, either the present Kuomintang leadership, which means refusing to satisfy the vital needs of these masses, repudiating the agrarian revolution, or agrarian revolution and a radical improvement of the position of the working class, which means that replacing the Kuomintang leadership in Wuhan becomes a slogan of the day for the masses. Such are the demands of the third tactical principle of Leninism, concerning the question of change of slogans, the question of the ways and means of bringing the broad masses to the new revolutionary positions, the question how, by the policy and actions of the party and the timely replacement of one slogan by another, to help the broad masses of the Notes on contemporary themes, China 211 working people to recognize the correctness of the party's line on the basis of their own experience. Here is how Lenin formulates this tactical principle. Victory cannot be won with the vanguard alone. To throw the vanguard alone into the decisive battle, before the whole class, before the broad masses have taken up a position either of direct support of the vanguard, or at least of benevolent neutrality towards it, and one in which they cannot possibly support the enemy, would be not merely folly but a crime. And in order that actually the whole class, that actually the broad masses of the working people and those oppressed by capital may take up such a position, propaganda and agitation alone are not enough. For this the masses must have their own political experience *, such is the fundamental law of all great revolutions, now confirmed with astonishing force and vividness not only in Russia but also in Germany. Not only the uncultured, often illiterate, masses of Russia, but the highly cultured, entirely literate masses of Germany had to realize through their own painful experience the absolute impotence and spinelessness, the absolute helplessness and servility to the bourgeoisie, the utter vileness, of the government of the Knights of the Second International, the absolute inevitability of a dictatorship of the extreme reactionaries, Komalov in Russia, Kapp and Co. in Germany, as the only alternative to a dictatorship of the proletariat, in order to turn resolutely towards communism. The immediate task that confronts the class-conscious vanguard of the international labor movement, i.e. the communist parties, groups, and trends, is to be able to lead the broad masses, as yet, for the most part, slumbering, apathetic, bound by routine, inert, and dormant, to their new position, or, rather, to be able to lead not only their own party, but also these masses, in their approach, their transition to the new position, see left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Asterisk my italics J. St. 212. The basic error of the opposition is that it does not understand the meaning and importance of this tactical principle of Leninism, that it does not recognize it and systematically violates it. It, Trotskyists, violated this tactical principle at the beginning of 1917, when it attempted to skip over the agrarian movement which had not yet been completed, see Lenin. It, Trotsky Zinoviev, violated this principle when it attempted to skip over the reactionary character of the trade unions, failing to recognize the expediency of communists working in reactionary trade unions, and denying the necessity for temporary blocks with them. It, Trotsky Zinoviev Radek, violated this principle when it attempted to skip over the national peculiarities of the Chinese revolutionary movement, the Kuomintang, the backwardness of the masses of the Chinese people, by demanding, in April 1926, the immediate withdrawal of the communists from the Kuomintang, and, in April 1927, by putting forward the slogan of immediate organization of Soviets, at a time when the Kuomintang phase of development had not yet been completed and had not yet outlived its day. The opposition thinks that if it has understood, has recognized, the half-heartedness, vacillation and unreliability of the Kuomintang leadership, if it has recognized the temporary and conditional character of the bloc with the Kuomintang, and that is not difficult for any competent political worker to recognize, that is quite sufficient to warrant starting determined action against the Kuomintang, against the Kuomintang government, quite sufficient to induce the masses, the broad masses of the workers and peasants at once to support us and our determined action. The opposition forgets that our understanding all this is still very far from enough to enable the Chinese communists to get the masses to follow them. The opposition forgets that what this also requires is that the masses themselves should recognize from their own experience the unreliable, reactionary, and counter-revolutionary character of the Kuomintang leadership. The opposition forgets that it is not only the advanced notes on contemporary themes, China 213 group, not only the party, not only individual, even if exalted, personalities, but first and foremost the vast masses of the people, that make a revolution. It is strange that the opposition should forget about the state of the vast masses of the people, about their level of understanding, about their readiness for determined action. Did we, the party, Lenin, know in April 1917 that the Malyukoi-Kerensky provisional government would have to be overthrown, that the existence of the provisional government was incompatible with the activity of the Soviets, and that the power would have to pass into the hands of the Soviets? Yes, we did. Why, then, did Lenin brand as adventurers the group of Petrograd Bolsheviks headed by Bagdayev in April 1917, when that group put forward the slogan "Down with the provisional government, all power to the Soviets," and attempted to overthrow the provisional government? Because the broad masses of the working people, a certain section of the workers, millions of the peasantry, the broad mass of the army and, lastly, the Soviets themselves, were not yet prepared to accept that slogan as a slogan of the day. Because the Provisional Government and the Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik petty bourgeois parties had not yet exhausted their potentialities, had not yet sufficiently discredited themselves in the eyes of the vast masses of the working people. Because Lenin knew that the understanding, the political consciousness, of the advanced group of the proletariat, the party of the proletariat, was not enough by itself for the overthrow of the provisional government and the establishment of Soviet power, that this required also that the masses themselves should become convinced of the correctness of this line through their own experience. Because it was necessary to go through the whole coalition orgy, through the betrayals and treacheries of the petty bourgeois parties in June, July and August 1917, it was necessary to go through the shameful offensive at the front in June 1917, through the honest coalition of the petty bourgeois parties with the Komalovs and Milyukovs, through the Kornilov revolt and so on, in order that the vast masses 214 of the working people should become convinced that the overthrow of the provisional government and the establishment of Soviet power were unavoidable. Because only under those circumstances could the slogan of Soviet power be transformed from a slogan that was a perspective into a slogan of the day. The trouble with the opposition is that it continually commits the same error as the Bagdayev group committed in their day, that it abandons Lenin's road and prefers to march along the road of Bagdayev. Did we, the party, Lenin, know that the Constituent Assembly was incompatible with the system of Soviet power when we took part in the elections to the Constituent Assembly and when we convened it in Petrograd? Yes, we did. Why, then, did we convene it? How could it happen that the Bolsheviks, who were enemies of bourgeois parliamentarism and who established Soviet power, not only took part in the elections but even themselves convened the Constituent Assembly? Was this not Gvostism, lagging behind events, holding the masses in check, violating long-range tactics? Of course not. The Bolsheviks took this step in order to make it easier for the backward masses of the people to convince themselves with their own eyes that the Constituent Assembly was unsuitable, reactionary and counter-revolutionary. Only in that way was it possible to draw to our side the vast masses of the peasantry and make it easier for us to disperse the Constituent Assembly. Here is what Lenin writes about it. We took part in the elections to the Russian bourgeois parliament, the Constituent Assembly, in September-November 1917. Were our tactics correct or not? Did not we, the Russian Bolsheviks, have more right in September-November 1917 than any Western communists to consider that parliamentarism was politically obsolete in Russia? Of course we did, for the point is not whether bourgeois parliaments have existed for a long time or a short time, but how far the broad masses of the working. Notes on contemporary themes. China 215 people are prepared, ideologically, politically, and practically, to accept the Soviet system and to disperse the bourgeois democratic parliament, or allow it to be dispersed. That in Russia in September-November 10,917, owing to a number of special conditions, the urban working class and the soldiers and peasants were exceptionally well prepared to accept the Soviet system and to disperse the most democratic of bourgeois parliaments, is an absolutely incontestable and fully established historical fact. Nevertheless, the Bolsheviks did not boycott the Constituent Assembly, but took part in the elections both before the proletariat conquered political power and after. The conclusion which follows from this is absolutely incontrovertible. It has been proved that participation in a bourgeois democratic parliament even a few weeks before the victory of a Soviet republic, and even after such a victory, not only does not harm the revolutionary proletariat, but actually helps it to prove to the backward masses why such parliaments deserve to be dispersed. It helps their successful dispersal, and helps to make bourgeois parliamentarism politically obsolete. See left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. That is how the Bolsheviks applied the third tactical principle of Leninism in practice. That is how Bolshevik tactics must be applied in China, whether in relation to the agrarian revolution, or to the Kuomintang, or to the slogan of Soviets. The opposition is apparently inclined to think that the revolution in China has suffered a complete fiasco. That, of course, is wrong. That the revolution in China has sustained a temporary defeat, of that there can be no doubt. But what sort of defeat, and how profound it is, that is the question now. It is possible that it will be approximately as prolonged a defeat as was the case in Russia in 1905, when the revolution was interrupted for a full 12 years, only to break out later, in February 1917, with fresh force, sweep away the autocracy, and clear the way for a new, Soviet revolution. That prospect cannot be considered excluded. It is still 216. Not a complete defeat of the revolution, just as the defeat of 1905 could not be considered a final defeat. It is not a complete defeat, since the basic tasks of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage of its development, agrarian revolution, revolutionary unification of China, emancipation from the imperialist yoke, still await their accomplishment. And if this prospect should become a reality, then, of course, there can be no question of the immediate formation of Soviets of workers and peasants deputies in China, because Soviets are formed and flourish only in circumstances of revolutionary upsurge. But that prospect can scarcely be considered a likely one. At all events, there are no grounds so far for considering it likely. There are none, because the counter-revolution is not yet united, and will not be soon, if indeed it is ever destined to be united. For the war of the old and the new militarists among themselves is flaring up with fresh force and cannot but weaken the counter-revolution, at the same time as it ruins and infuriates the peasantry. For there is still no group or government in China capable of undertaking something in the nature of a Stalin reform which might serve the ruling groups as a lightning conductor. For the millions of the peasantry, who have already begun to lay hands on the landlord's land, cannot be so easily curbed and crushed to the ground. For the prestige of the proletariat in the eyes of the laboring masses is growing from day to day, and its forces are still very far from having been demolished. It is possible that the defeat of the Chinese Revolution is analogous in degree to that suffered by the Bolsheviks in July 1917, when the Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary Soviets betrayed them, when they were forced to go underground, and when, a few months later, the revolution again came out into the streets in order to sweep away the imperialist government of Russia. The analogy, of course, is a qualified one. I make it with all the necessary reservations, bearing in mind the difference between the situation of China in our day and that of Russia in 1917. I resort to such an analogy only in order to indicate. Notes on contemporary themes, China 217. The approximate degree of defeat of the Chinese Revolution. I think that this prospect is the more likely one. And if it should become a reality, if in the near future, not necessarily in a couple of months, but in 6 months or a year from now, the new upsurge of the revolution should become a fact, the question of forming Soviets of workers and peasants deputies may become a live issue, as a slogan of the day, and as a counterpoise to the bourgeois government. Why? Because, if there is a new upsurge of the revolution in its present phase of development, the formation of Soviets will be an issue that has become fully mature. Recently, a few months ago, it would have been wrong for the Chinese Communists to issue the slogan of forming Soviets, for that would have been adventurism, which is characteristic of our opposition, for the Kuomintang leadership had not yet discredited itself as an enemy of the revolution. Now, on the contrary, the slogan of forming Soviets may become a really revolutionary slogan, if a new and powerful revolutionary upsurge takes place in the near future. Consequently, alongside the fight to replace the present Kuomintang leadership by a revolutionary leadership, it is necessary at once, even before the upsurge begins, to conduct the widest propaganda for the idea of Soviets among the broad masses of the working people, without running too far ahead and forming Soviets immediately, remembering that Soviets can flourish only at a time of powerful revolutionary upsurge. The opposition may say that it said this first, that this is precisely what it calls long-range tactics. You are wrong, my dear sirs, absolutely wrong. That is not long-range tactics, it is haphazard tactics, the tactics of perpetually overshooting and undershooting the mark. WHER, in April 1926, the opposition demanded that the Communists should immediately withdraw from the Kuomintang, that was overshooting tactics, because the opposition itself was subsequently compelled to admit that the communists ought to remain in the Kuomintang. 218. When the opposition declared that the Chinese Revolution was a revolution for customs autonomy, that was undershooting tactics, because the opposition itself was subsequently compelled to slink away from its own formula. When, in April 1927, the opposition declared that to talk of feudal survivals in China was an exaggeration, forgetting the existence of the mass agrarian movement, that was undershooting tactics, because the opposition itself was subsequently compelled tacitly to admit its error. When, in April 1927, the opposition issued the slogan of immediate formation of Soviets, that was overshooting tactics, because the oppositionists themselves were compelled at the time to admit the contradictions in their own camp, one of them, Trotsky, demanding adoption of the course of overthrowing the Wuhan government, and another, Zinoviev, on the contrary, demanding the utmost assistance for this same Wuhan government. But since when have haphazard tactics, the tactics of perpetually overshooting and undershooting the mark, been called long-range tactics? As to Soviets, it should be said that, long before the opposition, the Comintern in its documents spoke of Soviets in China as a perspective. As to Soviets as a slogan of the day put forward by the opposition in the spring of this year as a counterblast to the revolutionary Kuomintang, the Kuomintang was then revolutionary, otherwise there was no point in Zinoviev clamoring for the utmost assistance for the Kuomintang, that was adventurism, vociferous running too far ahead, the same adventurism and the same running too far ahead that Bagdayev was guilty of in April 1917. From the fact that the slogan of Soviets may become a slogan of the day in China in the near future, it does not by any means follow that it was not dangerous and harmful adventurism on the part of the opposition to put forward the slogan of Soviets in the spring of this year. Just as it by no means follows from the fact that Lenin recognized the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" to be necessary and timely in September 1917, the Central Committee's decision on the uprising, that it was not harmful and Notes on contemporary themes, China 219 dangerous adventurism on the part of Bagdayev to put forward the slogan in April 1917. Bagdayev, in September 1917, might also have said that he had been the first to call for Soviet power, having done so in April 1917. Does this mean that Bagdayev was right, and that Lenin was wrong in qualifying his action in April 1917 as adventurism? Apparently, our opposition is envious of Bagdayev's laurels. The opposition does not understand that the point is not at all to be first in saying a thing, running too far ahead and disorganizing the cause of the revolution, but to say it at the right time, and to say it in such a way that it will be taken up by the masses and put into practice. Such are the facts. The opposition has departed from Leninist tactics. Its policy is one of ultra-left adventurism, such is the conclusion. 1927. 7. Organize mass criticism. From below. Bureaucracy is one of the worst enemies of our progress. It exists in all our organizations: party, YCL, trade union and economic. When people talk of bureaucrats, they usually point to the old non-party officials, who as a rule are depicted in our cartoons as men wearing spectacles. Laughter. That is not quite true, comrades. If it were only a question of the old bureaucrats, the fight against bureaucracy would be very easy. The trouble is that it is not a matter of the old bureaucrats. It is a matter of the new bureaucrats, bureaucrats who sympathize with the Soviet government, and finally, communist bureaucrats. The communist bureaucrat is the most dangerous type of bureaucrat. Why? Because he masks his bureaucracy with the title of party member. And, unfortunately, we have quite a number of such communist bureaucrats. Take our party organizations. You have no doubt read about the Smolensk affair, the Artyomovsk affair and so on. What do you think, were they matters of chance? What is the explanation of these shameful instances of corruption and moral deterioration in certain of our party organizations? The fact that party monopoly was carried to absurd lengths, that the voice of the rank and file was stifled, that inter-party democracy was abolished and bureaucracy became rife. How is this evil to be combated? I think that there is not and cannot be any other way of combating this evil than by organizing control from below by the party masses, by implanting inter-party democracy. What objection can there be to rousing the fury of the mass of the party membership won from a speech delivered to the 8th Congress of the Young Communist League, May 16, 1928? Organize mass criticism from below 221 against these corrupt elements and giving it the opportunity to send such elements packing? There can hardly be any objection to that. Or take the Young Communist League, for instance. You will not deny, of course, that here and there in the Young Communist League there are utterly corrupt elements against whom it is absolutely essential to wage a ruthless struggle. But let us leave aside the corrupt elements. Let us take the latest fact of an unprincipled struggle waged by groups within the Young Communist League around personalities, a struggle which is poisoning the atmosphere in the Young Communist League. Why is it that you can find as many Kozarevites and Sobolevites as you like in the Young Communist League, while Marxists have to be looked for with a candle? Applause. What does this indicate, if not that a process of bureaucratic petrification is taking place in certain sections of the YCL top leadership? And the trade unions? Who will deny that in the trade unions there is bureaucracy in plenty? We have production conferences in the factories. We have temporary control commissions in the trade unions. It is the task of these organizations to rouse the masses, to bring our shortcomings to light and to indicate ways and means of improving our constructive work. Why are these organizations not developing? Why are they not seething with activity? Is it not obvious that it is bureaucracy in the trade unions, coupled with bureaucracy in the party organizations, that is preventing these highly important organizations of the working class from developing? Lastly, our economic organizations. Who will deny that our economic bodies suffer from bureaucracy? Take the Shakti affair as an illustration. Does not the Shakti affair indicate that our economic bodies are not speeding ahead, but crawling, dragging their feet? How are we to put an end to bureaucracy in all these organizations? There is only one sole way of doing this, and that is to organize control from below, to organize criticism of the bureaucracy in our institutions, of their shortcomings and their mistakes, by the vast masses of the working class. 222. I know that by rousing the fury of the masses of the working people against the bureaucratic distortions in our organizations, we sometimes have to tread on the toes of some of our comrades who have past services to their credit, but who are now suffering from the disease of bureaucracy. But ought this to stop our work of organizing control from below? I think that it ought not and must not. For their past services we should take off our hats to them, but for their present blunders and bureaucracy it would be quite in order to give them a good drubbing. Laughter and applause. How else? Why not do this if the interests of the work demand it? There is talk of criticism from above, criticism by the workers and peasants, inspection, by the Central Committee of our party and so on. That, of course, is all very good. But it is still far from enough. More, it is by no means the chief thing now. The chief thing now is to start a broad tide of criticism from below against bureaucracy in general, against shortcomings in our work in particular. Only by organizing twofold pressure from above and from below, and only by shifting the principal stress to criticism from below, can we count on waging a successful struggle against bureaucracy and on rooting it out. It would be a mistake to think that only the leaders possess experience in constructive work. That is not true, comrades. The vast masses of the workers who are engaged in building our industry are day by day accumulating vast experience in construction, experience which is not a whit less valuable to us than the experience of the leaders. Mass criticism from below, control from below, is needed by us in order that, among other things, this experience of the vast masses should not be wasted, but be reckoned with and translated into practice. From this follows the immediate task of the party, to wage a ruthless struggle against bureaucracy, to organize mass criticism from below, and to take this criticism into account when adopting practical decisions for eliminating our shortcomings. It cannot be said that the Young Communist League, and especially Komsomolskaya Pravda, have not appreciated the importance of this task. The shortcoming here is that often organize mass criticism from below 223. The fulfillment of this task is not carried out completely. And in order to carry it out completely, it is necessary to give heed not only to criticism, but also to the results of criticism, to the improvements that are introduced as a result of criticism. 1928. Report to the 17th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, on the work of the Central Committee. January 26, 1934. The continuing crisis of world capitalism and the external situation of the Soviet Union. Comrades, more than 3 years have passed since the 16th Congress. That is not a very long period, but it has been fuller in content than any other period. I do not think that any period in the last decade has been so rich in events as this one. In the economic sphere, these years have been years of continuing world economic crisis. The crisis has affected not only industry, but also agriculture as a whole. The crisis has raged not only in the sphere of production and trade, it has also extended to the sphere of credit and money circulation, and has completely upset the established credit and currency relations among countries. While formerly people here and there still disputed whether there was a World Economic One, the 17th Party Congress, held in Moscow, January 26 to February 10, 1934, represented the consolidation of Stalin's line on all major policies. Stalin's opening report to the Congress is obviously a document of enormous historical significance. 225. Crisis or not, now they no longer do so, for the existence of the crisis and its devastating effects are only too obvious. Now the controversy centers around another question: is there a way out of the crisis or not, and if there is, then what is to be done? In the political sphere, these years have been years of further tension, both in the relations between the capitalist countries and in the relations within them. Japan's war against China and the occupation of Manchuria, which have strained relations in the Far East, the victory of fascism in Germany and the triumph of the idea of revenge, which have strained relations in Europe, the withdrawal of Japan and Germany from the League of Nations, which has given a new impetus to the growth of armaments and to the preparations for an imperialist war, the defeat of fascism in Spain, which is one more indication that a revolutionary crisis is maturing and that fascism is far from being long-lived. Such are the most important events of the period under review. It is not surprising that bourgeois pacifism is breathing its last and that the trend towards disarmament is openly and definitely giving way to a trend towards armament and rearmament. Amid the surging waves of economic perturbations and military political catastrophes, the USSR stands out like a rock, continuing its work of socialist construction and its fight to preserve peace. Whereas in the capitalist countries the economic crisis is still raging, in the USSR the advance continues both in industry and in agriculture. Whereas in the capitalist countries feverish preparations are in progress for a new war, for a new redivision of the world and of spheres of influence, the USSR is continuing its systematic and persistent struggle against the menace of war and for peace, and it cannot be said that the efforts of the USSR in this direction have had no success. Such is the general picture of the international situation at the present moment. 2. In 1931, the military fascist Spanish dictatorship of General Primo de Rivera was overthrown. The resulting election abolished the monarchy and created a democratic republic, with strong representation from the workers and peasants. Franco's fascist rebellion began in 1936. 226. Let us pass to an examination of the principal data on the economic and political situation in the capitalist countries. 1. The course of the economic crisis in the capitalist countries. The present economic crisis in the capitalist countries differs from all analogous crises, among other things, in that it is the longest and most protracted crisis. Formerly crises would come to an end in a year or two, The present crisis, however, is now in its fifth year, devastating the economy of the capitalist countries year after year and draining it of the fat accumulated in previous years. It is not surprising that this is the most severe of all the crises that have taken place. How is this unprecedentedly protracted character of the present industrial crisis to be explained? It is to be explained, first of all, by the fact that the industrial crisis has affected every capitalist country without exception, which has made it difficult for some countries to maneuver at the expense of others. Secondly, it is to be explained by the fact that the industrial crisis has become interwoven with the agrarian crisis, which has affected all the agrarian and semi-agrarian countries without exception, which could not but make the industrial crisis more complicated and more profound. Thirdly, it is to be explained by the fact that the agrarian crisis has grown more acute in this period, and has affected all branches of agriculture, including livestock farming, that it has brought about a retrogression of agriculture, a reversion from machines to hand labor, a substitution of horses for tractors, a sharp reduction in the use of artificial fertilizers, and in some cases a complete abandonment of them, all of which has caused the industrial crisis to become still more protracted. Fourthly, it is to be explained by the fact that the monopolist cartels which dominate industry strive to maintain high commodity prices, a circumstance which makes the crisis particularly painful and hinders the absorption of commodity stocks. 227. Lastly, and this is the chief thing, it is to be explained by the fact that the industrial crisis broke out in the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, when capitalism no longer has, nor can have, either in the major countries or in the colonial and dependent countries, the strength and stability it had before the war and the October Revolution, when industry in the capitalist countries has acquired, as a heritage from the imperialist war, chronic undercapacity operation of plants and armies of millions of unemployed, of which it is no longer able to rid itself. Such are the circumstances that have given rise to the extremely protracted character of the present industrial crisis. It is these circumstances also that explain the fact that the crisis has not been confined to the sphere of production and trade, but has also affected the credit system, foreign exchange, the debt settlements, etc., and has broken down the traditionally established relations both between countries and between social groups in the various countries. An important part was played by the fall in commodity prices. In spite of the resistance of the monopolist cartels, the fall in prices increased with elemental force, affecting primarily and mainly the commodities of the unorganized commodity owners, peasants, artisans, small capitalists, and only gradually and to a smaller degree those of the organized commodity owners, the capitalists united in cartels. The fall in prices made the position of debtors, manufacturers, artisans, peasants, etc., intolerable, while, on the other hand, it placed creditors in an unprecedentedly privileged position. Such a situation was bound to lead, and actually did lead, to the mass bankruptcy of firms and of individual capitalists. As a result, tens of thousands of joint stock companies have failed in the United States, Germany, Britain, and France during the past 3 years. The bankruptcy of joint stock companies was followed by a depreciation of currency, which slightly alleviated the position of debtors. The depreciation of currency was followed by the non-payment of debts, both foreign and internal, legalized by the state. The collapse of such banks as the Darmstadt and Dresden banks in Germany and the Kreditanstalt in Austria, and of concerns like 228. Kreugers in Sweden, the Insul Corporation in the United States, etc., is well known to all. Naturally, these phenomena, which shook the foundations of the credit system, were bound to be followed, and actually were followed, by the cessation of payments on credits and foreign loans, the cessation of payments on inter-allied debts, the cessation of export of capital, a further decline in foreign trade, a further decline in the export of commodities, an intensification of the struggle for foreign markets, trade war between countries, and dumping. Yes, comrades, dumping. I am not referring to the alleged Soviet dumping, about which only very recently certain honorable members of honorable parliaments in Europe and America were shouting themselves hoarse. I am referring to the real dumping that is now being practiced by almost all civilized states, and about which these gallant and honorable members of parliaments maintain a prudent silence. Naturally, also, these destructive phenomena accompanying the industrial crisis, which took place outside the sphere of production, could not but in their turn influence the course of the industrial crisis, aggravating it and complicating the situation still further. Such is the general picture of the course of the industrial crisis. Here are a few figures, taken from official data, that illustrate the course of the industrial crisis during the period under review. Volume of industrial output, percent of 1929. 4,920 A 990, 033. 5,034 290,858 USSR. 100,07925:7 161.9 4184.74 261.6 USA. ZU 80.7. Degree 68.153.8, 64:9 Britain 10,055 02-4. 53.8 988.5, 9.802 Germany 188.371.7 59.8 66.8 France 400 100.700,2, 00778. As you see, this table speaks for itself. While industry in the principal capitalist countries declined from year to year, compared with 1929, and began to 229. Recover somewhat only in 1933, although still far from reaching the level of 1929. Industry in the USSR grew from year to year, experiencing an uninterrupted mise. While industry in the principal capitalist countries at the end of 1933 shows on the average a reduction of 25% and more in volume of output compared with 19,209, industrial output in the USSR has more than doubled during this period, i.e., it has increased more than 100%. Applause. Judging by this table, it may seem that of these four capitalist countries Britain is in the most favorable position. But that is not quite true. If we compare industry in these countries with its pre-war level, we get a somewhat different picture. Here is the corresponding table. Volume of industrial output, percent of pre-war level. EYGET-EYOBAEEEKGS. USS.R 100 194.3 252.1 314.7 359.0 391.9. US.A. LU 6170.2, 137 to 3 215.0, OL as 110.2. Britain 100 degrees 6992, 91.5083-01, 82.5-85.2 Germany 100 113.0 998 81.0 France 100 139.0 140.0 124.0 96.1 107. As you see, industry in Britain and Germany has not yet reached the pre-war level, while the United States and France have exceeded it by several percent, and the USSR has increased its industrial output during this period by more than 290% or over the pre-war level. Applause. But there is still another conclusion to be drawn from these tables. While industry in the principal capitalist countries declined steadily after 1930, and particularly after 1931, and reached its lowest point in 1932, in 1933 it began to recover and pick up somewhat. If we take the monthly returns for 1932 and 1933, we find still further confirmation of this conclusion, for they show that, despite fluctuations of output in the course of 1933, industry in these countries revealed no 230. Tendency to fall to the lowest point reached in the summer of 1932. What does this mean? It means that, apparently, industry in the principal capitalist countries had already reached the lowest point of decline and did not return to it in the course of 1933. Some people are inclined to ascribe this phenomenon exclusively to the influence of artificial factors, such as the war inflation boom. There can be no doubt that the war inflation boom plays no small part in it. This is particularly true in regard to Japan, where this artificial factor is the principal and decisive force stimulating a certain revival in some industries, mainly war industries. But it would be a gross mistake to explain everything by the war inflation boom. Such an explanation would be incorrect, if only for the reason that the changes in industry which I have described are observed, not in separate and chance areas, but in all, or nearly all, the industrial countries, including the countries with a stable currency. Apparently, in addition to the war inflation boom, the intimal economic forces of capitalism are also operating here. Capitalism has succeeded in somewhat alleviating the position of industry at the expense of the workers, by heightening their exploitation through increased intensity of labor, at the expense of the farmers, by pursuing a policy of paying the lowest prices for the products of their labor, for foodstuffs and, partly, raw materials, and at the expense of the peasants in the colonies and economically weak countries, by still further forcing down prices for the products of their labor. Principally for raw materials, and also foodstuffs. Does this mean that we are witnessing a transition from a crisis to an ordinary depression, to be followed by a new upswing and flourishing of industry? No, it does not. At any rate, at the present time there is no evidence, direct or indirect, to indicate the approach of an upswing of industry in the capitalist countries. More than that, judging by all things, there can be no such evidence, at least in the near future. There can be no such evidence, because all the unfavorable conditions which prevent industry in the capitalist countries from making any considerable advance continue to operate. I have in mind the continuing general crisis of capitalism, in the circum 231 stances of which the economic crisis is proceeding, the chronic undercapacity operation of the enterprises, chronic mass unemployment, the interweaving of the industrial crisis with an agricultural crisis, the absence of tendencies towards a more or less serious renewal of fixed capital, which usually heralds the approach of a boom, etc., etc. Evidently, what we are witnessing is a transition from the lowest point of decline of industry, from the lowest point of the industrial crisis, to a depression, not an ordinary depression, but a depression of a special kind, which does not lead to a new upswing and flourishing of industry, but which, on the other hand, does not force industry back to the lowest point of decline. 2. The growing tension in the political situation in the capitalist countries. A result of the protracted economic crisis has been an unprecedented increase in the tension of the political situation in the capitalist countries, both within those countries and in their mutual relations. The intensified struggle for foreign markets, the abolition of the last vestiges of free trade, the prohibitive tariffs, the trade war, the foreign currency war, dumping, and many other analogous measures which demonstrate extreme nationalism in economic policy have strained to the utmost the relations among the various countries, have created the basis for military conflicts, and have put war on the order of the day as a means for a new redivision of the world and of spheres of influence in favor of the stronger states. Japan's war against China, the occupation of Manchuria, Japan's withdrawal from the League of Nations, and her advance in North China, have made the situation still more tense. The intensified struggle for the Pacific and the growth of naval armaments in Japan, the United States, Britain, and France are results of this increased tension. Germany's withdrawal from the League of Nations and the specter of revanchism have further added to the tension and have given a fresh impetus to the growth of armaments in Europe. 232. It is not surprising that bourgeois pacifism is now dragging out a miserable existence, and that idle talk of disarmament is giving way to business-like talk about armament and rearmament. Once again, as in 1914, the parties of bellicose imperialism, the parties of war and revanchism are coming into the foreground. Quite clearly things are heading for a new war. The internal situation of the capitalist countries, in view of the operation of these same factors, is becoming still more tense. 4 years of industrial crisis have exhausted the working class and reduced it to despair. 4 years of agricultural crisis have utterly ruined the poorer strata of the peasantry, not only in the principal capitalist countries, but also and particularly in the dependent and colonial countries. It is a fact that, notwithstanding all kinds of statistical trickery designed to minimize unemployment, the number of unemployed, according to the official figures of bourgeois institutions, reaches 3,000,000 in Britain, 5 million in Germany and 10 million in the United States, not to mention the other European countries. Add to this the more than 10 million partially unemployed, add the vast masses of ruined peasants, and you will get an approximate picture of the poverty and despair of the laboring masses. The masses of the people have not yet reached the stage when they are ready to storm capitalism, but the idea of storming it is maturing in the minds of the masses, of that there can hardly be any doubt. This is eloquently testified to by such facts as, say, the Spanish Revolution, which overthrew the fascist regime, and the expansion of the Soviet districts in China, which the united counter-revolution of the Chinese and foreign bourgeoisie is unable to stop. This, indeed, explains why the ruling classes in the capitalist countries are so zealously destroying or nullifying the last vestiges of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy which might be used by the working class in its struggle against the oppressors, why they are driving the communist parties underground and resorting to openly terrorist methods of maintaining their dictatorship. Chauvinism and preparation of war as the main elements. 233. Of foreign policy, repression of the working class and terrorism in the sphere of home policy as a necessary means for strengthening the rear of future war fronts. That is what is now particularly engaging the minds of contemporary imperialist politicians. It is not surprising that fascism has now become the most fashionable commodity among warmongering bourgeois politicians. I am referring not only to fascism in general, but, primarily, to fascism of the German type, which is wrongly called National Socialism, wrongly because the most searching examination will fail to reveal even an atom of socialism in it. In this connection, the victory of fascism in Germany must be regarded not only as a symptom of the weakness of the working class and a result of the betrayals of the working class by social democracy, which paved the way for fascism, it must also be regarded as a sign of the weakness of the bourgeoisie, a sign that the bourgeoisie is no longer able to rule by the old methods of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy, and, as a consequence, is compelled in its home policy to resort to terrorist methods of rule, as a sign that it is no longer able to find a way out of the present situation on the basis of a peaceful foreign policy, and, as a consequence, is compelled to resort to a policy of war. Such is the situation. As you see, things are heading towards a new imperialist war as a way out of the present situation. Of course, there are no grounds for assuming that war can provide a real way out. On the contrary, it is bound to confuse the situation still more. More than that, it is sure to unleash revolution and jeopardize the very existence of capitalism in a number of countries, as happened in the course of the First Imperialist War. And if, in spite of the experience of the First Imperialist War, the bourgeois politicians clutch at war as a drowning man clutches at a straw, that shows that they have got into a hopeless muddle, have landed in an impasse, and are ready to rush headlong into the abyss. It is worthwhile, therefore, briefly to examine the plans for the organization of war which are now being hatched in the circles of bourgeois politicians. Some think that war should be organized against one of the 234 great powers. They think of inflicting a crushing defeat upon that power and of improving their affairs at its expense. Let us assume that they organize such a war. What may be the result of that? As is well known, during the First Imperialist War it was also intended to destroy one of the great powers, viz., Germany, and to profit at her expense. But what was the upshot of this? They did not destroy Germany, but they sowed in Germany such a hatred of the victors, and created such a rich soil for revenge, that even to this day they have not been able to clear up the revolting mess they made, and will not, perhaps, be able to do so for some time. On the other hand, the result they obtained was the smashing of capitalism in Russia, the victory of the proletarian revolution in Russia, and of course the Soviet Union. What guarantee is there that a second imperialist war will produce better results for them than the first? Would it not be more correct to assume that the opposite will be the case? Others think that war should be organized against a country that is weak in the military sense, but represents an extensive market, for example, against China, which, it is claimed, cannot even be described as a state in the strict sense of the word, but is merely unorganized territory which needs to be seized by strong states. They evidently want to divide her up completely and improve their affairs at her expense. Let us assume that they organize such a war. What may be the result of that? It is well known that at the beginning of the 19th century Italy and Germany were regarded in the same light as China is today, i.e., they were considered unorganized territories and not states, and they were subjugated. But what was the result of that? As is well known, it resulted in wars for independence waged by Germany and Italy, and the union of these countries into independent states. It resulted in increased hatred for the oppressors in the hearts of the peoples of these countries, the effects of which have not been removed to this day and will not, perhaps, be removed for some time. The question arises, what guarantee is there that the same thing will not result from a war of the imperialists against China? Still others think that war should be organized by a Sup 235 race, say, the German race, against an inferior race, primarily against the Slavs, that only such a war can provide a way out of the situation, for it is the mission of the superior race to render the inferior race fruitful and to rule over it. Let us assume that this queer theory, which is as far removed from science as the sky from the earth, let us assume that this queer theory is put into practice. What may be the result of that? It is well known that ancient Rome looked upon the ancestors of the present-day Germans and French in the same way as the representatives of the superior race now look upon the Slav races. It is well known that ancient Rome treated them as an inferior race, as barbarians, destined to live in eternal subordination to the superior race, to Great Rome, and, between ourselves be it said, ancient Rome had some grounds for this, which cannot be said of the representatives of the superior race of today. Thunderous applause. But what was the upshot of this? The upshot was that the non-Romans, i.e., all the barbarians, united against the common enemy and brought Rome down with a crash. The question arises, what guarantee is there that the claims of the representatives of the superior race of today will not lead to the same lamentable results? What guarantee is there that the fascist literary politicians in Berlin will be more fortunate than the old and experienced conquerors in Rome? Would it not be more correct to assume that the opposite will be the case? Finally, there are others who think that war should be organized against the USSR. Their plan is to defeat the USSR, divide up its territory, and profit at its expense. It would be a mistake to believe that it is only certain military circles in Japan who think in this way. We know that similar plans are being hatched in the circles of the political leaders of certain states in Europe. Let us assume that these gentlemen pass from words to deeds. What may be the result of that? There can hardly be any doubt that such a war would be the most dangerous war for the bourgeoisie. It would be the most dangerous war, not only because the peoples of the USSR would fight to the death to preserve the gains of the 236 revolution, it would be the most dangerous war for the bourgeoisie for the added reason that it would be waged not only at the fronts, but also in the enemy's rear. The bourgeoisie need have no doubt that the numerous friends of the working class of the USSR in Europe and Asia will endeavor to strike a blow in the rear at their oppressors who have launched a criminal war against the fatherland of the working class of all countries. And let not messieurs the bourgeoisie blame us if some of the governments near and dear to them, which today rule happily by the grace of God, are missing on the morrow after such a war. Thunderous applause. There has already been one such war against the USSR, if you remember, 15 years ago. As is well known, the universally esteemed Churchill clothed that war in a poetic formula, the campaign of 14 states. You remember, of course, that war rallied all the working people of our country into one united camp of self-sacrificing warriors, who with their lives defended their workers' and peasants' motherland against the foreign foe. You know how it ended. It ended in the ejection of the invaders from our country and the formation of revolutionary councils of action. In Europe, it can hardly be doubted that a second war against the USSR will lead to the complete defeat of the aggressors, to revolution in a number of countries in Europe and in Asia, and to the destruction of the bourgeois landlord governments in those countries. Such are the war plans of the perplexed bourgeois politicians. As you see, they are not distinguished either for their brains or for their valor. Applause. But while the bourgeoisie chooses the path of war, the working class in the capitalist countries, brought to despair by 4 years of crisis and unemployment, is beginning to take the path of revolution. This means that a revolutionary crisis is maturing and will continue to mature. And the more the Boer III inside the various capitalist countries that intervened militarily against the Soviet government in 1918-20 arose the councils of action, revolutionary organizations of workers. Under the slogan "Hands off Soviet Russia," they organized strikes and demonstrations and refused to load war equipment. 237. Iosif becomes entangled in its war schemes, the more frequently it resorts to terrorist methods of fighting against the working class and the laboring peasantry, the more rapidly will the revolutionary crisis develop. Some comrades think that, once there is a revolutionary crisis, the bourgeoisie is bound to get into a hopeless position, that its end is therefore a foregone conclusion, that the victory of the revolution is thus assured, and that all they have to do is to wait for the fall of the bourgeoisie and to draw up victorious resolutions. That is a profound mistake. The victory of the revolution never comes of itself. It must be prepared for and won. And only a strong proletarian revolutionary party can prepare for and win victory. Moments occur when the situation is revolutionary, when the rule of the bourgeoisie is shaken to its very foundations, and yet the victory of the revolution does not come, because there is no revolutionary party of the proletariat with sufficient strength and prestige to lead the masses and to take power. It would be unwise to believe that such cases cannot occur. It is worthwhile in this connection to recall Lenin's prophetic words on revolutionary crises, uttered at the Second Congress of the Communist International. We have now come to the question of the revolutionary crisis as the basis of our revolutionary action. And here we must first of all note two widespread errors. On the one hand, the bourgeois economists depict this crisis as mere unrest, as the English so elegantly express it. On the other hand, revolutionaries sometimes try to prove that the crisis is absolutely hopeless. That is a mistake. There is no such thing as an absolutely hopeless situation. The bourgeoisie behaves like an arrogant brigand who has lost his head. It commits blunder after blunder, making the situation more acute and hastening its own doom. All this is true. But it cannot be proved that there is absolutely no chance of its gulling some minority of the exploited with some kind of minor concessions, or of suppressing some movement or uprising of some section or another of the oppressed and exploited. To try to prove beforehand that a situation is absolutely hopeless would be sheer pedantry, or juggling. 238. With concepts and catchwords. In this and similar questions the only real proof is practice. The bourgeois system all over the world is experiencing a most profound revolutionary crisis. The revolutionary parties must now prove by their practical actions that they are sufficiently intelligent and organized, are sufficiently in contact with the exploited masses, are sufficiently determined and skillful, to utilize this crisis for a successful and victorious revolution. 3. The relations between the USSR and the capitalist states. It is easy to understand how difficult it has been for the USSR to pursue its peace policy in this atmosphere poisoned with the miasma of war schemes. In the midst of this eve of war frenzy which has affected a number of countries, the USSR during these years has stood firmly and unshakably by its position of peace, fighting against the menace of war, fighting to preserve peace, meeting halfway those countries which in one way or another stand for the preservation of peace, exposing and tearing the masks from those who are preparing for and provoking war. What did the USSR rely on in this difficult and complicated struggle for peace? A. On its growing economic and political might. B. On the moral support of the vast masses of the working class of all countries, who are vitally interested in the preservation of peace. C. On the prudence of those countries which for one motive or another are not interested in disturbing the peace, and which want to develop trade relations with such a punctual client as the USSR. D. Finally on our glorious army, which stands ready to defend our country against assaults from without. It was on this basis that we began our campaign for the conclusion with neighboring states of pacts of non-aggression and of pacts defining aggression. You know that this campaign has been successful. As you know, pacts of non-aggression have been concluded not only with the majority of our neighbors in the West and in the South, including Finland and 239. Poland, but also with such countries as France and Italy, and pacts defining aggression have been concluded with those same neighboring states, including the Little Entente. 4 On the same basis the friendship between the U.S.S.R. and Turkey has been consolidated, relations between the USSR and Italy have improved and have indisputably become satisfactory, relations with France, Poland, and other Baltic states have improved, relations have been restored with the U.S.A., China, etc. Of the many facts reflecting the successes of the peace policy of the USSR, 2 facts of indisputably material significance should be noted and singled out. 1. I have in mind, firstly, the change for the better that has taken place recently in the relations between the USSR and Poland and between the USSR and France. In the past, as you know, our relations with Poland were not at all good. Representatives of our state were assassinated in Poland. Poland regarded herself as the barrier of the Western states against the USSR. All the various imperialists counted on Poland as their advance detachment in the event of a military attack on the USSR. The relations between the USSR and France were no better. We need only recall the facts relating to the trial of the Ramzan group of wreckers in Moscow to bring to mind a picture of the relations between the USSR and France. But now those undesirable relations are gradually beginning to disappear. They are giving way to other relations, which can only be called relations of rapprochement. The point is not merely that we have concluded pacts of non-aggression with these countries, although the pacts in themselves are of very great importance. The point is, primarily, that the atmosphere of mutual distrust is beginning to be dissipated. This does not mean, of course, that the incipient process of rapprochement can be regarded as sufficiently stable and as guaranteeing ultimate success. Surprises for the Little Entente was a political alliance of Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia from 1920 to 1938. Originally designed to check the spread of revolution in Eastern and Central Europe, it later moved, under the threat of Nazi expansion, toward a rapprochement with the Soviet Union. 240. And zigzags in policy, for example in Poland, where anti-Soviet sentiments are still strong, can as yet by no means be regarded as out of the question. But the change for the better in our relations, irrespective of its results in the future, is a fact worthy of being noted and emphasized as a factor in the advancement of the cause of peace. What is the cause of this change? What stimulates it? Primarily, the growth of the strength and might of the U.S.S.R. In our times it is not the custom to take any account of the weak, only the strong are taken into account. Furthermore, there have been some changes in the policy of Germany which reflect the growth of revanchist and imperialist sentiments in Germany. In this connection, some German politicians say that the USSR has now taken an orientation towards France and Poland, that from an opponent of the Versailles Treaty it has become a supporter of it, and that this change is to be explained by the establishment of the fascist regime in Germany. That is not true. Of course, we are far from being enthusiastic about the fascist regime in Germany. But it is not a question of fascism here, if only for the reason that fascism in Italy, for example, has not prevented the USSR from establishing the best relations with that country. Nor is it a question of any alleged change in our attitude towards the Versailles Treaty. It is not for us, who have experienced the shame of the Brest Peace, to sing the praises of the Versailles Treaty. We merely do not agree to the world being flung into the abyss of a new war on account of that treaty. The same must be said of the alleged new orientation taken by the USSR. We never had any orientation towards Germany, nor have we any orientation towards Poland and France. Our orientation in the past and our orientation at the present time is towards the USSR, and towards the USSR alone. Stormy applause. And if the interests of the USSR demand rapprochement with one country or another which is not interested in disturbing peace, we adopt this course without hesitation. No, that is not the point. The point is that Germany's policy has changed. The point is that even before the present German 241 politicians came to power, and particularly after they came to power, a contest began in Germany between two political lines, between the old policy, which was reflected in the treaties between the USSR and Germany, and the new policy, which, in the main, recalls the policy of the former German Kaiser, who at one time occupied the Ukraine and marched against Leningrad, after converting the Baltic countries into a place d'armes for this march, and this new policy is obviously gaining the upper hand over the old policy. The fact that the advocates of the new policy are gaining supremacy in all things, while the supporters of the old policy are in disfavor, cannot be regarded as an accident. Nor can the well-known statement made by Hugenberg in London, and the equally well-known declarations of Rosenberg, who directs the foreign policy of the ruling party in Germany, be regarded as accidents. That is the point, comrades. 2. I have in mind, secondly, the restoration of normal relations between the USSR and the United States of America. There cannot be any doubt that this act is of very great significance for the whole system of international relations. The point is not only that it improves the chances of preserving peace, improves the relations between the two countries, strengthens trade connections between them and creates a basis for mutual collaboration. The point is that it forms a landmark between the old position, when in various countries the USA was regarded as the bulwark for all sorts of anti-Soviet trends, and the new position, when that bulwark has been voluntarily removed, to the mutual advantage of both countries. Such are the two main facts which reflect the successes of the Soviet policy of peace. It would be wrong, however, to think that everything went smoothly in the period under review. No, not everything went smoothly, by a long way. Recall, say, the pressure that was brought to bear upon us by Britain, the embargo on our exports, the attempt to interfere in our internal affairs and to use this as a probe to test our power of resistance. True, nothing came of this attempt, and later the embargo was lifted, but the unpleasant after effect of these sallies still makes itself felt in everything. Con. 242. Next, with the relations between Britain and the US.S.R., including the negotiations for a commercial treaty. And these sallies against the USSR must not be regarded as accidental. It is well known that a certain section of the British Conservatives cannot live without such sallies. And precisely because they are not accidental, we must reckon that in the future, too, sallies will be made against the USSR, all sorts of menaces will be created, attempts will be undertaken to damage the USSR, etc. Nor must we lose sight of the relations between the USSR and Japan, which stand in need of considerable improvement. Japan's refusal to conclude a pact of non-aggression, of which Japan stands in no less need than the USSR, once again emphasizes the fact that all is not well in the sphere of our relations. The same must be said of the rupture of negotiations concerning the Chinese Eastern Railway, due to no fault of the USSR, and also of the outrageous actions of the Japanese agents on the Chinese Eastern Railway, the illegal arrests of Soviet employees on the Chinese Eastern Railway, etc. That is apart from the fact that one section of the military in Japan, with the obvious approval of another section of the military, is openly advocating in the press the necessity for a war against the USSR and the seizure of the maritime province, while the Japanese government, instead of calling these instigators of war to order, pretends that the matter is no concern of its. It is not difficult to understand that such circumstances cannot but create an atmosphere of uneasiness and uncertainty. Of course, we shall persistently continue to pursue a policy of peace and strive for an improvement in our relations with Japan, because we want to improve these relations. But it does not depend entirely upon us. That is why we must at the same time take all measures to guard our country against surprises, and be prepared to defend it against attack. Stormy applause. As you see, alongside the successes in our peace policy there are also a number of unfavorable features. Such is the external situation of the USSR. Our foreign policy is clear. It is a policy of preserving peace and strengthening trade relations with all countries. The 243. USSR does not think of threatening anybody, let alone of attacking anybody. We stand for peace and uphold the cause of peace. But we are not afraid of threats and are prepared to answer the instigators of war blow for blow. Stormy applause. Those who want peace and seek business relations with us will always have our support. But those who try to attack our country will receive a crushing repulse to teach them in future not to poke their pig snouts into our Soviet garden. Thunderous applause. Such is our foreign policy. Thunderous applause. The task is to continue to implement this policy with unflagging perseverance and consistency. Il. The continuing progress of the national economy and the internal situation in the U.SS.R. I pass to the question of the internal situation in the USS. From the point of view of the internal situation in the USSR, the period under review presents a picture of ever-increasing progress, both in the sphere of the national economy and in the sphere of culture. This progress has not been merely a simple quantitative accumulation of strength. This progress is remarkable in that it has introduced fundamental changes into the structure of the USSR, and has radically changed the face of the country. During this period, the USSR has become radically transformed and has cast off the aspect of backwardness and medievalism. From an agrarian country it has become an industrial country. From a country of small individual agriculture it has become a country of collective, large-scale mechanized agriculture. From an ignorant, illiterate, and uncultured country it has become, or rather it is becoming, a literate and cultured country covered by a vast network of higher, secondary and elementary schools functioning in the languages of the nationalities of the USSR. 244. New industries have been created, the production of machine tools, automobiles, tractors, chemicals, motors, aircraft, harvester combines, powerful turbines and generators, high-grade steel, ferroalloys, synthetic rubber, nitrates, artificial fiber, etc., etc. Prolonged applause. During this period thousands of new, fully up-to-date industrial plants have been built and put into operation. Giants like the Dnipro-Stroy, Magnitostroy, Kuznetsk-Stroy, Kelyab-Stroy, Babarki, Uralmash-Stroy, and Kramish-Stroy have been built. Thousands of old plants have been reconstructed and provided with modern technical equipment. New plants have been built, and industrial centers created, in the national republics and in the border regions of the USSR, in Belarusia, in the Ukraine, in the North Caucasus, in Transcaucasia, in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, in Buryat Mongolia, in Tataria, in Bashkiria, in the Urals, in eastern and western Siberia, in the Far East, etc. More than 200,000 collective farms and 5,000 state farms have been organized, with new district centers and industrial centers serving them. New large towns, with large populations, have sprung up in what were almost uninhabited places. The old towns and industrial centers have grown enormously. The foundations have been laid for the Urals-Kuznetsk combine, which unites the coking coal of Kuznetsk with the iron ore of the Urals. Thus, we may consider that the dream of a new metallurgical base in the East has become a reality. The foundations for a powerful new oil base have been laid in areas of the western and southern slopes of the Urals range in the Urals region, Bashkiria, and Kazakhstan. It is obvious that the huge capital investments of the state in all branches of the national economy, amounting in the period under review to over 60,000 million rubles, have not been spent in vain, and are already beginning to bear fruit. As a result of these achievements, the national income of the USSR has increased from 29,000 million rubles in 1929 to 50,000 million in 1933, whereas during the same period there has been an enormous decline in the national income of all the capitalist countries without exception. 245. Naturally, all these achievements and all this progress were bound to lead and actually have led to the further consolidation of the internal situation in the USSR. How was it possible for these colossal changes to take place in a matter of 3 or 4 years on the territory of a vast state with a backward technique and a backward culture? Was it not a miracle? It would have been a miracle if this development had taken place on the basis of capitalism and individual small farming. But it cannot be described as a miracle if we bear in mind that this development took place on the basis of expanding socialist construction. Naturally, this enormous progress could take place only on the basis of the successful building of socialism, on the basis of the socially organized work of scores of millions of peoples, on the basis of the advantages which the socialist system of economy has over the capitalist and individual peasant system. It is not surprising, therefore, that the colossal progress in the economy and culture of the USSR during the period under review has at the same time meant the elimination of the capitalist elements and the relegation of individual peasant economy to the background. It is a fact that the socialist system of economy in the sphere of industry now constitutes 99% of the total, and in agriculture, according to the area sown to grain crops, it constitutes 84.5% of the total, whereas individual peasant economy accounts for only 15.5%. It follows, then, that capitalist economy in the USSR has already been eliminated and that the individual peasant sector in the countryside has been relegated to a secondary position. At the time when the new economic policy was being introduced, Lenin said that there were elements of 5 forms of social and economic structure in our country: 1. Patriarchal economy, largely natural economy; 2. Small commodity production, the majority of the peasants who sell grain; 3. Private capitalism; 4. State capitalism; 5. Socialism. Lenin considered that, of all these forms, the socialist form must in the end gain the upper hand. We can now say that the first, the 246. Third and the fourth forms of social and economic structure no longer exist. The second form has been forced into a secondary position, while the fifth form, the socialist form of social and economic structure, now holds undivided sway and is the sole commanding force in the whole national economy. Stormy and prolonged applause. Such is the result. In this result is contained the basis of the stability of the internal situation in the USSR, the basis of the firmness of its front and rear positions in the circumstances of the capitalist encirclement. Let us pass to an examination of the concrete material relating to various questions of the economic and political situation in the Soviet Union. 1. The progress of industry. Of all branches of our national economy, the one that has grown most rapidly is industry. During the period under review, i.e., beginning with 1930, our industry has more than doubled, namely, it has increased by 101.6%, and compared with the pre-war level it has grown almost fourfold, namely, by 291.9%. This means that our industrialization has been going ahead at full speed. As a result of the rapid growth of industrialization, the output of industry has advanced to first place in the gross output of the whole national economy. Here is the corresponding table. Relative importance of industry in the gross output of the national economy, percent of total, in prices of 1926 to 27. ETCLRSECR20EE Co 1. Industry, without small industry, as in 4 SY00 166.7, Marrays Asir 2. Agriculture 57.9 equals 445:5703884-5893 to 36 126.5 bara 0 total 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 247. This means that our country has definitely and finally become an industrial country. Of decisive significance for the industrialization cf. the country is the growth of the output of instruments and means of production in the total development of industry. The figures for the period under review show that this item has become predominant in the gross output of industry. Here is the corresponding table. Relative importance of the output of the two main branches of large-scale industry, in prices of 1926 to 27. Gross output, in 1,000 million rubles. 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932 number 933. Total large-scale industry 21.027639, 8. I. Of which, glean as Group A, instruments and means of production 1G.2714,5. 410.0, 22.0, 34.3 Group B, consumer goods 10.8 13.0 15.1 16.5 17.6 Relative importance, percent of total, Group A, instruments and means of production 45.5 52.6 55. 57:0 58.0 Group B, consumer goods 51.5 47.4 44. 43.0 42.0 total 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0 100.0. As you see, this table requires no explanation. In our country, which is still young as regards technical development, industry has a special task to fulfill. It must reconstruct on a new technical basis not only itself, not only all branches of industry, including light industry, the food industry, and the timber industry, it must also reconstruct all forms of transport and all branches of agriculture. It can fulfill this task, however, only if the machine-building industry, which is the main lever for the reconstruction of the national economy, occupies a predominant place in it. The figures for the period under review show that our machine-building industry has advanced to the leading place in the total volume of industrial output. 248. Here is the corresponding table. Relative importance of various branches of industry, percent of total gross output. US.S.R. 4 Edna. Coal 2.9 DIA. P. Coke 0.89:4 UIOSGNNTOB. Oil, extraction, 1.9 AE, mess 1 EE. Oil, refining, 233 222. 2.0. Iron and steel ENO data 453-7 AO. Non-ferrous metals 152 SIG TK. Machine building 11.6% 148 degrees 25.60 204. Basic chemicals 0.8060809. Cotton textiles 18.3 16.20 97.07, 94. Woolen textiles 3.131 1.60 10. This means that our industry is developing on a sound foundation, and that the key to reconstruction the machine-building industry is entirely in our hands. All that is required is that we use it skillfully and rationally. The development of industry according to social sectors during the period under review present an interesting picture. Here is the corresponding table. Gross output of large-scale industry. According to social sectors, in prices of 1926 to 27. In million rubles. 1949, 1, 2,930, C1034 AIO 34, OG 33. Total output 21,025 27, 1903 38,464 41,968 Gach 5 27,477 33,993 39.404 41,9 Isocialized industry 20,891 27,402 No data 38,436 41,940 of which, A. State industry 19,143 24,989 35,587 38,932 B. Cooperative industry 1748 2413 2849 3008 2 Private industry 134 54 YCA East 2828 249% of total output 100 plus equals 100 100 100 equals 100 of which Isocialized industry 99 to 4 99 to 7 No data 99.93 99.93 of which A. State industry oil Geffer for 2252 02.70 B. Cooperative industry 8.388 72% AE 2. Private industry O or C3 ISAO 0.07 0.07. From this table it is evident that the capitalist elements in industry have already come to an end and that the socialist system of economy is now the sole system, holding a position of monopoly, in our industry. Applause. However, of all the achievements of industry in the period under review, the most important is the fact that it has succeeded in this period in training and molding thousands of new men and women, of new leaders of industry, whole strata of new engineers and technicians, hundreds of thousands of young skilled workers who have mastered the new technique and who have advanced our socialist industry. There can be no doubt that without these men and women industry could not have achieved the successes it has achieved, and of which it has a right to be proud. The figures show that in the period under review about 800,000 more or less skilled workers have graduated into industry from factory training schools, and over 180,000 engineers and technicians from higher technical educational institutions, other higher educational institutions and technical schools. If it is true that the problem of cottars is a most important problem of our development, then it must be admitted that our industry is beginning really to cope with this problem. Such are the principal achievements of our industry. It would be wrong, however, to think that industry has only successes to record. No, it also has its defects. The chief of these are, A. The continuing lag of the iron and steel industry, B. The lack of order in the non-ferrous metals industry, C. The underestimation of the great importance of developing the mining of local coal for the general fuel supply of the country, Moscow region, the Caucasus, the Urals.